It is the final day of NUEL Live, coming to you from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in the centre of London. We are bringing you the grand final of the League of Legends tournament, where we'll see defending champions University of Exeter coming up against the underdogs, the University of Bristol.
Stan, be honest with me. When we first started this split, did you ever think that second half of that sentence would come into play?
Absolutely not.
They came out of absolutely nowhere. Bristol is not a team that we might have expected to see in the finals. We were thinking maybe it could be Grey Warwick again. They've definitely been a top hot contender for a long while, but Bristol upsets them with the 2-1 in the semis, absolutely taking the surprise factor in that game after coming back against Brunel, another 2-1 victory for them in the quarterfinals. So Bristol have come into this relatively hot, and they're looking to continue that streak and take that title.
They certainly have, but there is no way in hell the University of Exeter are going to give it to them nice and easily. They are going to be fighting every last bit of the game.
Yeah, they absolutely will, and it's not a team that you particularly want to hear that about. Is that if they're going to be fighting tooth and nail, you know that they are going to be bringing it, and it's going to be tough. Nottingham found that out in the semi-finals. They did put up a bit of a fight. We'll give them their fair credit. It was 2-1, which maybe we might not have even expected that, because Exeter, the returning champions, they've looked incredibly dominant throughout the entire season, being tied in first place in Group B in the group stages with probably the best overall record, especially in the head-to-heads and the tiebreakers, taking that 2-0, getting the first seed into the playoffs for that, and taking that first place.
So here we see them, the team of University of Exeter, as they're known, lol.exe. They are Watley in the top lane, Lee Brothers the jungler. Crofty will be in the mid laner, though there is the potential for a substitute mid laner, and we have got high anxiety as the ADC, Wu, in support.
Yeah, big names if you're recognizing any of those from any sort of UK League of Legends, UE Masters, Insomnia, anything like that, you'll recognize a few of these players. About half of these players were actually representing the United Kingdom in UE Masters last year, as Exeter did have the two university Exeter versus Exeter finals, so if that tells you a little bit about exactly how dominant this university has been throughout all of the NUEL seasons, this is another one they're looking to take.
Some of the players in that University of Exeter team that won last time around, they are actually going up against some of the people who lost last time round, so there's a little bit of a favour to be repaid here with people like Watley up there in the top lane, having been on the losing end of a NUEL Live grand final. Now we've got him trying to get the win, and people like Lee Brothers trying to help him out and to sort of pat him on the back, help him on his way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the team who's going to be looking to put a stop to that. This is Bristol Whipped, the guys who came out of absolutely nowhere. University of Bristol, do nothing top in the top lane, do nothing jungle, conveniently in the jungle, do nothing mid, conveniently in mid, and then Nibble and Ember in the bot lane, making up that duo.
I love the synergy we have between the three players who all opted into the sort of the meme names, going for it. Slightly sad that Nibble and Ember didn't go all the way with it, but they in themselves are quite a force to be reckoned with there in the bot lane.
They absolutely are, especially if they can get their hands on those those signature picks. We know that Ember likes to play a lot of the tank, engage heavy supports, and that's a very different style to what we see from Exeter. They like to play a lot more of their enchanter supports. Maybe Jannas, Lulus might be making an appearance. Things like that is what we might expect to see from Wu, but that's not to say that he's like this beta support who just loses lane every time. If he gets his hands on Zyra, that is such a scary pick. They can put so much pressure out with that, and they have a lot of different flexible playstyles they can use.
You've talked a little bit there about the bot lane that we're especially going to see out of the University of Bristol. I really want to talk all about the junglers. As a jungle main myself, I'm fascinated always to see every single jungle matchup, and this is one of the most interesting jungle matchups all split, because we've got two junglers who are very similar. We look at the statistics, the way that they've played their CS per minute, their average KDA, and even the champions that they decide to play. We can see them here at the bottom of the screen.
Uncanny, isn't it?
It's amazing how we've got that Jarvan, the Nunu, the Xin Zhao that are so heavily contestable, especially those first two being in a slightly better part of the meta right now.
Yeah, just purely across the playoffs, which is 5 games for Exeter, 6 for the side of Bristol. These three champions have made appearances for both teams, and some of them have even made appearances multiple times, and in multiple lanes as well. So it's not just to say that these guys play these champions and nothing else. They are flexible. They have options. They can flex pick. Flex picks is something that we've seen a lot on the side of Bristol as well. We're swapping champions around between top and mid, so that there is a lot of flexibility and a lot of unpredictability as well in the draft. And we're going to have to see just exactly how much impact that can have when we get into a game of this caliber with two of the top teams in the UK, University esports scene right now, going head-to-head right here.
We'll be bringing to that Champ Select just as soon as we can, but in the meantime we have the opportunity to have a little look at just how these teams did throughout the group stage. Of course, this is the varsity division. We're looking at the teams through the winter split, played their way to get here, and this is what it all looked like at the end of the group stage.
Yeah, so you have Grey Warwick and doing it for Drew from the University of Nottingham, both tying with Exeter in terms of their win-loss ratio, but Exeter had the head-to-head wins against both of those, and so took the first place into the tiebreaker seeds, whereas Bristol whipped tiebreaker game against KCL Red for the 4th seed out of Group B. And bearing in mind, every single team from Group B that made it through to the tiebreaker playoffs made it into the semi-finals. There was not a single team from Group A remaining, so Group B absolutely dominated in this area. And for the 4th seed to come in and beat out both the 2nd and the 3rd to take the shot at the title against Exeter is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, that's what we're left with. That was the Group to be in. Because it was Group
I get it.
B.
I like it.
Oh, okay. You usually I have to defend myself to my colour customs with the jokes, but you know, you're just straight in there, and I was completely thrown by your accepting of my truly terrible puns.
It's a new day. I'm not at home. We're out here. Shoreditch. You know, I'm a new man.
These noise cancelling headphones aren't good enough because I could hear the groans coming from the great audience that we've got in attendance here at Red Bull's, the Red Bull Gaming Sphere. Incredible just what kind of a crowd is out. Obviously, we're hoping that there are loads of people out there tuning in on Twitch, but also we've got everybody who's out there, the live attendance, the cheers, everything is going to be so very real for these players today.
It certainly has, and for the past couple of days where we've had the other games as well, it's been absolutely wild to be sat in those crowds. You can hear the players screaming out, making shot calls, calling out everything that they can possibly imagine, and then the crowd getting in, joining in with chants, cheering on their favorite teams, cheering on their favorite players. It's such a great experience to be here in an actual live event with a live audience.
Live audience can make all the difference. We've talked a little bit about the playoffs and the way that progressed, how we've ended up with all of these Group B teams. Let's have a little look at exactly the route that these two teams took. We see there Lotto.exe taking out the Imperial Apes and also doing it for Drew on their way to the final.
Yeah, and that was not at all an easy side of the draft. Imperial Apes, they've had ups and downs throughout the season, but against Exeter, it was all downs because they kept pummeling them quickly to a nice 2-0 for them. Doing it for Drew did put up a bit more of a fight. They did take a single game off Exeter, but so far that's really all that I can imagine is going to be taken away from them because they are coming in very, very hot into this series.
Listening to the confidence that they have, speaking to the players beforehand, it's very real. Both teams are out there saying, yeah, we expect to win this. But you listen to Lotto.exe and they're like, yeah, we really expect to win this. There is no hesitation in their voice. There is no lack of confidence. For the side of Bristol Whipped, it felt a little bit more like, okay, yeah, we accept we're the underdogs, but yeah, we're going to go out. We're going to give them a hell of a game, and we're going to potentially win it, but, you know, maybe we're a little bit more scared. They've got to throw those nerves away at the door as they've come here into the venue, and they've just got to go straight away, play the very best they can, because even if they show the slightest bit of nerves in Game 1, Game 2 of this series, they could be match point down before they know it.
Yeah, I heard an interview with, I think it was Do Nothing Top from the side of Bristol, and he was talking about, yeah, Exeter's a good team, they're looking very strong, but we think that we can take it away from them. But if you speak to any of these Exeter players, it's just like, no, we just win. It's 3-0. We're going home after this. We've already booked in at Nando's down the road. Like, they're not messing around. They're here for the victory. They want to defend that title, and they are not playing around.
All right, well, like I said, we're going to be jumping into Champ Select just as soon as that is available to us. In the meantime, we've talked a little bit about the jungle matchups. You had a little touch in terms of the Bristol Whipped bot lane. Is there anything as we jump into Champ Select that you're really looking at as a highly contestable pick or something you expect to see banned 100% of the time, Saga?
I'm not sure about banned, but definitely in terms of picks, we're looking at Watley, we're looking at Tom Kench, right? That is just synonymous. It's like A, B, Tom Kench, Watley. That's almost every single game is what I'm imagining with that. But it's quite an interesting dynamic because Bristol plays a lot through Do Nothing Top in the top lane. He likes to play those carry champions. We've seen him bust out the on-hit Nico. We've seen him bring out Darius, things like that. Things that might be able to punish in a tank matchup like that. So it's going to come down to junglers. And interestingly enough, these junglers have a very, very similar playstyle.
Yeah, they do. I mean, going back to, you talked about potential of on-hit Nico, you've got to imagine that if this Tom Kench is getting through the ban phase, which, there's a high potential it does, it's got through the ban phase, I think, 4 times during the playoffs so far, and each time it's been played. If it doesn't get banned away and does get picked up, you've got to assume Do Nothing Top has something prepared to try and deal with it. The Nico you mentioned, the potential on-hit Nico, it has been burnt to the ground through recent patches because we are here on the live servers, and sorry, we're not on the live servers, we are in Tournament Realm, which means we're going to be at 9.8 in terms of the patches, so That's not a great patch to be in on
Yeah.
Hit Nico.
He didn't seem very enthusiastic about the pick when I said maybe we might see it again. He thought no, probably not. But again, he does have a lot of flexibility in his kit, and it's kind of the way that they like to play, and it's quite similar. You know, we had the contested picks up about the same champions, but if you look at the stats as well of Lib Brothers and Do Nothing Jungle, they are eerily similar. KDAs are both somewhere around 7.4, within about 0.2 difference away from each other, and their playstyle is quite similar as well. Having impact in the side lanes is kind of the key issue here.
And Saga, you cannot talk patch 9.8 without talking about Frostmancy. Sona Taric bot lane is a very, very real thing, and it changes the complexion of the entire game on the Rift.
Yeah, we've seen it once already brought out by Bristol as well in their playoffs games. It's just so disgustingly strong. There's not really that much you can do against it when there's so much sustain, so much team fight presence in those two particular picks. So maybe it's something that they might look to bring out just to try and upset the bot lane a little bit.
And when you do have that Frostmancy locked in, you immediately are almost forced into a let's fight early, let's take a Blitzcranker and Annie, something that can really be oppressive in the lane. And if you don't take that, then you're kind of screwed, really.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that we're either going to see something, again, that's been prepared from either team to deal with it, or just a straight out ban out of one or two. Probably the Sona, which is slightly more oppressive into the late game.
I can imagine it's not going to see the light of day, at least beyond maybe game one. They might opt to leave it in because they have that buffer of a couple of games to make the comeback. If you give one up early, it's not that big of a deal. So maybe it might make it through in game one, and then they might have to start adapting their draft to make up for that. But I've been speaking to these Exeter players, and they seem to have convinced me that they have some spicy picks in store should the series start to go one way or the other. So I'm keeping an eye out for the potential of those. Whether or not we'll actually see them, it's down to the guys on the floor.
One more time, of course, this is a best of 5 series. There is so very much to play for. This is really the pinnacle of what League of Legends can be, these potential best of 5 series. Everything that's been leading up to it has been either best of 1s or best of 3s. So this is the real first opportunity for both of these teams,
Real deal.
this split, to show what they can do in the full-on real deal, as you call it.
Yeah, because it's not so much just about what champions you can play. It's about what champions you can play and then adapt when the other team starts picking them away or banning them away, and then what do they give up? It's how well you can adapt your draft as well to counter what the other team's plans are, and it's not something that a lot of these teams have a lot of experience with, and that's where the experience with going to the UA Masters in the previous year, they had the coaching experience on the side of Exeter, so they might just have an edge there in terms of identifying what the problems were should they drop a game and taking that out from the get-go.
As a play-by-play caster, I always feel like Champ Select isn't exactly my domain to know everything about, but I love to see the way that Champ Selects progress throughout a series. For me, Game 1, which we're about to be jumping into in just a moment, there you get to see the picks for the first time, the things that people are prioritising, where they think they can take the early lead in the series. But by the time you get to Game 2, Game 3, you start seeing respect bans. You start seeing counterplays coming in if something hasn't worked in previous games. Yeah. And that adaptation throughout the series, I think, is so crucial, and it could be a key element if Bristol are able to survive in this series.
It absolutely will, and I'm really curious to see just how far these teams are willing to go to test the waters in Game 1. What will they leave up? Will we see the Watley Tom Kench? I want to see it. I'm sure everyone else wants to see it as well.
Unbench the Kench.
Unbench it. Come on, Watley. Bust it out. Well, we'll have to see whether or not Bristol will allow it in Game 1, or if they do, what they opt to take away instead. Man, I'm so curious to see exactly how this goes down and how it's going to adapt and change throughout the series, because best of 5 series is kind of untested waters for us as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, you know, we'll have to see how
what was our grand final in winter?
In winter? That's a good question.
I think that might have been a best of 5, but it was a pretty short one if I remember correctly.
I had to answer a question of what I had for breakfast this morning. I struggled with that. So you're asking me about winter. That's
Let's not jump any further back than patch 9.8. Okay. So speaking of patch 9.8, because, you know, as we wait for the teams to jump in, you know, maybe settling a few last-minute nerves and various technical issues they may be having, we do still have the opportunity to talk about it. We've gone Frostmancy, we've talked about what people like to play. There's one change that I think has been completely understated. I mean, it might have not been understated by other people, but certainly from what I've heard, is the change to the Bilgewater Cutlass. The extra gold that is needed, it changes your back timers, and it really is a little bit of a setback for people like Vayne, who are, you know, going to be looking to pick that up. Someone who's not a Vayne is Taric. He might be absolutely outrageous with his gems, but he's not going to be showing his face in Game 1 of this best of 5 series.
So immediately, bot lane will be the focus of the first bans. We do not get to see the Sona Taric, and we do not get to see Wu dominate lane on his Zyra. Neither of those bans surprise me whatsoever, because those if they're in the hands of their opponents, are definitely powerful picks.
Alright, Zillion and Jax both also being taken away. One being banned out by Exeter and the other by Bristol.
Zillion is kind of a staple pick for Crofty. He's picked it up once or twice throughout the playoffs, and he has a pretty darn good KDA on that. So it's definitely worth taking that away, and it opens up so much more aggression on the entire map, because you can dive in, you can get some free, and you just get revived.
Little squeal of delight does manage to escape my lips there, because Tom Kench gets through the first 6 bans. There is the opportunity. I don't see it being first pick, because I don't feel like it's that much of a takeaway from the side of University of Bristol. I feel like you can wait this one out and get yourself something that's much more crucial.
Will be the Kindred as the first pick for the brothers. So throwing down the gauntlet, we're going to see some invades, we're going to see some early action. This is what I like to see. They're putting the challenge out to Bristol Whip, saying, okay, you come and bring it to us, because we're going to be in your jungle, and you need to have the pressure in your lanes to collapse and react to it, or we're just going to roll over you.
Alright, so now let's see what response we're going to get out of Bristol. They, of course, have got themselves 2 picks. Will they look to match up an ADC with a support? So far, that Morgana being hovered. It has mostly in pro play been seen in support, of course. However, it is available for both Do Nothing Mid and Ember, who have both played it recently in this split.
Yeah, this is one of the things I was alluding to when I said Bristol Whip have some flexible picks that they have in their back pocket. Morgana is one of them. It's been in the hands of Do Nothing Mid. It's been in the hands of Ember, and both times it's looked pretty good as well. So it's definitely one that Exeter is going to have to keep their eyes on, see if they can wean out where exactly that pick's going.
I love this lock-in for Do Nothing Jungle, taking Nunu and Willem. Jarvan already banned away. That means that 2 of the 3 champions who we saw on that graphic earlier between Lee Brothers and Do Nothing Jungle, both of those 2 top ones who are really still viable in this patch, now gone. Lee Brothers himself obviously opting into the Kindred in response. Now this is one hell of a lock-in. This is going to be the Lulu with the Cogmore, the full protect the ADC composition coming in, the potential ultimate that's going to be there from Kindred as well to help Cogmore survive just that little bit longer, and he could be raining down damage by the end of this game.
Yeah, I saw that just on the player cam in the center of the screen. Exeter players bouncing up and down with excitement on those lock-ins. They want that hyper carry, that enchanter support. It's such a staple pick for High on Anxiety and Wu. He's one of the highest CS per minute AD carries in the entire tournament, so he's definitely one of the players that you want to get their hands on those late game scaling champions with the defensive support next to it.
So here we go. The final lock-in is going to be Yorick. Do Nothing Top has got himself a big split pusher to really carry games. It's very much in the S tier of top laners right now. Obviously has the ability to summon the Maiden with the Eulogy of the Isles and crash down onto turrets if given just a few seconds alone.
So what will the response for Exeter be to that particular lock-in? Will he opt to take the tank matchup and kind of give the free lane to Yorick? Means that he won't be able to contest him in the later game when he gets to the split pushes. And if there's ever a Baron on the side of the University of Bristol, which with a Nunu is not that far out of the question, it's going to be unstoppable.
Alright, we do see Misfortune taken away from Nibble. I believe that Nibble played that champion about 4 times as we got into the playoff stage of this particular split. Singed has been taken away from Watley. Of course, the Tom Kench has still been left up. 1 ban still remains. Will we see this targeted towards the ADC, especially considering that mid-support hover is there?
And it will be, so Nibble is going to have to dig deep into the champion pool. As you say, Misfortune, the immediate pick taken away. And that was kind of the build. You touched on the build Water Cutlass and the Blade with Ruin King changes. That was the build for Misfortune to go for that particular item into lethality afterwards. So again, a little bit of a nerf to it, but it's going to be completely taken out of the game now.
I want to see an ADC locked in with 7 seconds left on this Caitlyn hover. It is indeed going to be Nibble's champion of choice to go into the Cogmore. Why not play into the protect the ADC Cogmore with a heavily abusive early game laner?
And now they have the option on the side of Bristol to flex that Morgana around in kind of response to what the mid lane pick for Crofty will be. So of consideration now for the side of Exeter. They might want to go for something a little more defensive, a little more safe, and taking the Zillion away in the first round of bans was absolutely crucial.
That's been locked in. There are no proxy picks. We're at NUEL Live. Every champion's unlocked. That is going to be a Nasus. That's going to be in the top lane. Watley Nasus versus Do Nothing Topst Yorick. Wow, what a matchup.
So every time Yorick raises the dead from those graves, Nasus just consumes those and says thank you for the stacks. So there we go. That is something that can potentially stand up to the Yorick in the late game 1v1s.
And the final lock-in is Lux. Obviously, there is technically a little bit of flex between Wu and Crofty there for the Lulu, for the Lux. I expect to see the Lulu in lane with the Cogmore. That raises the question, is it going to be Light Binding going against Dark Binding in the middle, Lux against Morgana, or are we going to see Ember getting the Morgana?
Well, I was asking Wu about his opinion on Aftershock Lux, and he said it's spicy, and I said, are you bringing it out? And he said, hell no. So, my takeaway is it will be the classic Lulu Cogmore bottom lane. It's always been known as an incredibly strong duo down there, and Crofty getting himself that skill matchup in the mid lane up against what is the Victor, so it looks as though Morgana will be taken towards the bottom lane alongside Caitlyn, so looking to maybe bully out the Cogmore in the early phases of the game. A lot of safety, a lot of long range, and it's going to be difficult for Kindred to get in and have some impact if High on Anxiety starts falling behind.
35 seconds left until these lock-ins are complete, and right now the Lulu is being hovered into the mid lane. There is still the opportunity for that swap to come through. We'll see just what these two teams are concluding their drafts as. The coaches who are able to be part of this draft phase will have to be taking off their headsets in just a couple of seconds time, and I'm pretty sure at this point that we've got past the point where that Lulu can be swapped.
He's duped me. He's lied. He's
made you look like a fool, Saga.
No, woo. Maybe that's it. Maybe I asked him about the spiciest champion pick potential that could have come out, and he's confident with it. He's happy with it, so he's going to take that Lux into the bottom lane, and I couldn't be happier because I wanted to see it. I was pressuring him, like, come on, please pick it. He kept telling me no. He's a sneaky little beaver.
Light Binding, Dark Binding. Which is better binding?
Light Binding hits 2 people.
Dark Binding lasts so long that you can go make yourself a cup of coffee.
Well, you have to land it on the key priority targets, which in this lane, I mean,
it's all about that Cogmore.
It has to be Cogmore, but then he has more safety as well because they've got the Kindred. And not only is it safety in terms of literal invulnerability, he physically cannot die, but it's also another damage threat on the side of Exeter as well. And they have the Nasus who can deal with Yorick in the 1v1.
We have 4/5 of a Protect the Cogmore composition. Only really something like that Shen coming through in the top lane could have really stated any more that we are putting all of our eggs into the Cogmore basket. It's a dangerous game to play, because if Cog doesn't get going, and if Nasus is prohibited from getting himself to a place where those stacks are just making him a late game monster, then the potential for the side of University of Bristol to get the upset in game 1 is actually very high.
And there's a lot of potential to find picks as well on the side of Bristol. Nunu,
especially now Lulu's in there.
Yeah.
You can literally find picks.
I'm not giving you that one. But Nunu on the side of Bristol, he can get that snowball. He can engage on you so damn fast that it's going to be very, very difficult to react on the side of Exeter. And on top of that, as you say, you have the Dark Binding from Morgana. There is a lot of options.
Alrighty, we are on to the Rift for Game 1 in this best-of-5 series. The University of Exeter taking on Bristol Whipped. We'll see Bristol Whipped first of all getting themselves out, all looking like they're going to go for that 5-point defensive formation.
Now, as we've said, NUEL live here in the Red Bull gaming sphere in Shoreditch. We've had people in the crowd chanting for their favorite team. So let us know, who do you guys want to win?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, no.
This guy. Pause. That's who we
away.
want. Immediately, the sepia-toned screen. Beautiful. Just what we wanted to kick off
makes
game
you reminisce
one.
of old times, that sepia screen, doesn't it?
Yeah,
what we're
of course.
seeing, though, in that setup is that we have already got the members, I believe it was of University of Exeter, 4 of them, maybe even 5, huddled in that bush together looking for a potential pick.
Yeah, and we've said that there's a lot of pick potential on these teams as well. So if someone maybe steps over their bounds just very, very slightly, it could easily be a first blood coming in very early into this game for the University of Exeter. So whether or not someone's going to play that little unsafe game, maybe go for a deep ward early on, well, that would be a mistake.
Oh, I'm pleased to tell you, it was just a very, very short pause, sorting out a few small issues, but now the 4 members of the University of Exeter lineup are waiting patiently. If Do Nothing Top is to show his face, he is going to find 4 people ready to jump straight on top of it. It's just a nice, slow, steady start. However, no one is going to gain any early advantages. The recalls come through from lol.exe. They're going to return to their respective lanes with no damage done to the Bristol Whips team's hopes of picking up this first game. Meanwhile, it is going to look to be the red buff start for the Kindred. Whether or not we're going to see their teammates actually arriving in time to help with the leash, that is a bit of an unknown.
Yeah, we do have to give a quick shout out to the fact that, again, with this Tournament Realm, we're on 9.8, so the Scuttle Crab changes have not yet come through, so Kindred is still a little bit stronger than she was in the previous patch with the delay, essentially, on the spawn of the Scuttle Crab, so you still have that 50-50 of whether or not you're going to get your first mark in the first minute of the game, or whether or not you're going to have to wait and be counter jungled, have that taken away by the NUEL on the opposite side of the map. And doesn't it seem as though we're going to go for horizontal, vertical jungling, which we've seen a lot throughout the series. It's just splitting the map dead set down the middle, of just keeping to one side and invading the opponent's jungle, and taking the top side for yourself, bot side for your opponent. Not going to be the case in this one, both sticking heavily to their own favoured sides.
Well, it certainly looks that way at the moment, but that could all change, of course. NUEL opting to go onto his Gromp straight after taking away the blue buff, so there is still a chance that he's going to look to early on prioritise the lower half side of the map, Scuttlecrab, or even turn his attention to Exeter's jungle. Obviously, with that chomp available, it's so easy to take away some of the camps.
Certainly is, and LeBrothers has been spotted out by a nice defensive ward that was placed earlier on, so we'll take the top side scuttle.
Where's the mark?
But he's already cleared his bottom side red buff at the very least, so NUEL can get in for a bit of an invade, take away the Raptors. He's already taken away the scuttle with the Kindred mark on top of it.
That coin flip has not gone in the brothers' favour at all. Of course, you're looking for around about the 4 marks to get yourself to a really strong point on that Kindred. Not going to get that early first one, as we see Watley, having put his level 2 power into the Siphoning Strike, gets himself his first few stacks of the game.
And that's just going to keep stacking on and on throughout the entirety of this game. He's gone for the Doran's Ring. So every time he knocks down a minion, gets himself a stack, gets himself mana back as well. So additional sustain on the Nasus in the top lane for that. What should, in theory, be a pretty rough matchup for most melee top laners, Nasus can deal with very well.
We looked at the possibility that Lee Brothers or Do Nothing Jungle might end up with the job, and it was, of course, banned away. It's one of the earliest, the biggest early pressure junglers that you can get, looking for the quick ganks, the flag, the drag, the early first blood. Neither Do Nothing Jungle or Lee Brothers on the Kindred or the NUEL are able to bring quite that same level of pressure to the early ganks.
That is the beauty right there of the Aftershock looks. He lands the binding, takes a couple of abilities back in trade. Doesn't matter, he drops the shield, he's still full health. So you have additional defensive power.
I said there would be no early pressure. I was so wrong. Do Nothing mid is forced to flash away, keeping his heal for a little late though.
Immediate flash forward aggressively from Crofty as soon as LeBrothers gets that angle, gets that unsafe path for the towards the Do Nothing mid on the side of Bristol. Came back through when NUEL had just been looking for an invade and didn't have a vision ward to drop. He's already switched to the red trinket, and now he's looking for a play in the bottom lane.
There is a ward in the tri-brush, so this is going to get spotted out. Let's see whether Do Nothing can get himself knocked. He's going to land it straight onto the Lux, taking so very much damage. The Aftershock cannot save, and that is going to be first blood in this series, going over to Do Nothing Jungle.
This is exactly what we were concerned about with the pick composition of the NUEL. It's so easy to engage, and it's so difficult to get out of if you don't burn summoner spells. Wu had flash available, but didn't expect to be knocked up by that snowball. And once that lands, it's an easy binding for Ember, who's taking the Morgana. And like you said, if that lands, you're sat there until you are dead.
Yeah, it's going to be Wu having just drunk his coffee, coming back out of the fountain, rejoining the Cogmore in lane. In the mid lane, we do see Crofty CSing himself up nice and easily. He did burn his flash in that gank that came through from Lee Brothers a little while ago. It was the trade of flashes between the two mid laners. We'll have to see whether Lee Brothers or Do Nothing Jungle want to try and prioritise that lane, knowing those key summoner spells are down.
I can imagine Do Nothing Jungle is just going to keep his focus on the Cogmore right now. We knew that the Caitlyn would be looking to pressure this lane, and pressure she has in droves right now. Pushing into that tower, has herself about a 10 CS advantage. High Anxiety is going to be looking to clear that up, but might be contested on this new mark.
This is a really, really crucial one. The smite and the chomp come through, and immediately we see Do Nothing Jungle trying to get himself away. The flash from Watley, managing to get that wither down onto Do Nothing Jungle, forcing the flash out of the NUEL, but he steals away yet another mark, and Lee Brothers says that was meant to be ours.
Oh man, LeBrothers is not getting what he wants in this game. He has no marks as of yet, and that's the second one that spawned. The second rotation of Scuttlecrab that is taken away, secured by the Consume Smite combo of Do Nothing Jungle. It cost him his flash, but what I do like to see here is Exeter, when they spot there could be a play here, we can get a pick.
So quick to react.
Immediately they flash forwards. They're not terrified of using those summoner spells aggressively, but that might come back to cost him.
This
Do
is the
Nothing
problem.
top.
If you use those flashes aggressively, you can't use them defensively, and Watley almost finds himself trapped in the wall, just managing to sidestep it at the last second.
just barely keeps himself out. It would have potentially been a death, or at least forcing him out of lane and taking that teleport away, but he does manage to get himself out of the sticky situation. That ward in the Tribush MVP spotted Do Nothing Jungle coming from a mile away and had the time to back away. Unfortunately, not the case for their bot lane, so Wu remains the only casualty so far in this game.
We see there, Do Nothing Jungle's picked up that early Bami's Cinder. When it's completed into the Cinder Hulk enchantment, it is going to be bringing so much extra wave clear for the Nunu, and once that's completed, not only does the clear get faster, but the ganks become more heavy.
Absolutely do, bringing more AoE damage to the AoE damage jungler right now with that absolute zero, which is absolutely going to decimate the damage potential on the side of Exeter in team fights. The amount of slow that comes out of that is going to be so crucial in keeping the Cogmore at a distance and keeping the Kindred away, potentially even separating them out so the Kindred cannot be used to rescue the Cogmore.
Going back to the first blood in this game, one thing that slightly surprised me is we didn't see the flash coming out of Wu as that snowball drifted down. I personally think he probably thought it wasn't quite going to reach him, but the second that knock-up hit, immediately followed by the Dark Binding, there was probably a Caitlyn trap down as well. There was no opportunity for him to flash away. The heal came through from High Anxiety, but he missed his one chance to escape.
Ember's just used his flash, and I'm not entirely sure why, because Wu and High Anxiety were pushed back into the tower. Maybe there was a binding that was looking as though it was going to land, or maybe it was just a mistake. And well, we've already seen that having no flash gets you targeted by junglers, so potentially could come back to bite him.
I didn't actually see that flash. Did it happen in vision for Exeter?
I don't think so, because I didn't see it either.
Alrighty, well, Ember is going to find himself completely caught out. Doesn't have the flash available, as you've so rightly pointed out, Sargon. That's going to be the first kill in this game for the side of the University of Exeter. Lee Brother secures this one for himself, and he gets his first mark.
Gets himself the kill, gets a little bit of extra gold, and he's immediately dropped to the mark onto the top lane, so we know where he's going next. And another one!
The damage coming through is so big, but meanwhile here comes the retaliation. Nunu decides to jump straight into the lane, but Nibble is quite low. He's got to be really careful if he steps forward. High Anxiety, trying to turn the damage back, and before the ace in the hole can even land onto Wu, we're going to see the ultimate from Cogmore shredding his face off. Now Nunu has to run for the hills. He manages to dodge away from the final spot, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. No flash available for Nunu and Willem. Crofty came, he saw, he got a kill.
And again, it's Exeter who sees the play before them and goes immediately for it. Wu burning the flash, burning the ignite, High on Anxiety, getting himself out of danger there and turning that around. Ember had already been taken down for the one kill, but then they take another one as well off the back of that, and that's 3 kills now, and snowballing in the hands of High and Anxiety on the Cogmore in the bottom lane, the hyper carry, who was so early in the game being pressured so heavily by this Caitlyn and Morgana, and now everything is in his basket.
And he's just completed his first recall. Let's have a little look what is going to be purchased. Looks like it's going to be 2 daggers and a pickaxe.
Straight for the Ginsu's first item. Makes absolute sense when you have so much max percent health damage coming through from the W. Oh man, it's gonna be such an early spike for him.
Here we go again. It's a 2 vs 2 in the top lane as Do Nothing Jungle and Lee Brothers turn their attention towards the Nasus. It's gonna be the ultimate use. The Lambs Sprite just about managed to keep Watley alive. Who's got the most damage? The answer is going to be Lee Brothers alongside Watley. They get that first kill. Victor was coming along as well, but it's going to be a quick disengage coming out of Exeter. 1 kill secured, and Do Nothing Jungle just having a rough time on these last couple of games.
Nothing Jungle, I don't want to say he's living up to his name, but he's certainly not being able to get much done without having a Max Lee right behind him, hot on his heels to turn the play around. Once again, a failed attempt at having some impact for the Nunu, and the Kindred just seems to be taking over a little bit now in terms of map pressure at the very least. Still, decent CS advantage in favor of Nunu, but if you can't get any impact in the side lanes, if it keeps getting turned around, it's not going to be enough.
Rick, I really feel sorry for Do Nothing Jungle, because I feel like if he was actually living up to his name, he'd be doing what I did and just power farming on Yi for about 30 minutes and leaving his team to die. He's trying to make plays. They're just not quite working out in the way that his team would want them to.
Trades back and forth in the bot lane, half health on both AD carries. That item spike not yet hit on either side, so one big crit from the Caitlyn could be enough to turn it around and maybe put a stop to the scaling from High and Anxiety. But again, it's LeBrothers finding Nunu in the jungle.
He's got himself his completed jungle item now. He's got 2 kills, and he's just able to step up to Willem at this point. He can go forward, he can go say, you can't kill me, I'm going to shred through you as much as you give me time to.
He's gone straight for the the shredding build as well on the Kindred, going for the Devourer rather than the Warrior enchant, just making sure that he is that second hyper carry threat. So even if a binding lands on Cogmore and he gets taken down, they have the second option.
We're going to see Watley using the Fury of the Sands, trying to keep himself alive. The Absolute Zero is going to slow him down. The flash forward from Do Nothing top, trying to catch onto Watley, but I think he's going to get safety. Flash in from Do Nothing jungle, but it could be to his own doom. Crofty's here. He's got himself Nature's Grasp, but not enough to keep Watley alive. Do Nothing top gets one. The dragon is secured. Meanwhile, during this entire fight, Crofty trying to get himself
Kill
out.
Nunu?
He's not quite safe yet. Now he is. He gets away from the final ghost, and that is going to be all for what was quite a scary fight for Exeter in their own jungle.
And in the end, it's not even that bad, because not only did they get their dragon, but Do Nothing jungle aggroed the Gromp with his Cinderhulk on the way past and got taken down.
Stopwatch is burned by Ember, and Heal is immediately burned by Caitlyn on the back of that final spark. Now we can just see this this horrible barrage that's coming down from Cogmore, getting so much health out of the Bristol Whip team. The bot lane that was dominating the early game, now looking like a shade of its former self.
It certainly is, and this is exactly why we highlight High Anxiety as this key player, because he can take these matchups where he falls slightly behind and turn them completely on their head. He's looking so crisp and clean, looking as though he really wants to be the hard carry of this game, but LeBrothers is putting up an argument for himself.
This is just turning into pure counter jungling from Lee Brothers. He seems to be everywhere that Do Nothing jungle is, and on the rare occasion where he's not, he's away taking an objective on the other side of the map.
Okay, so we have a moment to breathe. The gold lead is actually not that huge for what you might expect with a scoreline like this, with how dominant it's been for the side of LeBrothers, getting in and finding advantages in the lane. So every time Do Nothing jungle goes to have some impact in the side lane, he doesn't really make it work. But yet it's still only a 1,000 gold lead on the side of Exeter, so it's not out of the woods yet. They are not completely outscaling, but they're starting to head that way.
Look at what some of that gold lead has gone on into, though. The only significant item completed so far is from that 400 gold lead that Lulu has over Victor, and it's gone straight into Eluden's Echo.
Oh man, so extra pushing power. Victor has always been that kind of I press E once the wave is gone champion, and now Lulu is doing her best impression of that with the Luden's Echo. So again, we've already seen Crofty have some impact, rotate towards the plays first. Do Nothing mid can't have the same level of impact when you have these little skirmishes around the Dragon Pit and jungle entrances, because Crofty's always going to get there first. He can use the Whimsy to speed himself up, and now with the extra movement speed as well from the Ludens, it's just going to get a little worse.
Do Nothing jungle once again hovering. He's waiting in the wings, looking for his opportunity. Usually the Isles already used by Yorick as he throws down that cage. He's going to be able to get a decent bit of damage onto Watley, but he's stepping forward very, very aggressively. Does not have a flash available. Do Nothing jungle did not complete that recall. If Watley steps any further forward, he might be wishing that he hadn't.
Again, Brothers is here for the answer as well. He's reading it so well.
Fury of the Sands is timed out.
That's exactly where Do Nothing jungle is making the impact.
Chilling Smite is used. The cage is there. Do Nothing top is going to help Do Nothing jungle secure that kill. Watley does die. That is the second time in this game. He has managed to do a decent job stacking. Unfortunately, he's done a bit of a decent job getting killed as well. That's going to be a beautiful use of the headshot. High Anxiety having to flash away. The ace in the hole is going to connect with Wu. That was so brilliantly played by Nibble, who looked like he was dead to rights, but he got himself away with that 50 caliber net and managed to almost take down High Anxiety while he was at it.
Yeah, and he's taken away both summoner spells without having to expend any himself other than the Ignite on the side of Ember. So slightly less kill threat, but a lot more safety in the hands of the Bristol Whip bottom lane, and taken away from Exeter as well in that play.
There are two big things in the bot lane right now. One of them is the Gromp, which is marked for Kindred to come and take. And if that's not a big enough target, look at Nibble and Ember. They're coming across, trying to do what they can to stop Lee Brothers. Not going to be successful. They don't, however, lose any of their own lives, purely because of the good vision they had in that area.
Yeah, that will be enough for the Brothers. He will take the mark and take that and call that his prize. Will not look to go for the tower dive, although when you have the wild growth, you have the Lamb's Respite, it's so easy to go for it, but they make the safer play. They've been playing very, very aggressively so far in this game, so they decide to just take a breather, just let it settle, and will give Nibble and Ember the chance to recall out of that lane. But it will be High Anxiety and Wu who get there first and can get that push going again. But tower plates have already fallen now, so the only gold that you will get from those objectives is if you fully destroy them.
Absolutely, and with the Herald still available, that's an opportunity for one of the two teams to get a bit of a hard push going on. It does feel like Bristol Whip will be slightly disappointed that 2/3 of their kills so far have gone onto their jungler. Yes, Nunu can get more tanky, he can be more supportive, but at the end of the day, really, they want to see Victor and Caitlyn with some of those kills spread amongst them.
Yeah, you need damage threats, especially when you're against a Kindred who's already got 2 kills to their name. And when you're against this Cogmore who's just starting to bully out the Caitlyn, has the Ginsu who's already finished now, so when stat gets stacked up, it's shredding through Nibble in this bottom lane now.
Mountain Drake just spawning, and it is a considerable boon for the side of Exeter if they are able to pick this one up. It is not going to be uncontested though, because Nunu is waiting just off to the side. And yet again, we've got ourselves that beautiful sepia screen, Rick.
I love this thing. It reminds me of home. It's just exactly where we want to be at this exact moment, where we have the threat of a team fight around an objective, and you have the teleport advantage in favor of Bristol as well. Watley does not have his available, but Do Nothing Top does have his, so potentially could see a play with the teleport, make that around this Baron Pit, or Dragon Pit rather, and have a team fight explode around there, and maybe have the numbers advantage for Bristol.
There's a big advantage being there for Exeter at the moment, as they do get a bit of a catch onto the Morgana, who already has to use the Black Shield on top of herself. Now comes the teleport you were talking about. Do Nothing Top looking for the damage. That's going to be Kindred using the Lam's Pride, trying to get the damage, forcing the flash out of Morgana. No one's dropping down just yet, but it's going to be Yorick who gets the first kill onto the Cogmore, and now the rest of Exeter are left to run for their lives. Crofty almost going down to the ace in the hole, and it is Lee Brothers who is caught between a rock and a hard place, and now has got a grey screen. We had a sepia screen, he's got a grey one. It's going to be a yellow dragon. That's the mountain for Bristol.
And I've got a grey heart to cast with,
hey.
But this is exactly what I said. Do Nothing Top has the teleport advantage, and he makes it count, picks himself up 2 kills in that play, completes the Trinity Force, and yes, he lost his tower in the top lane, but now he's looking to dominate that matchup as well, in the same vein as the way that they dominated that team fight with the numbers advantage. And the Lamb's Respite, it bought some time, but it was not enough. The Absolute Zero layered over the top of it. As soon as they got that burst of health back through from the ultimate ability from Kindred, immediately was taken away by the Nunu, just standing there, channeling his own ultimate and shredding through the Exeter players.
Oh, Watley already having to use his flash. He is absolutely a no match for this Yorick right now. Watley not having the time he'd like, maybe wondering where his beloved Tarm Kench is.
He wishes he could have picked it. I'm not sure he would have done any better, particularly in this matchup though, so maybe he made the right choice, but I mean, he couldn't possibly have known that that Do Nothing Top would teleport down to a dragon fight and get the gold lead for the first time in a good while in favor of Bristol.
And the horrible thing is, even if he could predict it, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Absolutely zero potential ways of cancelling that teleport. We just talked about how the Rage Blade had been completed with Cogmore. On the other side, the Infinity Edge was already completed for Caitlyn. She's now got her first kill of this game. We saw it said that it was sad that so many kills were going over onto the Nunu. Well, now we've got 3 kills on a Yorick, 1 kill on a Caitlyn who's got IE and a Zeal as well. Now the Herald, I believe, has just been picked up by Lee Brothers. Let's see whether or not they can actually finally take down this monstrous Yorick. Crofty has gone up to the top lane, doing everything he possibly can, and with that Luna's Echo, he eventually wins the fight. Does go down in retaliation. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, already Wu is going to be obliterated on the back of having just seen how Anxiety taken down as well. Over the map, that turns into a 3-for-1 in favour of Bristol Whip. Their gold lead is now nearly 3,000.
And they've taken this advantage that they've got through their mid-game team fighting, and they're absolutely running with it right now. 3 kills across the map. The bottom lane is just... We said that High Anxiety had turned this around and it was going in his favor, but they've put a complete stop, dead to that, as Caitlyn and the Morgana in the bottom lane picking up more kills for themselves. Do Nothing Jungle getting the kill credit twice, once again. 4 kills now in favor of the Nunu, but it doesn't matter because they take the tower down, and now their map pressure is ready to be exerted all across the rim.
Bit of a head scratcher for me, Saga. If the player protect the Cogmore, kind of feels like you need to protect the Cogmore, and I'm not seeing the Cogmore being protected.
Yeah, Crofty was making his way towards the top lane and did get taken down in the 2 versus 1 against Yorick.
And that's all you need to know about this Yorick right now.
He's got his Trinity Force. It's over. It's actually done. Even through the wild growth, it was barely millimeters into just about being enough to pick up the kill on Crofty. I think it was probably minions or ghouls after he got taken down. Didn't exactly see it play out because there was another fight on the other side of the map, so he switched straight to that. But the end result is the same. Crofty gets taken down for his first death of the game. 3-1 now on Lulu in the middle lane. As you say, maybe he needs to start playing around his bot lane.
Oh, Ember, you are caught in a little rough place, but the Black Shield is more than enough to help out. Lee Brothers takes an ace in the hole, but has already used the Lamb's Sprite. Had Crofty there as well with the Wild Growth to help things out. Meanwhile, we didn't see it, but Cogmore managed to get a shutdown onto Do Nothing top, and that is so crucial for Exeter. But it could lead to a Baron for Bristol.
They're on the wrong side of the map to deal with this now, and the Lamb's Respite has just been used. It's so difficult to contest this. You don't even have the Wild Growth.
Here we go. Let's see if Bristol Whip can complete this Baron. It is already down below half health, and here comes the fight. Do Nothing mid, zones off, but he has damage for days. He's staying alive, and he's taking down Watley while his after the kill goes over to Do Nothing jungle. The Baron is down to 2,000 health, and now this is going to be Crofty doing everything he can, taking down Nibble. Lee Brothers is going to get shut down. Only Crofty remains, but the Baron has been stopped. Do Nothing mid has run away, and meanwhile there is an inner turret being taken down by Exeter. Bristol Whip didn't get the Baron. They didn't manage to get all the kills that they wanted, and they're losing turrets as well. Why would you go for a Baron in that situation?
It's an absolute slaughterhouse around the Baron pit. I can see why they would go for it, because that hyper carry in the Cogmore is not around. You have the numbers advantage, but still, you don't have the Yorick there to hold in the bottom lane, so they lose 2 turrets for going for that play, and it's a 2 for 2 around the Baron pit. Yes, they do pick themselves up a couple of kills, but they lose so much map pressure for it. 3 for 3 in terms of turrets. But it's their bottom lane, the next one to be knocked down on is that inhibitor turret. It's so dangerous.
Have we just cut to a repeat? It's Bristol Whip for the second time starting on the Baron. This time they've got control wards covering the whole area. They've got themselves the Rift Herald for a little speed up, and there is no chance in hell Exeter can contest. That is Baron going over to Bristol Whip. The underdogs have made themselves the overdogs.
This is exactly what I said in the pre-game segment. If there's ever a Baron on the side of Bristol, well, that Yorick is going to take over side lane, so he's going straight towards that bottom lane. He's going to stop the push from Nasus, but you can't stop the push from the Rift Herald in the mid lane. That's going to take down the 4th tower of the game for the University of Exeter and just keep that siege up. And maybe if you can siege onto the team with Baron buff, you can stop them from having impact, stop them from pushing it, stop them from utilizing the buff they get from that.
Watley has already popped the Fury of the Sands, the Eulogy of the Isles, also used by the Yorick. Now we see in comes Do Nothing jungle, looking for the catch onto Watley. Already gained that slow. Do Nothing top is going to be here with the case, but look at the rotation coming in from Exeter. Rocket already arrived, used the Wild Growth, managed to keep Watley alive. Ember used the Zombie, used the Salt Shackle. That's going to be the final spark, not managing to pick up a kill. High Anxiety has already had to get himself out of the fight. The Brothers have been taken down by Nibble. Do Nothing top, getting the kill onto Watley, and that is a 2-4-0 for the team with the Baron buff.
That went way better in favor of Bristol than I was expecting it to go. As soon as Crofty showed up with the shields, with the Wild Growth on Watley, it looked as though they might have been able to turn it around, but not quite. He'd already used his ultimate, didn't have the extra burst of health, so he was able to be burnt through. And High Anxiety getting forced out of that team fight meant that the damage threats were not there as soon as Lib Brothers fell. So at that point, it was all-out retreat for Exeter.
In a shock twist, the Yorick is split pushing. He's in the mid lane, taking his Baron empowerment as far as he possibly can. The other 4 members of Bristol Whip are going to knock down this inner turret. Now we are starting to see the base gates of Exeter in the sights of Bristol Whip.
And a key part of that team fight is that not even a single member of Bristol died and lost their Baron buff, so they can spread across the entire map now. If Do Nothing mid went to the top lane, the only person who he's really going to be contested by is maybe Lulu, but she wants to be near the Cogmore. So I don't know. It could definitely put even more potential damage down onto these objectives as long as they have the capability and the duration left on the buff to do so. 2/3 of the way done. There can definitely be some more towers falling in the near future.
A big difference to look at is what is happening between that Yorick and that Nasus. Of course, Nasus, he has the infinite stacking potential with the damage he can put down, but that damage is not going to be amplified by a Trinity Force. Instead, the IBG is there, that Iceborne Gauntlet. Hasn't even managed to complete his Sterix Gauge just yet in comparison to the 5-3-3 Yorick. Trinity Force, Sterix Gauge. He's got himself a Spectre's Cowl to deal with the magic damage that's going to be coming through on top of his Mercury Treads.
Yeah, the only stacking I'm seeing from Watley so far is stacking up the numbers in the deaths column as he's just getting picked on over and over again by the Nunu. getting in with the snowball, the pick potential of that jungler coming in so damn quickly, catching him out. And now he's on the opposite side of the map, and this might well be another tower for Do Nothing Top.
Watley does have a teleport available, and there is a good ward placed in behind the side of Bristol Whip, so keep your eyes on what Nasus decides to do. Lee Brothers is trying to deal with the split push of the Yorick, but meanwhile, the side of Exeter have already lost yet another inner turret. Every single inner turret is now down, and the inhibitors are under threat for the first time in this game. Do Nothing Jungle has the black shield on top of him, negating the damage that's raining in, especially from high anxiety. So many eggs are in that basket. We've said it so many times, and now he's trying to get the damage down. That's going to be flash forward. Lee Brothers trying to find Do Nothing Top, but look at the trade of damage. One strike from the empowered Q, and the Trinity Force of Do Nothing Top is enough to take away half of Lee Brothers' health.
Spreading them so
those
thin
traps
across the map. The Baron buff has just timed out, so now the wave clear will be much, much stronger. But high anxiety trades about 2/3 of his health bar to try and clear out that wave. He's going to have to back away, and then, but in fairness, the next wave is a long distance away, so maybe that might just be enough time for him to rotate back towards the top where they're looking to push in now.
Here we go, that wave in mid is a long way away, but it's not the same in the top lane, but the wave clear is good for Exeter. They're trying to get themselves any kind of little catch if any members of Bristol Whip happen to overextend slightly. That line of traps must be such a pain in the backside to deal with.
Yeah, that is one of the key elements of Caitlyn, is that she's known as the siege AD carry. Not only because of her long range, but because you can just deny so much zone control from people looking to defend their inhibitor towers, particularly where you have the base gates with walls on either side that funnels them through that small area, and it just denies any form of engage coming through unless there's a really long flank, and they just have the vision control to be able to stop that from happening.
Interestingly, there is a mark on this scuttle, and you can see Lee Brothers having a little think about it, but there are 5 members of Bristol Whip hovering all around it, and there is no chance of another mark for Lee Brothers, who has been sort of stuck a little bit since reaching that spike point.
Have once again a little bit of a lull in the action. The Baron buff has worn off from the side of Bristol Whip, back up again and available in just over a minute, but so is the Dragon on the other side, so maybe there will be a trade for those objectives, but you have to think that Bristol, they know which one they want, and they're already starting to position themselves around it and get the control.
It's not like it's even an Elder Dragon that they'd be trading for, though. I didn't actually catch what it was. I have a feeling it was either a mountain or an ocean, but either of those is not a fair trade for losing the second Baron of the game. But with this nearly 6k gold lead that Bristol Whip have, I'm not entirely sure if Exeter are going to find themselves in a position to contest. Not only is it so hard to get anywhere near the Baron pit because of the vision that is in the side of Exeter's blue side jungle, but also look at the shred. There's a mountain dragon. You've got the Nunu, who's got the consume as well. It's just going to be so very hard to try and get any kind of steal. And meanwhile, you've got a Yorick split pushing in the bot lane, just taking turrets if Watley decides to go AWOL for a moment.
Of course you have. But on the side of Exeter, what you do have is a lot of steals. The later this game goes, the better.
Do Nothing Jungle pop in the absolute zero. The final spark is going to go through. Teleport coming in from Yogurt. Look at all the low health bars. Exeter trying to get themselves to safety. Wu is the only one who was healthy enough there to survive the ace in hole. He manages to step in front, taking one for the team, but with the low health bars all around for the side of Exeter. Guess where Bristol Whip are going, Saga?
Well, one of them has gone to the death chamber, but the rest of the team is making their way over towards that Baron pit, and there is the low health bars, but there is also a numbers advantage for Exeter. So if they play this perfectly, there is a potential chance, but never mind, that chance is gone. It is Nunu on the side of Bristol, and it is Baron once again for another several minutes of pressure all across the map.
And Bristol say nuts to trading, Saga. We want the Dragon as well. They're going to get the ocean free of charge.
I'm honestly surprised that there was no form of contest whatsoever once Ember was taken down in that team fight. Eventually get burned through, so there was a numbers advantage, but again, the health bars were so low.
How could they contest? They've got 3 traps that are there. You step on one of those traps, take a headshot, that member's dead.
There comes a point where you have to go for something, whether it's taking the blast cone
thinking that.
and going for the miracle team fight, but at that point, I mean, the Baron was already gone. It was completely shredded through and secured by Nunu. There wasn't really a hope in the world, but Exeter do need to find something in their favor. Maybe if this game goes another 10-15 minutes, they will have the advantage in terms of scaling, in terms of team composition with the hyper carry and Cogmore, but not really at that point just yet.
Watley playing a dangerous game, stepping forward, trying to get himself some more stacks. Instead, that's just going to go straight over to do nothing jungle in this small little lull. We do have an opportunity to look at where that 7k gold lead is, who's got the extra gold, and it is quite clearly all in favour of Yorick. Nearly 3k of that gold is all transitioned to that mighty top laner.
Have to have a look at as well a little bit at Victor as well. 2k gold over his lane counterpart in the more supportive bit of Lulu. He hasn't been making the highlight plays, hasn't been getting the kills, but he's been stacking up gold in doing so.
Yorick does not have the teleport available. He's continuing to push in the mid lane. This could be the opportunity for Exeter to maybe some kind of Hail Mary play. Instead, they're opting to just try and fend off Do Nothing top. Instead, looking for a pick onto him. Watley is just immediately trapped by a cage. Eulogy of the Isles is already up, and this is going to be an inhibitor that's down to half health. A decent root is going to land on Do Nothing jungle. He uses his stopwatch trying to keep himself safe. Now the redemption is going to come in. The absolute zero. The knockup is there. The damage is coming through, and High Anxiety managed to pick up a kill onto Ember. Now we do see High Anxiety shut down, and with the Protect the Cogmore, missing a Cogmore, this could be Bristol Whip taking game 1 in this best of 5 series at the NUEL Live Grand Final. The Eulogy of the Isles is here. Yorick can rip through this turret in mere moments, and game 1 looks like it's reaching an inevitable conclusion. Can Exeter defend? They're going forward. Crofty trying to get as much damage as he can, but look at that massive man that is Do Nothing top. He's carried from the top lane, and he stays alive once more. The second Nexus turret's gone. The Nexus is out too. Bristol Whipped lead 1-0.
Game number 1 for Bristol Whipped. Again, who would have thought we'd be saying that sentence up against the returning champions, the team that's looked so dominant the entire split in Exeter, dropping game number 1 to Bristol. They've come in, they've surprised everyone once again with a nice intuitive team comp that plays exactly into their style. The 1-3-1s, the split pushing in the top lane, exploiting the champion pool of Watley, perhaps we could argue, maybe, but even so, no matter what the kind of game plan was, they take game number 1.
Saga had a roller coaster of emotions during that game because a part of me loves to see a good underdog story, and the first blood coming in, I believe it was the Do Nothing jungle. I was up here like, yes, this is the Bristol Whipped I want to see, and they lost about 5 kills in a row. I was like, this is just going to be Exeter rolling all over their faces, and then up we go for what was an absolute thrill ride as we saw Bristol Whipped managing to close out that game, mostly on the back of really, really well executed Baron plays.
Yeah, and it's just, we pointed out that Baron is definitely a win condition for them, and they didn't even, they tried the first time, it was countered, and it went terribly for them.
I was worried at that point.
They lost so many objectives off that play, but immediately, as Exeter were resetting, they went straight back to it and snuck in the Baron, and from there, it was pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure everywhere, all across the map. Nobody could deal with the Yorick, and nobody could deal with the sieging of the Caitlyn, combined with the safety of Morgana.
Very shortly, Saga, I look forward to hearing your thoughts as we go into Champ Select about what needs to change for Exeter as they look to bounce back in this series. However, before we can hear the wise man's words, we are going to take ourselves a 10-minute break just to settle down after the intense action of Game 1.
child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. Sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Game 1 is in the books, and history will show that Bristol Whipped were the victors in that game. I am Stanley Greyheart Barker, back with Rick Sargas Sharples. We are soon going to be able to bring you Game 2 of this incredible best-of-5 series.
Yeah, man. That game 1 was absolutely wild. It was so up and down, so back and forth, until that key moment where Bristol snuck the Baron on the second attempt. After it went so horribly wrong the first time, they make it work the second. And from there on, it's plain sailing, just pure all across the map. Dominance on the side of Bristol, playing their siege composition incredibly well. And just closing out game number 1 for that upset victory.
Yeah, I mean, they say if it's not broke, then don't fix it. But the first attempt at that Baron steal was very broken, unfortunately,
Yeah.
despite having the Cogmore and the Locks having just killed the Yorick in the bot lane. And that meant, of course, that there was a lot of pressure that could be put down by the side of Bristol. They did not find themselves successful in trying to take that Baron. It looked like they were almost throwing that lead they had, but immediately after they were able to turn their attention back towards it, and that really was the beginning of the end for the University of Exeter.
Yeah, because once we got to that point, who could stand up to that Yorick? Absolutely no one. Watley on the Nasus, and maybe if the game was maybe 10-15 minutes later in the game, he might have had enough stacks, might have had enough stats to do it, but at that point, there's just no stopping him.
And really, Nasus never got into a position where he had a significant number of stacks. He had the itemization to be able to deal, especially with Do Nothing Top, who played that Yorick to such an impressive level.
He really did, and yeah, there was kind of shakes here and there, but that 2 versus 1 in the top lane when Crofty came up, and he did manage to turn it around, get the 1-for-1 kill, while the rest of his team was popping off in a team fight on the other side of the map, was absolutely great to watch. And this is exactly what we expect from a guy who plays these carry top laners in a matchup against someone who likes to play the tanky, more defensive style. So he wants to absolutely dominate those lanes, and once he got to a certain point, got past his first item spike with the Trinity Force, that's exactly what he did.
Well, we've shown our love to one of the Do Nothing trio, who arguably was one of the strongest performers in that game. However, let's turn around and say just how well Do Nothing Jungle and Do Nothing Mid did as well. Do Nothing Mid managing to negate a lot of Crofty's potential pushing power, and also the way that he could affect team fights, consistently throwing down those nice storms of damage that, of course, the Victor brings. For me, one of the people I was so happy to see doing well was Do Nothing Jungle. He made a couple of early plays. Things looked like they maybe weren't going to work out after the first blood he secured, and Lily Brothers was coming back into it, and I just thought that at the end of the day, Do Nothing Jungle was going to get bullied, lose game. Instead, he turned it into successful ganks, especially onto Watley, and he helped swing the game in favour of his team.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that the jungler is well known for its potency in securing objectives. Kind of took over a game when, as soon as he got into that point where objective control is key, is king. Nunu just the consume on all of the Barons, on all of the Scuttle Crabs, taking away all the potential marks in the early phases of the game from the brothers, stopping that Kindred scaling very early on. It was so great to see him perfectly countering that champion.
We're going to be bringing you into Game 2's Champ Select very, very shortly. My question to you, Saga, is what needs to change for the University of Exeter?
Well, I think we've just sort of touched on it there. Is Kindred didn't really work out, didn't get scaling as much as they maybe wanted to go in the very early phases of the game. Didn't get the coin flip on the first mark, and from that point on, the marks were firmly in favor of Do Nothing Jungle. Just always kept on top of that. So again, maybe want to see something a little bit different. We have that the graphic of all the contested picks. We saw Jarvan didn't make an appearance in this one, was banned away. Xin Zhao not really been seen too much on this patch, but maybe it might be a consideration to bust back out. Or then again, there's just been buffs onto Sejuani as well, who we've seen have some great performances in NUEL in the past as well. So there is a lot of options to change it up in that regard. And, well, that could definitely be one avenue.
While we may see some changes in Champ Select, one change we won't be seeing is a change of sides for the two teams. We're using the dynamic side selection, and in this game, Bristol Whipped have opted to stay for the red side. This means they will have the second pick, that final counter pick possibility for themselves.
Yeah, not only will they have the counter pick, but they have the option to maintain the flex pick that they had to the same level in game number 1. First picking something that can be in multiple roles, multiple positions, and then taking until the very last pick, just to mind game their opponent, to feel out what they want to play, what they want to ban, what their kind of strategy is, and then get that optimal pick right at the very end, just to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Just as we said, as the Victor did in game number 1, stopping the Lulu from pushing, just getting that consistent AoE damage down.
We had an opportunity there to see the player cams, to see just what those teams are looking like in this small break in the play. Everybody looked fairly calm, fairly settled. I'm willing to bet any money that Bristol Whip probably didn't look like that as that Nexus fell in game 1.
No, I've heard reports from outside that there was some shaking legs, there was some bouncing up and down, there was some shouting. So yeah, definitely the hype levels are getting built up now as we get into game number 2. Well, this is where it all comes down to, because if this one goes the way of Bristol, Exeter have their backs against the wall, and they're going to have to perfectly clean sweep the rest of the series.
We expect to see changes coming out of Champ Select for University of Exeter, possibly not going for that Kindred. One of the things we're also going to see changing for them is going to be their mid laner. We are going to see a complete change as Crofty is subbed out.
Yeah, White Walker will be stepping in. It's kind of strange because they don't really have two dissimilar playstyles. It's more of the same essentially, in those more supportive. There's no assassins that we're expecting to see, but he definitely does have some signature picks of his own. The Morgana being one that he's played to a very good effect. And White Walker, statistically speaking, has a much higher KDA than anyone else in this game, having only played 2 games rather than the 5 and 6 of most of the other players. But he's sitting at a clean 15.0 KDA in the mid lane when he's been subbed in for these games. So he's looking to replicate that kind of performance and take the game number 2 to tie up the series.
Quite often when teams have substitutes, they play a fairly different style to each other. You know, you look at, you look at, for instance, SKT with the changes they've made. In the top lane, they had one player who could play heavy carry champions and another one who they wanted to play tanks. That's not really the case with what we see with University of Exeter. Quite a lot of crossover through the champions that each of them play. And if anything, that Lulu actually quite outside of what we would have considered to be the comfort zone of both Crofty and White Walker. Yeah,
I was definitely expecting the Lulu to be in the hands of Wu, and maybe that could be as simple as the adaptation really needs to be, is get the Enchanter support in the hands of the guy who's well known for his Enchanter support play. He's played Lulu twice already in the playoffs, so maybe that could just be it.
Here we go. Champ Select is started up, and we already see that the bans are completed again. The Tarek, the Jax, and now also the Nunu taken away by the University of Exeter. This is going to lead to Zyra, Kindred, and Ari being removed by Bristol. First picks are in as well.
And the Ari ban is a fresh one as White Walker has made his way in. And we have a bit of a change-up already. Jarvan has been locked in for the side of Bristol, so there is again potential that could be going in either the top or in the jungle. But as we saw, those contested picks most likely be going in the hands of Do Nothing Jungle, and Nibble, he gets his misfortune. He's looked so good on this champion.
Small visual error there. It does say Crofty is in the mid lane. It is, I can definitely confirm, White Walker playing, and we will see that one changed up as we get into the game. The lock-ins are coming in thick and fast. Misfortune that we saw banned away from Nibble, like you say, he is now going to be getting to play that one in this game. Looks like he's going to be up against an Ashe. Quite different to the Cogmore, but also has some similarities.
Certainly will be, but maybe not quite as much late game damage going to be coming out of it, but a lot more utility in the team fights, and it's a complete switch up of the playstyle now.
Massively.
For Exeter. They have maybe that flexible pick, as White Walker has taken Morgana. Wu, I haven't actually seen playing it, but I mean, he's just bust out the look, so he told me he never doesn't play that. So I don't know. It could be in the bottom lane.
Can you imagine if they end up with both the bindings?
That would be a lot of safety in the hands of the bottom lane there for High Anxiety and Wu. A lot of slows, a lot of CC, a lot of CC invulnerability as well. And you're going to need that when you're up against a Braum.
The Singed has been locked in, most likely for Watley, one of his champions. Not quite a signature as the Tarm Kench, but something that we know he can play. It was banned away in the second rotation by University of Bristol, and so Exeter immediately go, we want to lock that one in this time, much as we see the Braum being locked in to go alongside the Misfortune.
I'm ready for the Watley proxy. Even I struggled to say it, but I'm ready for
it.
I'm ready to see it. But Do Nothing top or Do Nothing jungle most likely going to be having his hands on the Jarvan, so that is something that can lock a Singe down, but sometimes that's not the ideal scenario you want to find yourself in, stuck in a small confined space with a guy spewing out poison gas who's super fast, super tanky, and very unkillable.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
I know the reference, I know the quote.
And it's, it's definitely not someone that you really want to be turning that particular type of attention to, and maybe that's part of the reason why we see this Singe locked in so early. The second phase of bans are coming through. 2 targeted jungle bans onto Lee Brothers. Sejuani and Gragas have both been removed. We've already seen Nunu taken away. We've already seen Jarvan picked up. We've talked about how Xin Zhao isn't really that relevant in patch 9.8. What is Lee Brothers going to get for himself?
That is a very good question. I'm not entirely sure what he's going to be feeling most comfortable picking into this. I was considering maybe the Hecarim would have been an option, but it looks as though that might be the pickup for Do Nothing top, and it certainly will be. So the Brothers now is going to have to be digging deep into his champion pool. Elise has seen some play. Olaf has seen some play. There is options, but none of them are what you'd consider the best in slot for those particular roles. But he's gonna have to find something deep in those pockets to contest, because Hecarim on this particular patch is a monster.
Absolutely. We did say that in the last game we had that Lux and that Lulu, that right until the last second we didn't know who was going in which role. It feels like the same could easily be true now for Do Nothing top and jungle, as that Jarvan and that Hecarim is exceptionally flexible. Wow, that's going to be Fiddlesticks being picked up. That's going to be...
That's a Woo champion. That's got Woo written all
But-
over it. Okay.
Okay.
So Woo's got the Fiddlesticks in the bottom lane, so it will be Morgana mid for White Walker, and he's had a great performance on it once before, but that's a little bit less safety now in the hands of the Ashe. She's vulnerable, so if there is an opportunity, a Winter's Bite from Braum lands, no mobility on that champion pick.
Patch 9.8 saw some small improvements for Camille. It is still not in its best place in the jungle, still seen more in the top side of things, but it does look like LeBrothers is going to be taking the Queen of the Hextech Ultimatum.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case here. It's the micro stun that it landed onto the jungle creatures with the hookshot being taken away just means that she has so much less sustain, so much less health as she's clearing out the jungle, and it's a little bit more of an unsafe pick, especially when you have heavy collapsing fast mobile champions in the solo lanes like Hecarim, like Sylas, who can join up alongside the Jarvan and look to engage, look to invade, and try and take LeBrothers out of the game early on.
So that's what's going to complete the University of Exeter lineup. There is one more champion to talk about for the University of Bristol, locking in that Sylas as the counterpick to Morgana with their final lock-in this game.
Yeah, Sylas is... It's kind of hotly contested, more than I would have suspected in a lot of these recent games. I know Crofty is a big beneficiary of the Sylas when he gets that in his hands. He does look very, very good on it. And I don't believe Do Nothing Mid has actually played that. He's played a lot of different champions, but I have not seen Sylas, at least in the playoffs. Maybe he's played it through the regular season, so we're going to have to look at exactly how he makes it work. And considering what the ultimates are that
That's
he
what I
has
always love to look
available
at.
to steal... I mean, the bot lane has nothing really going for it. You don't want to be standing still in the middle of a team fight to channel a Fiddlesticks ult.
That's very true, but you could do with taking away that nice engage potential that you do get from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow of Ashe, so that is a definite possibility. Also, you're going to have the Soul Shackle, so if you're diving in there and actually suddenly you've got a massive stun going on around you, that's pretty awesome.
That is a key one.
Outside of that, you've got the Insanity Potion. It's not
Yeah.
incredible. I mean, it's an extra bit of sustain and damage.
Big AoEs are kind of what you're looking for, or just big high damage potential single target bursty abilities, because you get that extra in terms of the boost to its damage as well when you steal an ultimate away with Sylas in the scaling. So it's definitely something that he's going to be looking for. So I'm expecting, as you say, Morgana to be the key target for it, as maybe Hextech Ultimatum to lock somebody down here and there and give him the old Jarvan treatment, just double up on that. But well, overall, it's not maybe the best in terms of ultimates to steal, but it's definitely a very, very strong champion to pick. A lot of sustain, a lot of damage, a lot of mobility. He kind of does everything all at once.
Alrighty, Game 2 is about to go live, so I'm going to ask you out there, if you're watching on Twitch chat, let us know, is it going to be BRW win or EXE winning Game 2 in this best of 5 series, the NUEL Live Grand Final? If you're here at the venue, give us a big shout, cheer on your teams. We want to be able to hear you here in this soundproofed studio.
Well, we'll pretend we can hear.
Oh, that's a big cheer for Exeter.
Woo! Oh my gosh! Exeter fans have come out in full force. I believe LeBrothers has brought his parents along, so shout out to them. Hello Lee parents.
That must have felt pretty bad for them watching that first game.
Oh, come on. Come on, don't do them like that. They made the effort. They've come out. They're supporting their son. One of their sons. The other one got knocked out by
his,
so yeah, we don't talk about him.
This is an actual proper revenge story as well. You know, LeBrothers trying to avenge Send.
Of course. Do Nothing Jungle is looking to put a stop to that. Once again, it's a relatively defensive start. They don't fall victim to any big level 1 picks from the side of Exeter. It's just going to be a couple of defensive wards placed. And in the previous game, they did catch out LeBrothers' positioning in it, and that is exactly why they were able to control the Kindred marks so well. And this time, there's no Kindred to control, but still, making sure you have eyes on LeBrothers very early on, because level 2 Camille ganks, pretty darn nasty.
The dust of Jump Select has settled, and we do see that the Jarvan has ended up in the jungle with Hecarim going up into the top lane to play against this Singed. And it is my favourite Singed skin. It is, of course, the Beekeeper.
Yeah, the only Singed skin. What do you mean
The
by
only
favourite?
Singed skin.
Of course, it's the only option.
I don't know. Surfer Singed is viable.
Yeah, I suppose it's okay. It's pretty old. You want to play old skins?
I mean,
You gotta be fresh and new, like Gun Goddess Misfortune.
I'm not someone who can complain about old.
Okay, I'll let you off. It's past my time.
Right at the heart of mine. Oh, that's a feel-bad moment. Also, it's going to be a feel-bad moment for Lee Brothers, as he's definitely not going to be able to take the lower half Scuttle Crab. Instead, satisfying his interest with taking the top half, a nice equal share of that experience between the two junglers, neither of which has looked for their first play into any of the lanes just yet.
No one is looking to go for that vertical jungling once again, sticking pretty safely to their own sides of the map. Do Nothing Jungle had the potential to go and invade on the bottom side, but the red buff was started off by LeBrothers, and he immediately rotates to the top side, takes away the Scuttle Crab, make sure that he can't be 3-buffed, make sure that he gets at least one of the Scuttle Crab to get that bonus bit of experience, and now he's just going to take the time to go back and clear away the camps that he has remaining, and it's going to be the same story on the opposite side for the job. So no level 2 gank's going to be busted out. So maybe we might see something coming out around level 4, level 5, or maybe they might just have to wait for the ultimates, because that is where the lockdown comes from both of these junglers.
Alright, it's a nice slow, steady start. With Bristol Whip, they know that if they take this game, they have a match point and 3 whole match points as well in this best of 5 series. For Exeter, they really need to level the playing field. Having brought White Walker in there, hoping he's the man who can make that change.
What better champion to do it on than the Morgana, which, I mean, it played a pretty darn good role for the side of Bristol, and now you've got it in the hands of a man who's very, very comfortable on that pick.
Do Nothing Jungle just waiting for the cooldown on the Flag and Drag. If High Anxiety and Wu step any further forwards, they might find themselves the King of Demacia deciding to look for the impact. However, nice safety coming in from Fiddlesticks and Ash, and it's just going to be a nice quick Flag and Drag into the Dragon Pit, just to let us know that the Cloud Dragon's coming. Thank you very much, Do Nothing Jungle.
Yes, they're playing very safe in this, which is not actually too easy to do with the Fiddlesticks, because if you're looking for the poke with that Dark Wind chucking out crows, you kind of passively just push the lane. So it's not that easy to play back, play defensively, especially without having the vision in the Tribus. But they use their intuition, they use their noggins, and they figure out that maybe there's something afoot here. So as soon as Ember and Nibble step forward, they know, okay, the Jarvan's here, we need to back away. And I mean, even if there was a potential engage there, the Brothers was already making his way bot.
This is going to be that man you're just talking about, going in, not managing to land any kind of stun. Meanwhile, Do Nothing Jungle may be looking for White Walker, but he is safely underneath his turret. Is it bad that I feel like every time he dies, we should give a Game of Thrones spoiler?
No. I get the same feeling, but you know what? We'll keep this League of Legends related as best we can. But again, it's LeBrothers making the attempt.
The flash for the Ignites already used. Do Nothing. They're trying to get safe, but the flash from Camille is going to secure that one. LeBrothers coming in. Do Nothing Jungle got first blood last time. Now he's trying to avoid becoming the second kill in this mid lane saga.
Oh boy, so Do Nothing mid just essentially getting slapped out 1v1 there, uses the cleanse and the Dark Binding, but he still gets taken down. LeBrother just shows up right at the end and yoinks away the kill credit, but he still had the Black Shield on for the side of White Walker, so the combo from Do Nothing Jungle doesn't land the knock-up, so he can't trade the damage back onto it, even though it is physical damage. He doesn't get locked him down in place, so there's no trade back. So White Walker and LeBrothers picking up first blood on the Sylas, keeping that Sylas down. It's pretty similar to Yorick. If it gets rolling, if he gets a Baron buff, if he gets his items, who's going to be able to deal with it?
Despite all of that first gold blood, there's only the smallest of gold leads in favour of Exeter at the moment. Part of that is because despite Watley having this cinch that he'll obviously have the opportunity to proxy farm on later, he is currently 12 CS behind the pony.
Yeah, it's not the easiest champion to farm on. You kind of lose a lot of it to your poison, leaving things on about 3 hit points. But it's not so much about the gold income on Singe, it's about the pressure, making sure that your opponent can't leave the lane, otherwise they're going to lose so much in terms of gold, in terms of resources and income. And that's why you can see Do Nothing Jungle is hovering around the top side, as Watley has shoved in this lane about as far as he can get it into the turret. So if he did opt to go for maybe a little bit of proxy, maybe sneakily go behind the turret, then he has the backup for it.
Do Nothing is finally a bit of safety, having taken the Brothers fairly low. White Walkers, however, is continuing to harass him in this lane. The cleanse already burned by Do Nothing mid, won't have that one for a little while. Meanwhile, on the top, if Do Nothing top ever does find himself a bit of safety to allow himself to get away from Watley's cinch, he does, of course, have the teleport. He'll be running it alongside the Ignite, because being the pony, he can afford to decide not to take a flash. Someone who definitely might need a flash is going to be White Walker, not going to be able to use it because it's already been burned during First Blood, and that is why we have our kill score leveled at 1-1.
Once again, it's a nice fair fight in the mid lane, a 1v1, and the dirty jungler comes in and steals it away for the second time
That's
this
what we do,
game.
Saga. How have you not learnt this yet?
Okay. We said in the previous game the jungle is taking all the kills. Maybe you want it onto your carries. In this game, no. The brothers on Do Nothing Jungle want the credit. They want their name on the big screen. They want that digit in the kills column, and both times they have received it. Now it's 0-1-1 for both mid laners, 1-0-0 for both junglers, and again, it's that scrappy fight in the mid lane that's just gone back and forth, and it's always been the first jungler to respond is that gets the kill credit.
Don't get me wrong, I think Bristol Whip were probably a little annoyed they had so many kills on Nunu earlier on last time. I mean, it worked out brilliantly for them, but Exeter, if they'd been able to get some of the kills on Kindred, they probably would have been delighted. In this game, both of the teams are going to have the junglers going for those warrior enchants. The more gold they have, the more damage they have, the more impact they can have.
Certainly can. It's pretty slow start to the game. We'll give them that. They've done well. They're holding themselves back, but this might not be the time to do so.
Slow start seems to be over because Cat isn't there. Flag and drag from the jungle, getting himself to safety. Hextech ultimated on the mid, who still does not have the flash available. The enchanting from Laro to the face is going to be enough. The teleport was cancelled. Do Nothing top finding himself flipped by Watley, gaining himself a teleport advantage, having used the flash, helping his team out. Exeter get themselves 2 kills for nothing.
This is just a kill stealing episode as Wu wiggles his way up and takes away 2 kills. No one's there to steal this one away from Do Nothing top.
And that's
drops
the problem
the
with using
ignite
flash.
onto Sin.
Yep. He used his flash to stop the teleport from Do Nothing top. Do Nothing top said, I can't join my friendos, well I'm going to take you down, Beekeeper Man. That sounds like the worst superhero ever.
Beekeeper. It's better than like the Tick.
Oh, whoa. Rick Saga Sharples, watch your mouth.
We'll have this discussion later on, but Watley doesn't actually commit the teleport to defend this tower, but Do Nothing top isn't actually going to push to try and take away some of those tower plates very early on and try and snowball that lead.
I will not hear a bad word said about Patrick Warburton.
The only Patrick I know is the one on production with the buttons, okay? That's the only one
I can hear a bad word said about him, that's okay.
Leave Patrick alone.
Meanwhile, all of that does mean that the gold lead has completely stabilised, completely dead level. The CS advantage still continuing for Hecarim up in the top lane. He now has that kill on top of things. He is 2/3 of the way to his triple force.
And well, we saw exactly what he does when he gets the Trinity Force on the Yorick, and on the Hecarim, not too different of a story, except there is a little bit more of a wind-up time to getting that big burst of damage that we saw later on in the stage of the game where he just Qs the Kindred once and loses half of a health. This time he's going to have to be charging up for a little bit, so he's going to be looking for flank paths, looking for routes of no vision on the side of Exeter, so vision control even more powerful in this game.
White Walker stops the knock-up from the flag and drag, courtesy of the Black Shield. Do Nothing mid, not able to continue the chase, knowing that the Lee brothers is fairly near. Herald, there we can see the spawning animation. Always nice when Shelly comes onto the rift to give her a bit of a greeting.
But again, it's a good response, good reaction from White Walker to get out of that attempt without having to burn his flash. Just uses the Black Shield and Do Nothing jungle. Going to be hovering around the top side.
And this is going to be a 2 versus 2. Let's see who's got the damage. It's going to be the Insanity Potion being popped by Watley. Do Nothing top already going so very low. The Cataclysm is in though. The flash out from Lee Brothers is not enough to keep him safe.
Oh,
Watley
so
now
close.
could be the next to die. Morgana comes in, gets a double kill for herself. A 2 for 2, and it was all because of the rotation of White Walker, making all the difference in this game. A clever substitute from Exeter.
Now once again, it's the one who shows up to the fight last who gets all the kills, at least for the side of Exeter. Do Nothing jungle and Do Nothing top picking up a couple of kills for himself. It was so close. Health bars were so minuscule for the longest time in that little fight. But again, it's the Exeter mid laner rotating there first and having the impact in these little skirmishes. But this one might not be the same.
Ultimate use, flash used by High Anxiety. The flash used by High Anxiety. Nibble deciding to go for the ultimate. However, High Anxiety got the safety on the Ashe pretty quickly. The trades have been fairly uneventful so far. We do see Fiddle having secured a couple of kills for himself, but that was all through the trades in the river earlier on. He's now looking for more. Wu, however, is going to find a whole lot of nothing, only managing to steal some CS away from Ashe.
There's been a lot of sitting around on top of wards in this game.
Does that remind you of anything?
Alternatively, let's not talk about that. But instead, let's talk about Le Brothers ganking in the bottom lane. Nibble.
Le Brothers doesn't have the Hextech ultimation. The heal, not quite enough to get Ember to safety. And it is going to be him going down. Not yelling Timber, but yelling Ember.
I'm not going to yell either of those things, but what we will yell about is that pathing from LeBrothers. Just again, we've just said how crucial is vision control in this game. Where is the wards for Bristol? There ain't none apart from in their own tri-bush. They need to use that pushing power that they have in this lane, and maybe just at least in the river, at least somewhere, so you can know that LeBrothers is coming, because Camille is one of those champions where walls don't really mean anything. She can just get over them like that in the blink of an eye, and she's on top of your carry in the bottom lane, dishing out the damage. And it's the bounce back and forth from the Dark Wind from Fiddlesticks that is enough to deal that last tick of damage on the Ashe volley.
Do nothing jungle there, securing himself his third move up of the game, deciding not to hand that one over to do nothing mid side, not having any particular mana issues. And now on the back of this, Ember is looking to see if he can chop down the tree that is Morgana. That would have worked a lot better if it had been an Ivan or Maokai in the mid lane.
Well, it isn't. So we're going to have to deal with what we've... the
Exeter
cards that we've been
bamboozled me.
drawn. They're really good at that, man. I still can't believe we lied to me. I'm going to... Come on. I'm going to send him a strongly worded letter after this series is done. Maybe I don't need to. Crystal, send the message for me. Send them home.
Which letter would you opt for? Q? F?
That's definitely one of them.
Alrighty, it is, like I said, it's a fairly slow start, but we still had 10 kills in 13 minutes, and that is pretty decent action. In fact, possibly even more than we had in the last game. The one dragon in the game so far has gone over to Exeter. The second dragon, which is spawning in 5 seconds' time, is an infernal dragon. So much more crucial to fight around, and I can't believe for a moment that one team goes, lets it go over to the other side without any kind of contest.
What I'm seeing overall across the entire map, as we have the announcer letting us know that tower platings will be falling in about 15 seconds, is that a grand total of 3 have fallen across the map for both teams. Not much pressure onto towers, it's all about kills.
Hextech ultimatum is issued, 2-0. Jungle finds himself sitting into that, but that is going to be a massive bullet in time. It stretches through, but does not drop anybody down. Camille picks up 2 kills. Watley flashing, trying to grab onto Nibble, who used the build to try to get to safety. Silas does pick up a return kill onto Camille, but the damage has absolutely been done. 3-4-1 in favour of Exeter. They've managed to find a gold lead. They've managed to find a route on the 2-0 top. He'd come down on the Hecarim. Now he's going to have to get himself out, but he uses the Onslaught of Shadows. He doesn't even use the Onslaught of Shadows. It's too late. It's going to be another kill going over to Exeter. It's going to be an Infernal Dragon as well. Everything falls perfectly into their lap.
4 kills picked up for Exeter, and that... I call it an extended skirmish more than a team fight, because it was a whole lot of 4 versus 1, just back to back to back, constantly, over and over again. It was just engages onto isolated targets. Wu coming over the wall with the Crow Storm, just dishing out a huge chunk of AoE damage across everyone who is in that whole vicinity. And Nibble is the only survivor, and the only little consolation prize was he was able to clear a vision ward over the wall. But compared to 4 kills and the Infernal Drake, that is absolutely nothing in comparison.
Alright, look at the way those kills are spread amongst the Exeter team. 3 for Camille, 3 for Morgana, 2 for Ashe, 2 for Fiddlesticks. It's a lovely, lovely split for Exeter, finding extra damage onto so many big damage dealers.
The worst part of all of this is that Watley teleported down into the fight, so he could have that immediate impact. Do nothing top, he had the option to do so, but by the time the teleport would have channeled, he had nowhere to teleport to that would have been useful for his team. So he walks down, saves the summoner spell cooldown, but he still died anyway. That
my cup
beautiful
of
binding
coffee
from White
theory
Walker
still continues. Like, there was the Onslaught of Shadows available. Of course, there's no flash for Do Nothing top. It felt like he was going to have an opportunity to dash and get to safety, but by the time that Dark Binding hits, by the time he's been flipped by Singed, it's just too late.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing he can do. But what can Do Nothing Jungle do? Fine, Do Nothing top here.
Well, Watley doesn't have a flash available. He gets caught out by the Catalyst. Do Nothing top does get a little bit of vengeance. That is now 3 kills for the Hecarim, who has got all of the completed parts for it. Of course, however, hasn't been able to spend that extra little bit of gold to actually secure the item. Pretty sure we're going to see a continued push into this top lane, but then Hecarim's going to get an opportunity to go back and even more so amplify his power spike.
Looking to take down that first tower of the game, and the top side they will do so. It's just going to be immediately a recall, and maybe just a mad dash down bottom, because LeBrothers is hovering around again, looking for some more impact, and that is the only ward. It's not far enough away, but they did just spot him out there.
Do Nothing top and Do Nothing jungle combo say nuts to the bot lane. We want the Herald already having secured the first turret. They now look to get themselves even more.
So they're going to concede the outer turret in the bottom lane, trade for a Rift Herald, which maybe just drop it immediately towards the top and try and get that second one down. But no, instead they're going to be rotating towards potentially dropping it in the mid lane. But he's hovering around. White Walk is here as well to defend it.
Do nothing mid, dashing himself to safety, having been slowed down by the honey that had been thrown on his head. I'm sure Winnie the Pooh would have loved that.
Pretty gross and sticky if you get like gone off honey. It's just the
I never said it was gone off honey.
I mean, it definitely.
You turned it into gone off
How
honey.
long? You said it since it was old, right? So it's got to be gross.
Meanwhile, we did not actually see the Rift Herald summoned in any of the lanes, neither the top nor the mid. That one is still in the pocket of Do Nothing and Jungle. It's going to be a defense coming in from the 3 members of BRW as they look to stop any continued pushes. The outer turret still surviving pretty much every lane, apart from we've seen that one that went down first for Bristol Whipped in the top lane, and Exeter having got themselves a retaliation in the bot lane. And that's why we now see the Australia lanes coming in.
Have you seen this whole thing about people washing their face with honey? It's really weird. Like, I'm not sure about the phenomenon behind that, but Chaz was asking on Discord if anyone had moisturizer, so maybe just nip over the road, grab some honey, just rub that on his face. That might do the trick.
Hashtag honey for Chaz.
I mean, he's going to have a little bit of a chance to do so as Exeter is knocking down that top lane outer turret. And well, they took themselves the Rift Herald for Bristol, and there's 2 towers that have gone down on their side since. Maybe not having the most impact out of that, but this could definitely be an impactful play.
Onslaught of Shadows is going to leave a Watley fleeing. The knockback isn't there, however, the Cataclysm is going to trap Watley down. The flash, not up for just a couple of seconds. Can we see Bristol able to actually get something out of this? Of course we can. Another kill for Do Nothing Top. He's now 4, 2, and 1. This is the man who ran riot on Yorick in game 1 of the series. He's now got himself a completed Trinity esports. He's building even more damage items. He's going to be able to do so much if he wants to. Look at this. This is Fiddlestick coming in. The Grow Storm. He's not managed to get a kill just yet, but Ember is going to die. Wu does get one as well. That's one for both of those AP carries that the side of Exeter have got. Meanwhile, Lee Brothers, he just dashes himself over the wall. The next dragon is about to spawn. Meanwhile, the Herald has taken its toll on the bot lane turrets of Exeter. Bristol Whip continuing this push, able to get 2 turrets despite losing that fight in mid lane.
Yeah, but the key element of that is that they didn't lose their mid-outer tower. That still remains. They lost 2 deaths for it with the nice flank and vision play. Again, it's vision control on the side of Bristol that's letting them down a little bit. Just look at how many wards there is now on the side of Exeter. That pink ward in that small little bush around the red entrance just opened up the doors for Wu to get over the wall with the Crow Storm and have so much impact with the Hextech Ultimatum on top of Nibble. You cannot get away from that AoE damage, but still the tower stands and it can still be that last line of defense. Do Nothing mid who's looking to hold that line against High on Anxiety, who does not want that tower on the face of the rift for much longer.
Third dragon is going to be the Cloud Dragon. Both of the other dragons in the game so far secured by Exeter. That was an Infernal and a Cloud. Now we're going to see in Dash and Silence. He's got the Soul Shackles available to him as well. Wu has had to go down to try and they say Onslaught of Shadows used by Do Nothing Top, trying to zone High Anxiety away, but the Ash is just free hitting on the back of this fight. Simply gets the kill onto Do Nothing Top, who's been shut down. The Silence manages to get a kill onto Camille, but Ash is just easy as you like, throwing down the volleys, throwing down the damage. Another kill secured. Singed gets a double. Watley uses the flash, gets 2 kills, really equalising things out with Do Nothing Top, and now Exeter have got themselves some pushing power. No interest in that Cloud Dragon, instead trying to get this final outer turret.
And the unstated MVP of that tournament goes to Watley with that sticky mega adhesive perfectly placed in the entrance to the jungle, because Silas can't use his abilities, he can't dash out of there, no one could flash. There was 4 members grounded in that team fight that just couldn't use their gap closers to close the gap, and they couldn't use their escapes to get out just because of that one singular regular ability, not even an ultimate, just perfectly placed from Watley on the Singed, and that just opens up so much space for High on Anxiety just to freely whack away on that team fight. He's got himself the Runans now as well, so AoE damage from both of the bot laners.
Feels like someone just lit the fuse to this game, because the action does not stop now. The enchanted arrow is going to go wide on Nibble, who's stepping around trying to do the same damage that we saw High Anxiety doing in the last fight. In dashes Lee Brothers, but he finds himself immediately shut down. That's going to be Hecarim getting a kill to High Anxiety. Misfortune takes down the Morgana. White Walker sent back to spawn, as is every other member of Exeter. That's going to be the ace for Bristol Whip, and screw the Cloud Dragon. Let's get a Baron.
Like, not even a death? Really? After what we've just said about the excellent team fight that Exeter just had, and they come back and get clean wiped like that, in that style. Because do nothing mid, we said you don't want to be channeling a Fiddlesticksel in the middle of a team fight. Well, what does he do? Stands there, channels the ult in the team fight, and busts out so much AoE damage. Even though Watley did land the fling to get him out of there, he wasn't able to be taken down. The stopwatch gave him that extra bit of sustain, kept himself alive in the team fight. In the end, it's Dude at the top running down Wu to finish off the ace, and it's the Baron now in the hands of Bristol, and we've been in this situation before.
I was about a breath away from saying how the 2k gold lead for Exeter was looking so good, and they should be able to take the next fight, and Bristol Whip turned everything on its head. Now they secure the Baron on 5 members. They find themselves with a near 4,000 gold lead. What a swing.
Absolutely insane. It's the fact that nobody even died that just baffles me in that fight, because every single member on Exeter at the start of that fight had a bounty on their head. So it's not even only the fact that they've just wiped them, and they've also got that additional gold and now taken the objective as well that allows them to put so much more pressure out across the map. They've taken 4 turrets already, 2 inner turrets remaining, and then it's onto the base. But this time there's no Caitlyn, so the siege is a little bit weaker. They have 2 melee champions in the solo lanes as well. So it might not be the easiest thing to try and burst through this base, and it's unlikely that they're going to be able to do so, at least with this Baron buff. But maybe if they're able to get their hands on a second, that could be the switch once again for Bristol to start knocking down these inhibitor turrets.
My real MVP for the way this game has started to go, however, that second Cloud Dragon. 2 key fights that go around it, everyone wanting to get their hands on what is a fairly inconsequential buff, really. I mean, obviously Hecarim likes the extra speedy boost, but probably the worst possible dragon you can get at this point. And it's all led to where we're at now. It's been neglected even further, not even been taken away on the back of this Baron being picked up, as of course Hecarim opts for the split push. The remaining 4 members of Bristol Whip, they turn their attention to the top lane. But you know what? I'm going to give it a shout out to the Cloud Dragon. Big love.
No follow up on that bind though, but this makes it so difficult for Watley to do anything. Because Sin's only real method of clearing out waves is just to run through them. And if he's doing that against the Hecarim, he's just going to be taking so much damage to do so. He needs to call the backup of Lee Brothers, and that opens potential for a 4v3 in the top side.
This has been the story of Watley's life across this NUEL Live Grand Final so far. He's consistently found himself being pressurized, split pushed by a do-nothing top who has had all of the advantages. And now with that Baron on top of him as well, it's going to be so very difficult for Exeter to deal with the Hecarim. They're constantly having to send people down. Lee Brothers went down there, and there was no opportunity to pick a fight on the remaining members of Exeter. Both the teleports crucially now are up for those top laners though, and we have to see where the next players be made.
Looks like this middle inner turret will not be long for this world. The one range champion is all it takes when you have a minion wave with Baron buff readily prepped and pushed all the way up to the tower. There was no defending that one. It's going to be the base defense in the name of the game for Exeter. There will be no pushing, no overextending, which is good to see. And they do still have a bit of a vision line, so they can't really be caught out by an engage over the wall from do nothing top or do nothing jungle.
An incredible gold lead now in
unless he goes
favour.
for it now.
Do nothing. A jungle has just jumped straight in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is only going to land onto the Brom. It's Do Nothing Jungle who, despite being the aggressor in this fight, actually sees his health ripped through the most. This is going to lead to a little back away from Bristol Whip. They're not going to be able to get much more with the remaining time on their Baron buff. They look like they might finally turn to my best friend though. It's Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, Do Nothing Jungle.
See you, Cloud Dragon.
He got a little bit overhyped. He bought himself the GA, so he's like, I can't die. I'm just going to go. I'm just going to run at them. And then realized, oh, I'm dying. So he has to back away. He does actually save the flash though, which is pretty key in terms of extending the range of that engage potential. And keeps himself just as threatening as he was before, if not a little bit more humbled by his experience of diving face first into 5 members of Exeter with his team on the other side of the wall, not be able to give him back up.
Right, you've never seen anything until you see a 7-year-old boy running along a decking, singing R. Kelly's I Believe I Can Fly, jumping off the decking, and then suddenly realising and shouting, I can't fly! And that is basically the situation Jarvan just found himself in then.
Yeah, he made a mistake. Didn't actually.
That's a story I never thought I'd ever be able to share, to be honest.
Was that like a cousin, a nephew?
No, I was just, you know.
That was just you.
No, it wasn't me. Do I look like the sort of guy who would do that? I can fly.
To be fair, R. Kelly probably didn't exist that long ago, so it's fine. But no, Do Nothing Jungle has learned from his mistakes, we hope. He wasn't punished too heavily, though. We said he still got his Summoner's Belts, he still got the GA. Those cooldowns are still up and available, so he can still make aggressive plays across the map. And he definitely might be looking to do so. But, well, it's been quite difficult against White Walker, who has been on point with the Black Shields, and now he's found himself in a sneaky alleyway. Might land a binding, or just a flash over the wall.
Flash Soul Shackles, let's see whether or not this is the fight Exeter need. In goes Lee Brothers, forcing the flash out of Ember. Do Nothing Jungle already getting the Zonya out of White Walker. Here comes the teleport. Do Nothing Top is going to be able to join the fray. The Guardian's Angel already burned on the Jarvan. Flash already being used by Lee Brothers, but he goes in. The flash from Do Nothing Jungle, enough to get him away from the stun of the Camille. Somehow nobody's died in this fight. Do Nothing Top's teleport did not come through. And in a way, this is a bad thing for the side of Exeter, because even though that one got cancelled, I assume by Watley, it is going to be just free hitting on the inhibitor turret.
Guys just tanking the tower, that's gross. But the fact, again, is nobody that dies. We were surprised that in Exeter, the team fight around the Dragon Pit, everyone died, no one died from Bristol. This time we're surprised just that nobody died, because that looked so clean from White Walker. He found the avenue, that mission control. I've been pounding this point home as much as I can until people start placing some down wards. And with White Walker, he makes excellent use of it, finding the flank, goes for the aggressive play with the flash over the wall, but it's just not enough damage quite yet to take anybody down in that team fight. And Do Nothing mid was too far away, so it was a 4 versus 3 for a good portion of that fight. And again, it's just Bristol having those cooldowns still available. The Guardian Angel, the flash required on Jarvan to escape. Have them now.
Teleport coming in from what is going to be the full-on 5 versus 5. Lee Brothers going in the Hexatech ultimate and managing to get a kill on Do Nothing Jungle, who do not have the Guardian Angel available. But look at the damage from Bullet Time. That's taken down Ash, and with one ADC slaying the other, it is surely going to be a one fight for Bristol Whip. They now look to chase down the Watley. Never chase a Singed unless you're winning the fight. Easy as can be. Then you can run him away and go straight back to the Baron.
Yeah, well, not for long though. He does have to back away from that, as the Rylai's on the side of Watley is just slowing him down a little too much. But he goes in for round 2. Black Shield, White Walker again, has the fast fingers on that. Yes, Watley alive for the time being. But again, it's that lack of wave clear. What can you really do in this scenario? If you have 4 members, they do manage to clear out the first wave, and they will have their bot lane respawned in time for the next one.
A crucial moment there is the fact that Do Nothing Jungle died and Lee Brothers didn't. Otherwise, I believe we would have seen the Baron instantly turned upon by Bristol Whip, and we know how well they play with that buff. Instead, they try to return their attention to getting an inhibitor turret, but the wave clear is just about enough from Exeter. We're only 29 minutes into the game, so the death time is so obscenely long that they couldn't defend their base.
Teleport timers on the top lane as Watley's much longer until that is up and available than Do Nothing Top. So if in the next 3 minutes or so they're able to put pressure down towards that bottom lane, it's going to force Watley to maybe start rotating, cheating his way over towards the Baron Pit if they're also putting some pressure around that area, whereas Do Nothing Top, he can afford to sit down in the bottom lane from an earlier point in the game and just put pressure on the inhibitor and split the map that way. This 1-4 play style, it's usually 1-3-1 that we see a lot in pro play, but at this point 1 and 4 is just perfectly fine for the side of Bristol. Hecarim is putting so much pressure down on these turrets, it's almost impossible for Watley to kill him with the build he's gone for as well.
30 seconds until our 4th dragon of the game will spawn. The Baron, of course, is still available if someone wants to try and sneak that one away right under the other team's nose. And right now it's Exeter who look more likely to do that, even though it's been Bristol Whip's signature in this series. So now we do have the 5-man push. Of course, as you said, those teleports still on cooldown. Nothing Top and Watley are finding themselves having to stay with the rest of their team, knowing that a moment of split pushing could be the decisive factor. It's going to be a second Infernal. Bristol Whip lost out on the first one. Can Exeter secure themselves an extra bit of damage? I almost definitely think we've got to see a fight.
Scuttle. It's going to just run itself directly into Exeter, so it gives them that bit of position.
He's completely stuck. Do nothing. Jungle not able to use the flag and drag to get safe. Instead, use the Cataclysm to lock down 4 members. Meanwhile, White Walker does have the zombies available. He's going to be able to use that one, getting out of the glacial picture. Now in comes the bullet time. White Walker is not dropping down. Wu chasing onto Nibble, getting the easy kill. The resurrection will come through for Do Nothing Top, but it's not going to be enough to. Do Nothing Mid, it won't be enough to keep him alive for very long, though. Look at the damage coming out of High Anxiety. It's Exeter cleaning up the fight, and only Do Nothing Top remains. He doesn't remain for long. He's gone, and so will the Infernal Dragon be. Probably so will the Baron be, and possibly the game could be for Bristol Whipped.
Once again, it's the Dragon, which is the objective that we see all of the big fights around, but this time,
gotta love the Dragon Pet.
Perfectly executed by Exeter. They steal away the Scuttle Crab at the start, use that speed boost to catch Do Nothing Jungle in a bad spot. He didn't have his flash available, his flag and drag was down as well, so he had no chance of getting away from the Hextech Ultimatum. Took him out at the very start of the fight and immediately turned their attention to Nibble. Another beautiful binding coming out from White Walker, forcing the use of the cleanse, and then Wu follows up with the Crow Storm, flashes on top of him and makes sure that he is taken out of that fight. So with no AD carry, the damage potential just was not there for the remaining members of Bristol, and they managed to clean themselves up. A 5-0 now back in favor of Exeter, even though they still don't yet have a gold lead.
In professional play, just how often do we see that one incorrectly used skill costing so much for a team? This time it was the flag and drag onto the Scuttle that was used overzealously. Immediately that enchanted crystal arrow flew across Jarvan. He dodged away from it but was forced to dodge down, and this left him susceptible to being caught out by the rest of Exeter. Meanwhile, Wu is going to, sorry, not Wu, that's going to be Do Nothing Mid with a Crow Storm going in, doing everything that he can, and now this time Bullet Time is going to land onto multiple members. Camille takes down Ember, but Jarvan has already picked up a kill onto High Anxiety, and with the Ash dead, it's going to leave Do Nothing Top to just railroad his way through the Sin, turning onto Wu. The Zhonya's is not going to keep you alive for long. This is almost definitely going to be an inhibitor going over to Bristol Whipped. These fights keep on flipping and flopping, and Bristol Whipped are coming out the better of this one.
It's so back and forth, every team fight. You can't predict this whatsoever. It's 5-0 for Exeter, then it's 2-for-1, 3-for-1 on the side of Bristol, and they managed to pick themselves up the inhibitors. Maybe Baron's a stretch too far, as Le Brothers is still available and alive and has that black shield as well from White Walker. They're immediately already making their way over to try and contest.
Minutes ago, I thought that we would see Infernal Dragon and Baron both being secured by Exeter. At the end of the day, it was just that second Infernal got by the defending champions. Now let's see whether or not Bristol Whip are able to do anything. They are not forcing just yet. They've got a control war in their pit. They know exactly where Le Brothers is, but they've not overextended this time.
So they've learned from their mistakes in game number 1, going for the risky Baron call and potentially throwing away what lead they had in that game before bringing it back. This time they make the safer play. They're just going to reset the map, let the mid lane push itself in passively with the super minions that are just going to be knocking down the wave as much as they can, or at least dragging members of Exeter over to deal with them, and that opens the doors. You already see Hecarim making his way to the bottom lane. We know how low that inhibitor tower is, how quickly that will go down. One single devastating charge with that Triforce could even potentially be enough.
And of course, teleport is now available for both of these top laners, so as they find themselves in the bottom lane, there is the opportunity they can easily join the fight if they need to. Looking at Do Nothing Mid, I've got to give him so much credit for that beautiful use of the Crow Storm, stealing away the Fiddlesticks ultimate, using it to the best possible advantage of his team.
So, when will the next team fight occur?
Dragon
is the big question. Dragon's up in a minute and 45, but we might see one break out before then. Brothers is posturing forwards. Nothing Jungle is threatening on the side, and here comes the Hecarim on the flank.
Do Nothing Top is already going for that charge, but that is nice back away coming in from Exeter. That means that the Baron is now back on the attention of everybody. The vision is pretty decent from both teams. We do see that Bristol Whip have got themselves some warding in the pit. However, that is going to be the Flag and Dragon just about getting Do Nothing jungle to safety. Look at the control wards that are surrounding this area as we see yet again the Fiddlesticks ultimate being the choice for our man Do Nothing mid. In goes Do Nothing jungle. There's the onslaught of shadows immediately running onto high anxiety, but it's going to be the Hextech ultimatum keeping the Hecarim in his place. But look at Misfortune already taking down Morgana. Silas takes down Ash. Hecarim takes down Singe. Jarvan takes down Fiddlesticks, and only Camille is left. This is going to be the game. Bristol Whip. They found Lee Brothers. They found themselves a game 2, and now this is going to be easy as you like as they walk themselves up to the Nexus turrets, and the underdogs are going to be 2-0 up in this best of 5 series. They're looking to dethrone the champions, and they are looking like they've got one hell of a shot.
Exeter, what has gone wrong here? 2 games down, and I've got to say, everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No issues. Oh my god. Exeter, 2 games down in this series. It's all on the table right now for Bristol. They just have to reach out and take it. 1 more game is all it takes. And well, 1 more Baron buff could be the answer.
1 more dragon fight might be the answer. It all started there so many times.
Could be the answer for Exeter, as the next one at the same place was 5-0 on the opposite side. It's so back and forth, and that 1 single play is all it takes for the game to be over.
Well, can the side of University of Exeter come back from the brink? Can they settle their nerves? Dare I say it, can they untilt to find themselves a reverse sweep in this series, or will we be crowning new champions, the side of Bristol Whipped? There's only one way to find out in the 3rd game of our series. That's by coming back in 10 minutes.
Child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane.
as game number 3 begins. It is our defending champions, the University of Exeter, who find themselves pushed against the wall by the upcomers, the University of Bristol, who have a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 series. Rough times coming in for our defending champs here, Saga.
It certainly is, and it's not at all what they were expecting, never mind any of us here in the venue casting or out in the crowd. We were expecting this to be maybe not completely one-sided in favor of Exeter. Bristol could, it was definitely in everyone's cards, was it going to be able to contest at least and maybe take a couple of games. But in this fashion, to be up 2-0 this quickly, it's absolutely ridiculous, actually, that this is the situation that we're in. Now Exeter has to look for the clean sweep, the reverse sweep, to take home the championship and defend their title.
So we find ourselves in a position where we either end up with new champions or we get the joy that is Silver Scrapes.
Oh man, are we going there?
Oh,
what are we thinking? Are we thinking Silver Scrapes, or are we thinking we're out of here after this next game?
I was just thinking during the break that I've just come on the back of some of the finals where I saw another team who were the heavy favourites in exactly the same position. Game 1, super close, and then they got basically turned around after having about a 10k gold lead, and then they fell to pieces. And right now, University of Exeter have got to do everything they can to avoid the same fate. They've got to find some calm. They've got to make sure that they bring their very best. Here we can see the players, we see the coaching staff who are just trying to find the best way to make things work. And one of the changes they're already opting into, Rick, is going to be Crofty coming back into the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely makes sense to me, even though White Walker had a lot of key bindings in those team fights, landing onto priority targets, it still wasn't quite enough. And man, that Silas pick definitely came in very big for the University of Bristol in that game number 2, taking away the Fiddlesticks ultimate,
twice,
using it to engage
massively
over the wall, dealing massive AoE damage. But we know that Crofty is a Silas picker, so maybe he's going to be looking to take that champion away for himself.
You spoke of do nothing mid on that Silas one. Now we've got an opportunity to look at him and the rest of his team. They certainly look a little more composed than the players we just saw on the blue side camera. Speaking of blue sides, we are going to see a 3rd game in a row with University of Exeter on the blue side of the map, opting into that one themselves, despite the fact that they have just lost 2 games on that side of the rift.
It's very dangerous, though, as well, because you've been giving away counter picks in the top lane, and Watley has been struggling throughout this series, and making sure that you are on the blue side, you have the first pick, but again, it could be a counter pick in favor of the top lane once again in that second round of picks, and well, that seems to be the area that's being exploited. It's what we expected to be the game plan from the University of Bristol, but they're executing on it so well. As soon as they start getting an advantage, start getting objectives, it's rolling over, and there's just very little that can be done about it.
There's really not much time left on the clock for the University of Exeter if they are to make the changes that are needed to turn this series around. This is a team with so much pedigree. They were in the grand finals against their sister team in the last split. They went over abroad to represent the NUEL, and now they find themselves back in another final, which wasn't a massive surprise to anyone, but down 2-0, which really was.
Yeah, and it's just the way that it's happened, because it doesn't seem as though it's completely one-sided. It's just so hotly contested, and every single team fight is back and forth, and if it isn't, it's a 5-0, but it's a coin flip as to which team.
Speaking of hotly contested, now we get to see just which champions are hotly contested. The Jarvan that was banned away in the first game picked up in this one. Now we're not going to see Tarek allowed onto the Rift yet again. Still no Frostmancy. I'm not going to lie, slightly happy about that, Saga. Jax also taken away from Do Nothing top. I think the Yorick might need to be taken away from him as well. Let's see just what they decide to ban on this this final ban they have before the picks come in.
Would almost definitely imagine that it's going to be towards a top laner, but that is going to leave something open that might well be snatched up very quickly, and Jarvan is still up and available if that is to be the option once again for Bristol. He had that overzealous moment on that bottom side, but now he's completely going to be taken out of the game by Bristol themselves. so taking that pick away.
Going back to that lovely graphic we had before game 1, Nunu and Jarvan. They were the 2 most contested picks for Lee Brothers and for Do Nothing Jungle. Neither of them are going to be able to get their hands on either in game 3 of this series. Let's see what the adaptation is coming out of the University of Bristol, especially because they've always had at least one of those 2 champions for their jungler. Yet again, the Hecarim is locked in. Yorick wasn't taken away. Instead, they just decided, you know what, we want the pony again. It is a flex pick into jungle if necessary.
This is what you said before about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, certainly didn't seem to be broken for the side of Bristol in the last game, so they're going to be looking to take away pretty much the exact same composition so far that they had. I would expect to see the Braum locked in on the 3rd pick. And there we go, the Sejuani that we brought up earlier, who did get some buffs on this patch, so a whole bunch more damage going to be coming out from that Winter's Wrath on the W as well. And as well, combine that with the buffs to Cinderhulk.
So Sejuani was banned away in game 2 during the 2nd phase of bans, so no surprise at Exeter opting to get themselves that one just as quickly as possible. The question is, will they look for a second Freljord champion? And the answer is no.
What?
Instead, blowing in the wind, it's going to be Yasuo.
That is so damn risky to take, but well, when you're in this position, your back's against the wall, you
Go
have
big
to
or
take
go
a
home.
risk. It literally is. You have to go big in this game, or you are going home in this one, empty-handed without the title. So Crofty, we're looking for him to have a huge game. Could he? It's not going to be on Motley.
I mean, it could even be on high anxiety. You know, it is one of those sort of A-tier ADCs at the moment, opting in. You know, it's often paired with the Morgana as well.
It's definitely going to be good against that AoE composition, though. Like, Misfortune, he has the Braum on their side, but if you can just block off the entirety of the Bullet Storm
With the Wind Wall.
With the Wind Wall, that's a huge chunk of damage throughout that huge AoE team fight that did so much work for Bristol in the previous game, completely taken away.
The Vayne has been removed from high anxiety. Let's see if the, yet again a double ban is going towards him. It forced him onto the Ashe in the last game. I don't know if we'll see that again. It wasn't the worst part of the team composition, and the Cogmore protection didn't really work, and already we don't see much of a build towards a Protect the Cogmore. So I think there's a high possibility we see University of Exeter going for a 3rd different ADC for high anxiety.
And they seem to have some sort of information on what the pick might be, as they're taking away a lot of early game centric AD carries. You still have a couple left up who have relatively strong early games. Caitlyn stands out, or even potentially Tristana maybe, could definitely be something that could have a little bit of a fight in it for this laning phase. We're going to have to double check to see exactly what the option will be. It could just be a fallback onto a more scaling pick, as you say, like Cogmore, like the Jinx, but they haven't really got the setup for it.
Vladimir and Victor are both banned away from Do Nothing Bid, or anyone else who would have liked to get their hands on those champions. Of course, there is now going to be one pick for the University of Bristol, allowing for a potential counter pick coming in for Exeter. It's going to be the Nautilus. We've not seen it so far this series, but in patch 9.8, it is recipient of a massive buff and has had so much play, especially as a mid laner.
It's so dang strong, this champion is actually wild. 0.9 AP ratio, that's 90% of your AP going to be going through as damage on the Q, and there we go. That's what we want to see. Huatle on his Tahm Kench in the top lane. Will it fare any better up against the Hecarim than the Singe did, though? It's kind of a questionable matchup up there. But just to touch back on the Nautilus again, the build is to go for a kind of AP bruiser heavy. So you'll go for the Hextech Proto Belt, you'll get Morellonomicon and Zhonya's. You'll be incredibly darn tanky, and you will still dish out a whole lot of damage.
Bristol banned away some early game pressure champs, and instead Exeter flip onto the complete reverse, taking the Sivir. The late game potential is definitely going to be there for high anxiety, going to be protected as well by the Morgana, and it looks fairly obvious where each of the champions are going to go despite the potential flex picks. The final lock-in from University of Bristol is going to be the Darius. That means the Hecarim is switching into the jungle, and now the champion that we saw banned out against Do Nothing top in, I believe, the first 2 games is now here to stay up against the Toad.
This is exactly why I was worried about Exeter taking the blue side once again, because you have that such a strong pick in Darius that bullies every melee matchup thinkable, really, and Tom Kench is no exception to that. He does have options to be able to fight back against it, but if you're looking at the impact that you can have in the side lanes from the jungle top lane duos, I mean, it's no contest. You've got Hecarim and Darius against Sejuani and Tom Kench, who really only bring tankiness and not much else against two bruisers who are tanky, they have sustain, and they have a buttload of damage.
And as well as the massive amount of damage that comes through, even more so, well, not necessarily more so, but equal to those 5 champions that the side of University of Exeter are going to have to go up against. They have to go up against a 6th enemy. It is the greatest enemy of League of Legends. It's our old friend Tilt.
Oh.
And right now at 2-0 down to the team who this team University of Exeter was so sure that they were going to beat. It's got to be a factor, and there needs to be a calming presence amongst the university right now.
Oh, that's not happening. that's not happening. These guys are going to be yelling, shouting. If you've ever been in a team speak with Max Lee before, you better turn your headphones down, because that guy's a screecher. What I'll say. His parents are in the crowd. I'm so sorry for everything you've been through raising this child, because he gets very hype, he gets very loud. So if maybe things are going to be able to start going that way, that could definitely be something impactful. That mentality game, hyping up his teammates and performing a little bit better, it's definitely something that is on the cards, but they are going to have to get over that mental hump, essentially, of things aren't going the way that we wanted them to go. We didn't expect this, so they need to have that strong mentality to get past that.
Adaptation was certainly needed by lol.exe. Whether or not they are actually able to find that in this game might come down a lot to Lee Brothers, who you were just talking about there. This is the first game of the series where he actually is going to be playing a slightly tankier champion. He had the Kindred first of all, and in the last game we saw him trying to play the Camille. Both of these damage-centric champions doing what they can to pick off people in fights. Right now, he's got to find the CC. He's got to be the tanky meat shield for that Sivir, for that Yasuo. And if Lee Brothers can turn his own playstyle around, he might turn the fortunes of the University of Exeter.
Yeah, and he has a lot of targets that he's going to have to aim at, though, with that glacial prison from long range. You're going to have to stop the Darius from chasing down your bot lane, your carries. You're going to have to stop Hecarim doing the same thing as well. There's a lot of threats essentially on the Bristol composition, and that's kind of the way that they excel, is where everyone is able to deal out their own fair share of damage in the team fights, particularly aiming on the top side of the map as well. But I mean, it's Brawn Misfortune. They've had so much success on this bottom lane duo in every single team fight, constantly dishing out damage. But as we've said, the wind wall could put a bit of a stop to that.
One of the other big changes in style, we've already seen the mid laner for Crofty so far was Lulu in this series, and then obviously we had the sub out to Windwalker to White Walker in the last game. In this game, it's going to be the Yasuo, and while Sejuani is not going to be the big AD threat coming out of the jungle that perhaps we did have out of Lee Brothers, now we're going to have Crofty able to bring it. And yes, maybe we see the Hecarim, maybe we see the Darius getting on top of the ADC, which means that he himself is not able to do the damage, which is what happened in the last game. Kept getting shut down, but now there is a really significant extra damage threat. If Yasuo gets late, if he gets his items, he could do just as much damage as his ADC, if not more.
Yeah, the only problem though with having the Yasuo is, where's the setup for it? It's the classic combination, is the Malphite Yasuo, those huge AoE knockups. The only knockup they have on the side of Exeter, outside of what Yasuo can do with his own kit,
Just Sejuani.
is the Sejuani, and that's not really ideal for this scenario. So team fights are going to be they're going to require such precise execution from Crofty. And, well, Max has had his chance to carry, and it's not gone so well. So it's all on Crofty in the mid lane now.
So for Crofty to get anything more than a 1 or 2 man ultimate, it would require some seriously impressive tornadoes, maybe some incorrect positioning coming out of Bristol Whip. We are on to the Rift for the 3rd and possibly final time in this series. Remember, this is a best of 5s. If you are a lover of Silver Scrapes and seeing high quality League of Legends, you want Exeter to come back. But if you like the underdog story, you'll be cheering Bristol Whip all the way as they look for their first title.
Yeah, and let's not forget what these guys are playing for, that all-inclusive trip to Berlin to spectate at the LEC studio.
Oh, it's an incredible
meet
prize.
some of the pros, and not only that, but they get to represent Great Britain at the EU Masters event as well.
That's what it's all about.
I mean, it was Exeter there in the previous year. It was in Tenerife. They had their shades on. I'm sure we've all seen the ads that we've had playing. Crofty
He was looking pretty happy.
Particularly built. But in this game, this series so far, I don't know, it's a bit of a noodle. it's not that good.
No, it's
But he's
not.
going to have to step it up. He has a chance now to redeem. Well, it's not really even been himself, but his team in general is looking to step it up in this game at number 3 because it could potentially be their last chance.
And what an incredible prize that is as well, that you were just talking about, the opportunity to go and see everything that happens there at the studios, meet some of the professional players, the casters, everyone who is involved behind the scenes. And, you know, we have to thank especially, you know, the sponsors who make all of that possible. We've got the Republic of Gamers who have been supporting us all through the split, and we've got Twitch Student as well, that is a big supporter of the NUEL. And if you want to go and be involved with the NUEL and you're not already, well, if you're already at university, go find the people who actually run it where you are. If you're not and you're going in next year, make sure you get in touch early. Get yourself on one of these teams so you can look to compete next year.
Discord.gg/the NUEL. You can find everything related in that one area there where you could be on stage performing like these guys in the potentially final game of the grand finals of the League of Legends University Series. We did just about see a red buff starting to spawn, but again, we've got that sepia tone going on. I think
Hey, just think,
turn the filters on again.
you out there at home, you could be the one hitting /pause and annoying the casters and production team. I mean, that's worth playing for.
Anything that players are good at, it's being really irritating. I will give them that. They're very proficient at that.
It's true, and so are the casters. So we're going to be getting back into the game very, very soon, hopefully. Just a small delay as we work out exactly what's going wrong for one or the other team. While we do, we also have a moment to reflect on how the game will play out. We've talked about what the key changes are for the side of the University of Exeter as they look to close the gap to the Bristol Whip. Bristol Whip themselves also making a couple of key changes. The biggest one that strikes out to me is that Hecarim coming into the jungle. Now we've got that Darius topped, banned away from Do Nothing top so much in the past. Now he's going to show why.
Yeah, I mean, do we need to really put any more emphasis on anything in this game other than just the Dragon Pit? Because that is essentially just
MVP
where
of the
everything
series
has happened so far this series. Every team fight there, so back and forth. It all depends on who has the control in that area, who has the first rotations there. It's been everything. Jungle skirmishes in the early game, 5 versus 5 team fights. It's all been popping off on that very specific area of the map, so we're keeping our eyes firmly trained there.
Both of the teams starting at their red buff. It's going to be Darius helping out the Hecarim. Now let's see whether or not either of these junglers is looking for any kind of early gank. So far we've not seen anything which you'd call sort of cheesy, a level 2 gank, and it looks like that is going to stay the same.
Yeah, not particularly the strongest at level 2. If we don't see a level 2 gank with Camille, I'm not expecting to see one with a Sejuani or a Hecarim. Ideally, level 6 is where they really have that impact, where they get that extra layer of CC, that extra layer of lockdown on their ganks to have as much impact as they possibly can whenever you want to make your time count.
Already we see Nibble and Ember pushing forward, trying to get themselves the advantage, trying to hit level 2 before their opposition, but both teams are going to hit that key breaking point at exactly the same moment. That binding from Wu not quite going to connect. Meanwhile, Do Nothing Jungle is turning his attention towards this Scuttle Crab. Sejuani still completing the clear on the lower half of the map. Do Nothing Jungle going to completely get that one uncontested. Darius has also pushed in, and so far it is Bristol Whip who are playing with confidence, able to push up their lanes. So far, really not fearing the Sejuani.
Yeah, they have no reason to, as the brothers did make his way towards the mid lane, threatened for a gank, but there was a ward dropped in that pixel bush. But you didn't know the ward is timed out. He's going to walk face first into it.
2 versus 2 breaking out. It is Crofty trying to dash forward, trying to get on Do Nothing Jungle, using the flash, puts the ignite down. That's not going to be enough to burn down the Hecarim. Do Nothing mid is going to get himself stunned up on this Nautilus. He flashes away as well. Key summoners have been burned by both teams. Flash and ignite by Crofty. Lee Brothers did not burn anything, but Do Nothing had to use his ghost. Do Nothing mid had to use his flash, and definitely overall the trade seems to have gone in favour of Exeter. Now Lee Brothers trying to find the Hecarim. Remember, no flash on this guy at all in this game. This is going to be the lockdown. This is going to be first blood secured by Lee Brothers. You can hear him screeching from here.
Oh my gosh, Max, you have some impact in this game. 3.5 minutes in, he finds the Hecarim. goes for that blind play on the blast cone, just makes the assumption, makes the guess. Maybe he's clearing out his wolves. Maybe I can catch him out. Goes for the coin flip play once again. This time it goes exactly in his favor. Shuts down that early scaling on the Hecarim. He's going to struggle to clear out a lot of his camps, and he also loses his red buff as well. So more of that sustain going to be taken away. Not as if it matters when you have, you know, just press W and get all your health back. But still, getting that level advantage, getting that experience advantage, and now just look at how much map control the Brothers has actually taken away. He's taken away the scuttles on both sides. He still has all of his topside jungle left to clear as well.
So whereas before we saw the bot lane and the top lane hard pushing for Bristol Whip, suddenly knowing there's not going to be any backup, no ghost available on their jungler, now it's going to be the side of Bristol Whip who find themselves pushed back to their turret. Crofty playing with confidence as well, now happy to go into do nothing mid, knowing that the flash is not going to be available on the Nautilus. Meanwhile, Sejuani is lurking.
Brothers making a return, gang.
Lee Brothers already trying to get himself forward. The dash is not going to get any kind of knockup, but the stun is here. Do nothing mid. He gets himself a shield, but it's not even close enough to save his life. It's going to be Crofty getting that kill already. Exeter look like a different team.
So we're looking in Champion Select at the dynamic between the top jungle duo. That was the wrong place for us to look, as Max is making plays around Crofty in the mid lane. They want this Yasuo to get as far ahead as he possibly can to be in the position to potentially 1v9 this game, and so far it's going incredibly well. Nautilus is a champion, but all of his abilities, other than the Q, which you don't really want to be using to push wave, deal area of effect damage, so he just naturally pushes in, especially against a champion like Yasuo with low wave clear, so he constantly finds himself in poor positions and can be exploited through good pathing.
There is a 600 gold lead for Exeter. However, I want to look at the top lane because it is where so much pressure has been put on by Bristol Whips. And already the 200 gold lead for Do Nothing Top. Playing on this Darius, he's forced another wave into Tahm Kench. I know he lost a few of those minions to the turret. He's got himself a 12 CS advantage already. The only person who's really not been impacted by the way this game has started out for Bristol Whips.
It might just be now.
This is all about to change. Do Nothing Top. He's going to be able to dash himself away from the knock. Flashing to avoid any stun coming through. He gets to safety. Losing that summoner could be so key as he continues to try and bully this lane.
Max has been everywhere this game. This is much more of what we expected to see, never mind what we wanted to see from him. But every single place that he goes, he's having impact. He's burning summoners. He's getting kills. This has not been the story of junglers so far in this series, and it's great that when their backs are against the wall, they're making their plays count.
One of the other things that hasn't been a story of this series has been Bristol Whip's particular use of vision. They seem to not invest too much gold into it. However, find themselves behind, finding the jungle impact being significant from Lee Brothers, they're suddenly having to invest more and more gold into control wards, which are being cleared out so quickly, and they're going to hit their item spikes a little bit later.
They have one ward placed on the entire map right now, and that's been negated by a pink ward from Exeter. The vision control has been firmly in Exeter's favor the entire series so far, and that's not looking to change now as the next ward placed immediately gets taken down and opens yet another potential gank path for Max Lee in the bottom.
That's a definite feel bad. Exeter have stepped up their gameplay significantly. Let's talk about our old friend Dragon. It's going to be Mountain this time as the first one for this game in the series. So much has already happened around the Dragons that I'm expecting there to be some kind of contest. But Lee Brothers, he just, immediately dashes over, and unfortunately, with the Bami Cinder, is going to get the aggro of Dragon raining down onto him.
Once again, Cinderhold plays the bigger fool of the junglers, but now we have a potential dive.
There's the ultimate coming out of Lee Brothers. He's immediately found Ember, who just gets deleted as High Anxiety gets his first kill of the game. Teleport from Do Nothing Top is going to mean that Nibble is a little bit safer, but there are still 3 surrounding members from Exeter. Lee Brothers is going to use the blast gun to get to safety, and unfortunately that means that Crofty is going to give over a 1-for-1. Crofty actually dashing forward, trying to get himself the kill, putting the ignite down onto Nibble. Tick, 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 boom! And that is going to be a 2-for-1 in the end. Now here comes Watley. He's decided to join the fight. He does have that Abyssal Voyage available, and he wants to cut off the remaining members of Bristol Whipped. But the dash away from the remaining members, as I can now apparently say, is going to mean that that is all. It was a 2-for-1. but it could have been so much worse for Bristol Whipped.
It certainly could have been. They actually got rescued a little bit by the teleport from doing nothing top, and Crofty having to go up through the tower to avoid the Darius, essentially making sure that he doesn't get taken down. There was no level 6 on Hecarim though, so as they were chasing Yasuo in towards their jungle, he turns it around and he can't be CC'd up, so he does manage to take the trade kill, the return kill onto Misfortune as well. Nibble in the bottom lane, falling victim to that. I mean, he has cleanse, maybe it could have worked, but he didn't go for it, and he will get taken down by the Ignite.
It was interesting to see that Nibble flashed forward in that one, clearly trying to get the kill for the Misfortune. It did go over to do nothing jungle in the end. Meanwhile, that CS lead is still building for Darius. He's got the phase completed, he's just backed and got himself a Kindle gem. Of course, teleport is not available for either of these top laners anymore, so it's going to be a long walk back for Do Nothing top.
Sure will, and I mean, Watley not only teleported, he used the Abyssal Voyage as well and had no impact with that, so not exactly the ideal allocation of resources, of cooldowns, but instead they will manage to pick up the win on the team fight in the bottom, the little skirmish. The tower dive was well executed. They managed to take a couple of kills away from it. Not really too much else, not really any pressure coming down onto towers so far. They've managed to take one tower plate in the bottom lane though, and that's really the extent of it so far.
This control ward does not feel like it's going to be enough to save Do Nothing top's hide. He is trying to chase down the Watley, but he himself finds him being chased down. The ult is not going to get this done, but the knockup is there. Do Nothing top is slain for the first time this game, but committing so many members from the top side of the map does mean that Exeter are short-handed on the bottom half. Bristol Whip are going to get themselves a Mountain Dragon in Constellation. They're going to lose so much plating on the top side though.
They absolutely will, but at the very least they are going to be able to trade something back, but that is a huge minion wave as well. It's going to take so long for the turret by itself to be able to clear those. This could even be a first tower this early in the game.
It does look like that is entirely possible. Going back to what you were saying in regards to the Abyssal Voyage from Watley earlier on, how it didn't quite work out, I completely agree with you that that was a wasted resource, but I like the what-if mentality that Exeter have in this game. What if my Abyssal Voyage means that I've caught out another member of Bristol Whip? What if taking this Blastcone is going to find me a Hecarim so that I get first blood? Exeter are playing proactively and looking like they have confidence, really for the first time in a long time for this series.
And that is the thing that comes into play when you have your back against the wall. You're 2 games down in this series, so you have to try. You have to go for plays and hope that they work out. And as of right now, everything is going the way of Exeter. Bristol starting to fall into a little bit of a bottomless pit at this point.
Yeah, it's already a 2,000 gold lead. Exeter getting so much of that turret plate in the top lane. Now have the Herald as well. They're going to be able to crush down even more turret plates in 14 minutes.
Looking for a play there. He was trying to sneak his way around, but Greyheart, he's dummy thick. And he gets caught out on the rotation through yet another ward perfectly placed. So there will be no clapping this time whatsoever. Hecarim just has to turn around, goes for the impactful play, does not find it once again.
Okay, that was worth it. So, Bristol Whipped, they've bought themselves a little bit of time in this game. They're 2,000 gold behind. Things have sort of slowed down a little bit. Obviously, that Herald is in the pocket of Sejuani, so that is definitely going to be at least some turret plating, if not a first turret coming in soon. However, Bristol Whipped, they're able to just relax a little bit for now. Here's the problem, though. I'm looking at the scaling on the side of Exeter. I'm looking at that Sivir. I'm looking at that Yasuo, who now has 3 kills. And I'm wondering if that cliff that you talked about, Bristol Whipped, kind of falling off a little bit. Bottomless pit, sorry, yeah. You know, cliff, bottomless pit, totally the same thing. Maybe.
Cliff's available.
They do. Man, that's a feel. What if it's a cliff that leads into a bottomless pit?
I cannot answer that question.
So that's what Bristol Whip currently find themselves in, though. They're in a situation that's really difficult because, yes, they're stalling out, but they're stalling out into a team that outscales them.
They certainly are, and, well, 3-1-1 already on Crofty's Yasuo. We've highlighted him as he needs to go off. He needs to have a great performance, and he's certainly making it count right now. And not only that, he's transitioning his lead across the map. This will be the first tower going down with the charge from the Rift Herald and the first turret taken.
Oh no, that's a nice use of bullet time, but look how little damage has been sustained by the Exeter crew. Crofty is going low, having to flash himself out, and now Wu is actually going to drop. Nibble might find himself a kill. Flash forward from Do Nothing is going to get the stun on Sejuani. That's a double kill. And suddenly, on the back of losing the first turret, Nibble is looking for a triple kill. He's chasing down Crofty. He's already used that build toward a Cutlass. He's just got a triple kill. He's just pulled it out of the bag. Exeter, what are you doing? High anxiety, you gotta run, friendo. Do Nothing jungle is still chasing you.
Bristol Whipped have made themselves at home in that bottomless pit because that engage was flawless. The turnaround on the play on the tower, and it's not even done. Do Nothing. Wait, where is he going?
He's
Do Nothing jungle.
in a lot of trouble.
Okay.
One more turret shot, and that was a dead pony.
Whew. That was close. He went for it, but instead,
What did he go for exactly?
He keeps himself alive. I don't know. goes for the hype play, the aggression. That's what we like to see. Maybe not quite as clean as the turnaround in the bottom lane that nets a triple kill for Nibble, but as soon as they lose that tower, the whole team has collapsed down. They didn't even burn summoner spells, teleports to even do so. They just reset, came back from base, and turned that fight around so damn cleanly. And now Misfortune has got the advantage in this lane, has a whole bunch of gold to her name, and she's starting to get to that point where she's going to be dishing out damage, as long as that wind wall isn't in the way of all of it.
Well, you saw that the bullet time didn't do a huge amount of damage in terms of the shred to the champions last time around. It was purely the auto attacks and also Nautilus arriving at exactly the right moment that really helped that fight. However, there is no doubt now that Misfortune is much more so online than she was before. Got that serrated Dirk on top of the board. There is an Infernal Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. I haven't seen any good fights around the Dragon Pit today, so I'm kind of hoping we get one.
Yeah, I think the Dragon Pit is like this understated area of the map. And
Very
I think,
understated.
I think teams could really start like using that, maybe to bait teammates into fights that aren't really beneficial for them, so into a disadvantageous situation, because fights
That'd be
around
nice
that
to
area,
see.
they can swing very heavily one way or the other, and I'd love to see some of that today.
I'm amazed just how much that fight in the bot lane swung one way and then the other. We saw the first turret going over to the side of Exeter. It looked like they were going to be able to get 3 kills. Then the turnaround meant that no real gold gain was there for Exeter. Now Bristol Whip are looking to start this dragon up. There is a teleport available for Do Nothing top. Watley already starting to roam down slightly. Doesn't look like he's going to be arriving anytime soon, however. It's going to be Lee Brothers who's going in, looking for the potential still. Here comes the teleport. It's going to be Lee Brothers who gets that one. Another scream coming in from Max. And now the kills. It's going to be Morgana taking down the Hecarim. Nibble does manage to take down Crofty, but Sejuani has already killed off Darius. Nibble now going forward, managing to take down this Sejuani, looking at more kills as well, because Siva is going to drop this AP Nautilus. Tom Kent manages to do his work. Watley shows why he is able to unload the Toad. You permit Kermit, and you unbench the Kench. You find double kill for Watley. TK's finally arrived on the Rift.
Wow! What a strange coincidence that we were just talking about how great it would be to see an explosive team fight around Baron. And then we get one, same difference, where 7 members of the teams die. 4 for 3 in favor of Exeter. And not only that, Le Brothers gets the 50-50, steals away the Infernal Drake from Bristol. So you mentioned scaling. That's that key word we said before. Hello, Infernal Drake. Add an extra 10% onto everything that they're buying so far. Man, things are going so well for Exeter now. The fight, they gave up a couple of kills, but the gold lead is now 3,500. It's only grown since the turnaround in the bottom lane.
It went badly for Bristol Whip, but I respect their proactivity there. Trying to go for the play, trying to get that dragon. Unsuccessful as they were, they still got a couple more kills onto Nibble. And even though all may be starting to feel lost with this 3,500 gold lead for Exeter, they've still got that ace in the hole that is Misfortune.
That was the story of game number 1. Is we respect the attempt at going for the Baron. It turned around on them, but then they came back and snuck it in just immediately afterwards. But this time, the dragon is gone. They do not have the option to do that. So Exeter's happy just to take the beneficial team fight, and there's no objective to give away afterwards.
Yeah, 3 minutes left until Baron comes up. Lee Brothers not quite able to take this one away from Do Nothing. Jungle. I believe there was a level advantage for Lee Brothers going into that, so you know, you've got to give him a small edge, but the reality is he still had to dash into the middle of 4 members of BRW to take that dragon away. Kudos to Lee Brothers, who had not the sharpest of games in 1 and 2, but now is looking to make game 3 all about him.
Yeah, and bear in mind that we mentioned before that Sejuani is the only outside of Yasuo source of a knock-up, so having him fully committed into the middle of the enemy team fight, team composition, in the middle of a team fight to steal away a dragon means that there's almost a 0% chance that he's landing his knock-up onto one of those carries that you want to be aiming for. So everything that Crofty did with his ultimate in that team fight, he has to do himself, which makes it that much more impressive that they do manage to come out ahead.
Alright, everything has just slowed down for a moment, purely because there's no dragon on the table. Baron will be up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Bristol Whipped have been the team who we have seen pressing the advantages, getting those Barons as quickly as possible through this series. Let's see if Exeter can pull the trigger just as well.
They have their opportunity to prove that they are the favorites, the overdogs, as you so strangely called them earlier on in this series. The team that we expected to come in, that looked so confident, that wanted to dominate this series. They have the chance to prove their mettle here and show Bristol exactly what they are dealing with in this series to try and take this to a game number 4.
Alrighty, tilt has been thrown away from game 1 and 2. Exeter starting to feel comfortable, but they must still realise that the pressure is on them, not just as defending champions, but knowing that one mistake in this game could cost them the entire grand final. Their fate is really balanced on a knife edge, and right now they've just got to make sure they don't fall and cut themselves too hard.
It's not even just in this game that one mistake could lose them everything. It's the next 2 potential games after this as well, where everything is on the line now. Again, Bristol, it's just within their grasp. They just need a clean team fight or 2 potentially, and maybe a Baron buff, because Baron buff seems to be that catalyst that just propels them into shoving lanes over and over again, getting so much done in terms of objectives. But now objectives are pretty heavily in favor of Exeter.
Alright, now we do see the fight over Vision has started around the Baron area. So far it is very much so dominated by Exeter, and now they step themselves forward. We're going to see Tom Kench appearing on the back lines. He does not bring any friendos with him, however. Ember, who was caught out, flashes away, manages to jump himself to the safety of a friendly Nautilus. However, he has been slowed down. He's got 3 marks from the Tom Kench, and he's just having to hide behind the remaining members of his team. And if Braum is hiding behind, then how do you stand behind him?
Oh man. Is this like one of those unstoppable force, immovable object questions? Is that how we're going? We're going philosophical on this one. But instead, it will just be a disengage. That is essentially all that we're going to see for now, right up until the next 2 seconds, when yet another dragon is up and available on the table. Bristol are collapsing.
They certainly are. This would be a second mountain dragon if they're able to secure it, but Exeter have already started this one up, looking to try and get it. Hecarim does find himself knocked up. The dragon has not been finished up. It's down to 3,000 health, and Exeter have found themselves zoned away. If Bristol Whip secure this, they'll be able to take objectives so very fast. They get that, and now they throw down the bullet time. It goes do nothing junk. We can see Crofty dashing around. He manages to get the kill onto Hecarim. Now look at those soul shackles, locking down multiple members of Bristol Whip. It's going to be so many kills coming through. Exeter secure themselves 3, but there are 2 in response. Bristol Whip doing very, very well. Watley, however, says, nuts to you doing well. I'm just going to eat up your ADC, spit her out, lick her in the face, she dead.
Who would have imagined that giving a guy who's well known for one-tricking a champion, the champion he's well known for one-tricking, means that he's just going to run through a team fight and solo kill the enemy's AD carry on the back of it, while you're off dealing with his pesky teammates, leaving only the support alive. They do manage to pick up the mounted Drake, but that support might not even be alive for much longer.
Ember being chased away, trying to get the Vision down. He does a decent job. Unfortunately, that ward that you see at the back of the Baron pit, I believe it is completely cut off by the control ward. This does mean that things are dark for the side of Bristol Whip. Exeter could well be doing this Baron right now, and Bristol Whip would not know.
So dangerous to try and face check it as well. They're going for the hopeful play that they are not doing it, and that will somewhat pay off for them. Because I mean, if it was Bristol on the blue side right now, you guarantee that that Baron is gone. Yeah. But Exeter being a little more cautious. They know that the position they're in. They're balanced on the knife's edge, as you so correctly put it. And they're playing the conservative game, making sure that they are not going to throw around objectives.
Saga, back to that last fight. The second Mountain Dragon was secured for Bristol Whip. If they do win a fight, they will rip through all objectives so insanely fast. Meanwhile, look at the kills being picked up by Exeter. They furthered their gold lead. It is now standing at just under 4,000 gold as we hit at 23 minutes. That is some people who are going to scale up massively well, already having an advantage. Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge and Berserkers already on the Sivir. Sterix Gauge, Static Shiv Berserkers already on the Yasuo. And right now it must be so scary for Bristol Whip to take any fight, but fight they must with this Baron already being started up.
Yeah, 4,000 is far from an insurmountable gold lead, but when you have all of the early game power in your champions, you need to be winning.
Lee Brothers has dashed over the wall, but there's no one able to come with him. The Baron continued by Exeter, and they just lose their jungler. Bristol Whipped, who have these 2 Mountain Dragons, they could look to try and take something here. This is 5 members stacked. They're looking to steal this one away from Exeter. This is going to be the Baron started up. Surely Exeter must look for the fight. That's going to be the bullet time, then the Make It Rain following from Nibble, making the health bars shred from the side of Exeter. Baron is down to 5,000 health. The double Mountain Dragon is doing its work. Crofty looking to do his own though. He manages to throw a bit of a dash down. He's saving up the tornado, but the Baron's already got it secured by the 5 members of Bristol Whip. But can they keep those buffs? Here's the fight.
Oh, what a knockup!
Go in and Crofty gets 2. It's going to be 1 secured by himself, 1 secured by High Anxiety. Dash in from the Onslaught of Shadows, I believe that was, onto the Yasuo is enough to take down one response with probably some shutdown gold as well. It's going to be 3 Baron buffs so far surviving from the side of Bristol Whip. They got in, they got out with 3.
Oh, just
no, don't recall that!
Skin of their teeth.
Ooh.
And Anxiety so close to get in mid-range to cancel that recall and pick off Nibble. But it will be Do Nothing Jungle surviving as well somehow at the back of that, as everyone went to chase the Bristol bottom lane, who both make it out alive. So 3 members of the team of Bristol with the Baron buff still remaining. It's not going to be on Darius, which is a key element, because when Do Nothing Top gets himself a Baron buff, he's going to be sat in a side lane for the rest of the game. He's not stopping until one of the Nexuses has exploded. Doesn't matter which. Only going to move to get himself another Baron buff.
Saga, not a single turret has been taken by Bristol Whip. They have so much standing gold available for them to take, and if they can continue the pushes, surely they will try to now. They will get so much for themselves, but Exeter don't want that to happen. Teleport's coming in from Do Nothing Top. He's going to be late to this party. Watley's already right in the middle. There's going to be Crofty again, getting his ultimate on Do Nothing Jumble. Great Glacial Fissure is absolutely brilliant from Ember. Watley's already killed 1. Now we see Crofty getting another. High Anxiety is going to take 1 for himself. Yes, Do Nothing Top gets 1 in retaliation. He tries to get the bleed onto Crofty. He gets himself a double kill, and he continues to run. There is no ghost on this Darius, so he is just purely running away from 3 members. Boomerang is going to fall short. Do Nothing Top looking for a potential blast cone. He dashes himself away from the Dark Binding, but he can't get away from the pizzas. It's going to be High Anxiety who gets that one. Meanwhile, Nibble turn the attention to the bot lane, looking to shred through that turret as quickly as possible to get some of that gold in the BRW pocket, but 2 Baron buffs were lost.
It's consolation prize time for Bristol, as they will lose yet another couple of members in the team fight, including, as you say, 2 members with the Baron buff. So Nibble at least makes his Baron buff count, takes the first turret of the game for Bristol Whipped. Closes the gold lead very slightly after it was expanded once again by a great team fight from Exeter.
History has just been made. We just had a dragon in this game and there was no crazy fight around it.
Wow.
Slightly sad.
And once again, it's an
Feels like the end of an
Infernal
era.
again, so it's literally playing into the exact way these teams want to play. Their Drake RNG. Bristol plays around Baron, sneaks objectives, 2 Mountain Drakes. Exeter, huge scaling team comp, amazing team fighting, 2 Infernal Drakes. It's so perfect for both of these teams in their playstyles.
Crucially, Bristol Whip managed to keep that Baron buff on Nibble. This has now led to 2 of those outer turrets being taken down. The gold lead is down to 2,500. The team that has shocked everybody, apart from perhaps just themselves, as they have come into this series and taken the bull by the horns, going 2-0 up against the defending champions, and now coming back into this game. Can they play from behind as well as they've played from ahead? They're going to have to try and protect Do Nothing Top. He flashed himself at the wall, but Do Nothing Mid will have to use that Mighty Anchor to try and stay safe. He's not going to be able to, because Crofty is absolutely rampaging through the health bars of Bristol Whipped.
That is not a Nautilus who is as tanky as I would have expected to see him. 1 and 6. He is not having the best time on that pick in the mid lane. Crofty is just shredding through him in these team fights alongside Higher Anxiety with the Sivir, with the Infinity Edges, just making short work of those tanks.
Baron buff has now expired. Glacial Fissure used by Ember did not get any knockups. High Anxiety did take half of his health, chunked in the background. This is going to be a dangerous, dangerous fight. Exeter looking to push forward, knowing they have the 5-for-4 advantage. The flash from High Anxiety keeping him away from bullet time, but this is just going to leave remaining members to get shut down. That's going to be Tom Kench, who is gone. Dash away from Lee Brothers, trying to stay alive. The flash is there. It's not enough. Onslaught of shadows through Sejuani's face. Bristle is dead. The pony is alive, and now Bristol Whip can look to try and get more.
Oh, Nautilus teleported into that fight to maybe try and clean up even more kills on the back of that push, but did not land the dredge line, and it will not result in anything more in terms of kills. But instead,
Mountain Dragons.
Objectives are going way off the chain in the way of Bristol. Mountain Drake just shredding straight through these towers and the inhibitor. It's not even a clean ace. 2 members dead, and that's 3 turrets in the mid lane. Immediately dropped, and that's an inhibitor for Exeter. Things have gone so far downhill from that amazing early game they've had.
The gold lead has been minimalized. We are now at just 800 gold in favor of Exeter. They are down an inhibitor. We said that one mistake could possibly cost them the series. You just have to ask, have they just made that mistake?
Oh man, I think we can give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. They had such a good early game that it's maybe like a mistake and a half. So maybe that was the one. One more tiny mistake could be enough to push this back in favor of Bristol and close this series out with a clean sweep. That's definitely not something I would have expected the way this game started off. It was so good in favor of Exeter, and they still have the lead in kills, but objectives have now been completely evened out.
And we've just seen what the difference is between 2 Infernals and 2 Mountains. 2 Infernals should help you win team fights, but if you don't win it, you're going to get shredded by the 2 Mountains. Just like Do Nothing Mid is getting shredded right now. He flashed himself over the wall, but Ember has already been devoured. He's not got himself a flash, and he is going to go. It is going to be 8 seconds until Baron, and there's a 5 versus 4 power play for the side of lol.exe. They immediately turn their attention to the big purple worm. Do Nothing Jungle has got himself a significant 2-level advantage over Lee Brothers, so it would be dangerous if they don't manage to take down the Hecarim before this fight starts. The Blast Cone is removed from play. A little bit of extra safety is gained. Onslaught of Shadows is there for Do Nothing Jungle. He has a way in.
And he had a few moments there where it was a 5 versus 3 as Do Nothing Mid was chunked out, forced to recall, but he's able to rejoin up with his team. He's not completely full, but he's close enough on this champion pick. Now, Baron is going down, but they have vision on it.
It is 4,000 health. Do Nothing Jungle has the smite, has the level advantage. He's just got to time this perfectly. Bullet time is coming through. Here comes Do Nothing Jungle. It's going to be the blue team. That's Exeter who secured themselves Baron. Now they're looking for a fight. This could be a game ender as Crofty has already taken down Nibble. Tom Kench takes down Do Nothing top. Watley is massive. Crofty gets a kill onto Nautilus. 3 for 0. 5 Baron buffs. Exeter just gave themselves a bit more breathing room.
There we are. That is the mistake canceller right there. Is there everything that happened where they lose their inhibitor has just essentially been nullified in terms of the gold leaders. Exeter now back 5,000 gold ahead in this final. Oh man, it's so back and forth every single time. There's mistakes on both sides. There's capitalization on the mistakes, and this time Exeter does make sure that they have not completely thrown the game. That one half of a mistake is getting close.
It's the 3rd Infernal. The RNG gods are playing with our Heart Saga. Now the damage has been completely and utterly taken off the chain. The next dragon that will arrive will not be a 3rd mountain. It will be an Elder. And if the game goes 5 minutes longer, we will have a fascinating potential for the trade of objectives.
Oh man, I really hope we get to that point, and I can't actually imagine that we're not going to it right now, but
Exeter don't want us to.
They're just dropping there on the hunt. They're going straight for that tower in the mid lane. They want the inhibitors evened up.
They are absolutely going to be able to do that. Ember arriving too late on the side. Darius still in the top lane, does have the teleport available. Inhibitors equalize, and we know for a fact that Exeter's will be respawning sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Watley immediately drops that ultimate, takes High Anxiety on an abyssal voyage of her dreams to go and get some free gold from this inner top turret. Meanwhile, the gold has now re-accelerated in favour of Exeter. They are nearly 6,000 gold in the lead. Having had that lead shredded to under 1,000, they must be feeling a little bit better now. A sigh of relief for Lee Brothers' parents.
Yeah, just a moment of peril as Exeter. Lee Brothers got a little bit too hyped before, hopped over the Baron wall, could
I wasn't going to call him out on
potentially
that.
I'm going to, of course I am. But but again, he redeems himself. A great team fight around the Baron, 3-for-0, secures that huge objective for himself, and we know exactly how dangerous Bristol are with their hands on that Baron buff. So you even brought up the fact that he was down in levels against Do Nothing Jungle and still manages to outsmite him. I think the Do Nothing Jungle smited way too early, left the Baron on about 400 health, so it was easily secured by LeBrothers in that one, and it was just a clean turnaround on the fight. And since then, it's been the name of the game. As soon as there's a Baron on either team, pressure all over the map, non-stop exertion.
7 turrets, 4 in favour of Exeter as they get themselves that bot lane in a turret. Now they're pressurising yet another inhibitor. This Baron buff is still on. A few seconds remaining as they look to continue the push, but the onslaught of Shadow says we don't want that push to continue. There is the bullet time. Good damage being put out by Nibble. No one having dropped down just yet as Do Nothing top looking to do everything he can. He's put the bleed onto multiple. He has to flash away from Wu, who threw down the soul shackles. Do Nothing mid, caught right in the middle of this fight, taken out of it by High Anxiety. Now Ember having to step away. It is going to be everybody living for Exeter. Bristol Whips lose their mid laner. They do defend their inhibitor turret, but here comes the teleport. Watley immediately going to be able to rejoin this push, and that is going to surely mean an inhibitor is dropping.
Oh man, the health bars were so low, the tanks took so damn long to die in this fight, but Watley just recalled, got himself full health, straight back in.
Lee Brothers, he dashes in. Watley is able to eat Ember. He flashed himself away, trying to get to safety. Redemption comes down. Those tanks stay tanky. High Anxiety able to stay alive as well. Do Nothing Jungle, who surely was looking for the Sivir, only able to find Watley. And now it's going to be Lee Brothers, who says, you took down Send. I'm coming for you. I want this series. It's going to be an easy cleanup on the back of this fight as one Nexus turret falls, followed by the second, and now we have got ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. Bristol Whip lose their Nexus turret at 34 minutes, and Exeter keep themselves alive. It is 2-1.
Exeter, where was this in games number 1 and 2? This is game number 3. The turnaround is coming in so clutch. As soon as they get this Baron, it's just straight up team fight after team fight, clean, concise gameplay, and it's enough to secure themselves at least one game win, and it's much, much needed in this series.
An incredible injection of life for the University of Exeter team. Can they continue this comeback? Come back in 10 minutes to find out.
Did you know Chaz had been in the room with?
Sorry? Game 3 was the beginning of what University of Exeter will have hoped is their start to a fantastic, remarkable comeback. However, they have found themselves someone to blame for the Game 2 loss, and it is Riot themselves publishing Chase the Singed wristbands. This is an actual League of Legends product. It says Chase the Singed. There's no reverse side where it says don't chase the Singed. It's just Chase the Singed.
Honestly.
And that's the pure reason they lost Game 2.
Yeah, like, ugh.
Even though they were the one playing the Singed.
Yeah, like, seriously. It's because they weren't wearing them and just waving them around in Bristol's face. No one sabotaged them. No one threw them the merch.
So that's it. There you go. There's some merch for you at home. Oh, there we go. Hope you caught that.
Wrong camera.
So close.
Close enough. But hey, game number 4 now.
Will we see a Singed?
I hope not, for Exeter's sake. Because if we don't see a Singe, there's a higher potential we might see a Game 5 stat.
Yeah, we might not see a Singe, but we're definitely going to see a Crofty. He is staying in the mid lane. No substitutions in Game 4. What we are going to see is our first shift of sides. However, it is going to be Bristol Whipped opting to take the blue side away for the first time this series.
It's Bristol Whipp's choice as well. So maybe they think the top lane counter pick isn't really that important after it sort of didn't work in the previous game. Darius didn't quite run over the game as much as they would have liked. More it was Tom Kench, Watley chasing down Nibble in team fights, solo killing 80 carries. Like, come on, Tom Kench.
It was a real destructive force coming in.
You can see why it's being changed in the next patch.
Oh,
surely.
yeah.
Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's changed purely to stop Watley as well, because he's the only one I know who mains it.
Giant conspiracy. And there's probably going to be a hit squad out here, so I'll get someone to lock the door.
Alrighty, so once that door is locked, we'll be bringing you Game 4 of this series. Champ Select will be very interesting, because this is the first time where Bristol Whipped are on the back of a loss, and they will have to look whether or not they are making any changes, any adaptations, things they don't want to let through. We saw Crofty picking up the Yasuo, and actually doing a really good job on it.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a chat with some of the Bristol Whip boys, and they seemed they weren't too happy with the Nautilus pick. So probably not going to be seeing that one coming out again. It just didn't really seem to have as much impact as they were hoping for. And as well as that, it did get caught out quite a lot with bindings over the wall and followed up by Sejuani ultimates and left them in that deficit in the very early stages of team fights as they occurred. So maybe we're going to see something a little different in the hands of Do Nothing Mid.
We alluded to a possibility that Lee Brothers might have a lot of targets which he was able to miss with his Glacial Prison. However, he just kept hitting everything, and he did a great job. He really was one of the deciding factors for me. That early blast cone over the wall showing the intelligence, and in a worst case scenario he's stealing away, well, in worst case scenario there are no wolves there because it's already been cleared by Hecarim. In a middle case scenario he steals away the wolves, but what actually happens is he goes in, he gets first blood for his team, and the snowball begins.
And it's not the first time that we've seen a blind blast cone into the wolf pit play in the NUEL series. There was one as well across in the regular split, but right here this is the grand finals. This is where it really matters, and every single little play counts.
They certainly do. We're going to be able to bring you to Champ Select of Game 4 right now. The first ban coming out from the University of Bristol on the blue side is going to be Zyra. Tarek taken away by University of Exeter, just like they had been previously when they were on the blue side.
Oh yeah, it's weird seeing them all reversed on the other side of the screen now, but nothing other than that has changed so far. 2 bans in. This one's been hovered for quite a while, so maybe they're thinking that there is something particular that they want to target, maybe to try and take away. Misfortune was banned in the first game of the series, if you remember that, all the way back then, way back then. But that was in the second phase of bans, and since then, Bristol have just been taking their AD carry in the first rotation of bans, so whether or not they will opt into that strategy once again.
Not sure if this is a visual bug or a timeout error coming in on the Champ Select. This may be a remade lobby, but we'll bring you those bans as soon as we possibly can. We do look and see that we're already seeing those immediate respect bans coming in for the support, removing the Frostmancy potential, and it shows that even though the sides have changed, the priorities haven't.
No, they really haven't so far. So I mean, potentially things might change as we get into the next sort of phase of the bans. We've got past the, okay, we'd have to target this guy, this champion is just too much. And particularly Wu Zyra is definitely a combo that you can say that about, because every single time he gets his hands on that, it's not a close lane. It's just Exeter. Like, it's just Exeter's lane. There's no bot lane. It's just top mid Exeter. That's all that it actually is when he gets his hands on that. So obviously that's going to have to be taken away, and then the potential of Tariq Sonar as well is such an annoying threat if you aren't completely coordinated, like down to the letter, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, all of that has to be exactly in place to try and counter that strategy. So in pro play, yes, there is ways to answer it, but at this level, where everyone's kind of falling onto their more comfort champs, it's not quite got the answers it really needs.
Speaking of comfort champ, through winding 3 games and going back to before this whole series started, we highlighted one particular matchup, and that was Lee Brothers and Do Nothing Jungle. We showed how the Jarvan and the Nunu would be 2 clearly contested picks. In the last game, both of them were banned away. This led us to Sejuani being picked up by Lee Brothers, a real change from the Kindred and from the Camille that he'd played previously. The different style worked out for him. I would be very surprised not to see either continued focus towards those bans or an early first pickup from the side of Bristol Whip.
I mean, we've seen him play a lot of champions similar to that in the more tanky style as well. Back before Xin became like the jungle champion a few patches ago, he was playing things like Gragas as well to a pretty consistently high level, and having that kind of similar style where it's more disruption rather than skirmishing and engage style team fighting. So it could even see a return to something similar to that.
Okay, well, time will certainly be what tells, and we will be bringing that champ select just as soon as it is available to us. In the meantime, it is time for us to contemplate what could happen and the things that already have happened. For the players, it's a time for them to reset after that last game. Bristol Whipped, who had played 2 games and won 2, found themselves on a high. They found themselves at match point, but now they've got to show the mental fortitude that they can come back and bounce back from a defeat.
Yeah, it's not quite losing the first 2 games of a best-of-5 series, but it's losing the momentum is really what can be the killer for a lot of these teams, and it's why a lot of teams who've had success are able to maintain that even when they start losing deficits, losing leads. So it's something that they're going to have to overcome, make sure that they're not starting to second-guess themselves and question their own playstyle and picks.
Well, question they may well do, and this means that the side of University of Exeter, who themselves had to fight against Tilt, as I was saying in the last game, have now found themselves on the other side of the League of Legends seesaw. They can play with confidence, but they must still have that little bit of doubt at the back of their mind, where they know that if they lose this game, they are unfortunately going to be going home the runners-up in the NUEL Live Grand Final.
Yeah, we said in the previous game, one little mistake could be enough to send them home. Nothing at all has changed, not only for this game, but even if they win this, the next one as well. They have to win every single game so far for the remainder of their chance to take home the tournament.
Well, we've just seen the 2 teams there, and for the first time in this entire series when we've cut to cams, I have seen smiles on the faces of the University of Exeter. That is a team who, when they spoke to me earlier in the day, just looked so confident, very, well, they were really full of the confidence which they thought was going to drive them through the game, and then in between games, those faces, they were just, oh, what's just hit us? But now they find themselves in a position where actually they've managed to get a little bit of that energy back behind themselves, laughing and joking, a little bit more synergy, and they're going to hope to carry that straight into Champ Select, and we are there once more.
Immediately, right off the bat, same 2 bans, nothing else has changed, just as is tradition so far in this series, taking away those strategies around the bottom lane. So this is really where we've started to see a little bit of differentiation in what is banned, what is taken away, and of course, Crofty being in, Zillion is always going to be taken away from him in the mid lane.
And with Do Nothing Top still present, of course, Jax is going to be removed as well. Meanwhile, Crofty's not going to get his hands on Yasuo for a second game in a row, prioritised by University of Bristol. The question is, what is this leaving open? So far, both Nunu and Jarvan, which were both taken away in the last game, one by each team, are both still available. With Nunu banned away, I'm completely expecting to see Jarvan picked up first.
Is there an answer to it, though?
I was wrong.
Will it just be the flexible Morgana? It's made appearances on both sides of the coin now.
I think it's been first picked almost every game.
Yeah, Exeter have had their chance to have the Morgana, and now it's back on Bristol. So maybe this was the idea behind switching to the blue side. Maybe they thought Morgana is that powerful, is worth at least completely giving up the idea of picking in the top lane against Watley, just to make sure that they get their hands on that support / mid laner. It can be either of the two, and it's definitely had a lot of impact so far in the series.
I was wondering what this would mean for Lee Brothers, and it certainly looks like the Jarvan is what it's going to mean for the man who so likely wanted to play it earlier on but has had it picked away from him, banned away from him. That one is now going to get locked in, along with the Sivir. High Anxiety's best performance of the series so far, coming on that hyperscaler.
It certainly has been, and it's been a whole team performance in the last game. So yes, Sivir was definitely a component in that, getting the engages set off, and what better way to engage a team fight than to throw a Jarvan into the middle of it. But you have to remember, Jarvan is still a flexible pick. This is the way that they managed to take the victory in the semi-finals, because they locked in the Jarvan jungle twice and then switched it up in the very last game. He had something else hidden up his sleeve. So potentially this could be going towards Watley in the top lane, and maybe that could be playing into taking that last pick. That could be something super spicy.
That's the joy of flex picks. Sejuani is going to get locked in for Do Nothing Jungle. It's been a bit of flip-flopping going between Lee Brothers and Do Nothing Jungle all games. Something that hasn't changed over the last couple of games has been Nibble, who has now played 3 games, well, will have now played 3 games in a row on this misfortune. Vladimir had been banned away in previous games. Now, before the second phase of bans begins, it's University of Exeter who decide to secure themselves the Marquis himself.
This is the first that we've seen of Vladimir on the side of Exeter in the playoffs at the very least. But it's something that's pretty staple on the side of Bristol Whips. They've played it in top, they've played it in mid as well. And it is a very powerful champion that was banned away in the previous game, sort of towards the second phase of the bans though. So they're looking to... Everything is just slightly switching up in these drafts. So we're seeing Morgana first picked a lot. We're seeing Jarvan picked up a lot. But then there's no Braum locked in for Ember in the bottom lane. So Misfortune doesn't have that combo that's been working so well for them in these previous games. But it's not going to be banned away.
Some really noteworthy champions are being banned away. However, we saw Nasus in the first game. It's not going to be here in game number 4. Yorick taken away from Do Nothing top as well. Hecarim is one of the champions that really strikes out to me as having neither been picked or banned so far. And with 1 ban left for University of Bristol, we will see if that changes.
So I believe Exeter is thinking this Morgana will be put towards the support role rather than in the mid lane, as Do Nothing mid has played it twice though, but not taking away the Braum. I'm not sure about that being the ideal strategy, as it's been so good for them throughout a lot of the team fights particularly. But then again, we see a return to those Enchanter supports for Wu in the bottom lane. He didn't get his Lulu in game number 1, and he won't get it again here, but he'll fall back onto something even more safe, even more beta.
Super safe, super scaling lane for the University of Exeter in the bot lane, and unsurprisingly we are seeing that hover of the Braum. Ember, who has played a few games of it so far, has had a pretty solid contribution. However, looking at Nibble and Ember taking this Misfortune, potentially taking this Braum, which has now been locked in, I wouldn't say it didn't work in the last game, but it wasn't quite as relevant as perhaps it had been in previous. It was pretty much the only thing that got fed was the Misfortune, but still questionable that they decided to stick with what was essentially, at the end of the day, a losing team comp. Only a couple of small changes having been made. That Misfortune, sorry, not the Misfortune, that's Morgana in for...
Oh, wait a minute.
Screw everything I was saying. We got Vayne top.
DNT busting out the Vayne top lane. Oh man, he talked about it maybe being a potential counter pick to, you know, those health stacking tanks, Tom Kench, Mundo, things like that. Things that are in Watley's little repertoire. And he didn't go for it then, but he goes for it when he has the blind pick. So it gives Watley an opportunity to decide what does he want to play against it. It could even be the Jarvan.
Well, we are going to see Tom Kench as the final lock-in. That does mean Watley going back to his favourite champion in the whole wide world. He'll get to play it up against the Vayne. How do you see that matchup playing out?
I see a lot of auto attacks onto Tom Kench and a lot of damage, and then he's just going to press E and probably be fine anyway. So it's super, super volatile, though, is the matchup, as if Vayne starts to get ahead, starts to build an advantage, we're going to have to see Do Nothing Jungle pathing towards the top lane and getting Vayne as far ahead as he possibly can. But I mean, in previous games, Lib Brothers has been really good at reading the pathing, counteracting the aggressive plays that come out from the side of Bristol Whipped, and it's actually... Oh, okay, last second switch back. It will be a top lane Vayne, and it's going to be mid Morgana for Do Nothing mid for the 3rd time in the playoffs at the very least, up against the Vlad in the mid lane for Crofty. Vlad is a pretty disgusting champion if he gets a lead.
The Summoners have locked in their champions for Game 4. The coaches have done everything they can to help with this draft phase, to lead their teams to victory. We find University of Exeter needing to clinch this game to go 2-all in the series, whereas Bristol Whipped, who feel they maybe had one hand on the NUEL Live trophy, have now got to make sure they get themselves the firmest grip possible by taking this 4th game and going 3-1.
And they've not really picked themselves the easiest composition to do it with, because these fights have been so volatile, so back and forth, and a lot of the times it's the tanks that are soaking up the damage, and as soon as one tank falls, the whole team crumbles behind them. But this time, well, they've locked in a Vayne top. Like, all they're going for is more tank shredding, but then once they've got past that, what do they have to keep them alive through the DPS that's being output onto them by their opponents? Sivir, specifically, with all the ricochets, so much damage across team fights.
Rick Saga Sharples, he has doubts for Bristol Whipped that they're going to be able to continue the dominant fashion they had in games 1 and 2. Instead, feeling perhaps that Exeter have set themselves up to take this game all the way in the best of 5 series. That is the NUEL Live Grand Final, coming to you from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in the heart of London. What a great venue it is.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Wonderful. We always, it's got to happen. It's got to happen. There's got to be one. There's always one. There has to be one. So we're heading straight back into the game after a nice little, it's not a Windows update, we'll give it that. It's something. But now, well, Bristol Whipped goes for a little bit of an invade early on, finds nothing from it, and just backs themselves away. No early ward's going to be placed either.
We didn't have the opportunity there to see whether or not Bristol Whipped were actually spotted out. Based on where Tom Kench currently is, I feel it's unlikely that that 5-man squadron got spotted. However, with limited time available, it is going to be Bristol Whipped who just return themselves to the other half of the map. Going to be securing a red buff for Do Nothing Jungle. Lee Brothers looks like he's going to get the help of his ADC and support as well. It's going to be bottom half of the jungle starts. Still no vertical jungling coming out this series.
Out as like an immediate area that we have to look immediately as this game gets kicked off. But Do Nothing Mid's going to be forced out of mid lane. Aggressive posturing from Crofty. It will just result in like a 1 minion missed for the side of Morgana. But one thing that stands out a little bit to me here is that we've got 2 Glacial Augment users in this game. Morgana makes a bit of sense, but I mean, when you're against a ranged champion as that Tom Kench in the top lane, you need as much sticking power as you can get. So he's looking to slow down Vayne to at least be able to trade back. But Vayne, with the Kleptomancy, he's going to be farming off of Tom Kench the entire game.
Lee Brothers has found himself a nice early Scuttle Crab. Sejuani still taking away those Krugs. He's going to get to the top side of the map a little late. Jarvan looks like he's headed towards his red buff. There is the potential... Sorry, I missed somehow that Sejuani had... No, it's just a ward, not a Scuttle Crab. Scuttle Crab's still available on the top side of the map. Done got bamboozled.
He done did you in. Sneaky boys.
Sneaky boys indeed. Someone who has been exceptionally sneaky has been Lee Brothers, especially in that last game. He made some really, really crucial plays, and you mentioned the way he's been tracking the jungler and Do Nothing jungler so well. Let's see whether he's able to do that and impact the lanes as heavily as in the last game. Already, he's coming down. Do Nothing. Tom is going to flash away, and the tumble is there as well. Flashing from Lee Brothers. It's going to be first blood secured by your man, Lee Brothers. He is absolutely starting the game in the way he ended the last one.
You just know that he was like, as soon as he went for the combo, he just moved his mouse to exactly where the Vayne flashed to and went, as soon as I hear that little noise, I'm pressing flash, and we are getting the kill in this lane. This is exactly what I'd said. You need Do Nothing Jungle to have impact to get Vayne ahead, but Lee Brothers just gets there first, knocks that Vayne down a peg, loses both Summoner spells, so a return gank is definitely on the cards as well.
On the plus side, these 2 summoners were burned by Exeter. Watley and Lee Brothers both expending their flash, but they will be saying hashtag worth on the back of getting the extra gold for the Toad.
Again, it's a great start early on for Exeter off the back of good pathing from Lee Brothers, making good use of the early level CC that he has in the champions that he's drafted for himself, and making as much impact as he possibly can very early in the game. There we go. There's the return attempt, but once again, LeBrothers is here to counter.
He's always in the right place. Flash push in the middle of Do Nothing Jungle. LeBrothers finding himself flagging and dragging to safety. Very crucially, Do Nothing Jungle used his dash to get over the wall, so wasn't able to get himself any kind of knock-up onto Watley. Do Nothing Top really not able to help too much. In fact, losing out on a little bit of CS, trying to help out. But here comes the regap. This time the knock-up is there. Watley still with no flash available, already been stunned up. The grey health is going to be popped. That is an awfully large shield, and the Condemn is going to send Watley to safety, not crashing into the wall for the stun.
This is not on hit Nico. Your E doesn't snare him, and he just donates him a safe passage back to his tower. Do Nothing Top, confusing himself with his championship.
Oh man, that is a real feel-bad moment for Do Nothing Top, not only giving away first blood, but also securing the safety of Watley. The frog has been unclogged, and he is currently feeling pretty happy in that top lane. He's still getting himself a considerable CS disadvantage though. This is something that Do Nothing Top has been able to do on every single champion he's played in the early game.
Yeah, but this is the first time he's actually found himself in a matchup where he has the ranged advantage. He's making that absolutely count against the Tom Kench. He's shoving in the wave as much as he possibly can. This opens up a lot of an opportunity for Watley to close some of the deficit that has been built up so far. Whereas, well, as you said, Bilgewater Cutlass, Bladed Ruin King costs a little bit more now, so Do Nothing Top is really going to need to start extending that.
Droptic flashes forward, gets the flash out of Do Nothing Mid, who put down that black shield, managing to keep herself safe from the potential flag and drag of LeBrothers as he looked to get yet more impact. Such an aggressive play coming out of Crofty, similar to the way we saw him play in the Assault.
No hesitation whatsoever. As soon as there's a potential that there's a play, Crofty is all over it, but Do Nothing Mid has the defensive abilities, uses the flash, uses the black shield, keeps himself safe.
The junglers will clash. LeBrothers has got himself a level of advantage, but he will decide to back away from this one instead, going towards the mid lane. Will we see any kind of clash between these two sets of champions? The answer seems to be no.
Clash is a bit of a sore point for League of Legends users. We should make a new word. We should use a different word. We should say confrontation. We shouldn't bring up clash. It hurts a lot of people, Stan.
Yeah, those wounds are still fresh. You got a point. I never did get any icons out of that.
No, I never bothered because I knew.
And do you know which icon is actually paining me the most at the moment? It's the current event. So there are some people who, due to a glitch in the system, were able to get all four. So the council, the warband, everything. I just got one, and I'm feeling kind of bitter about it. A bit of a collector.
Oh.
Sorry, I went council because, you know, the idea of taking objectives while everything else is dying around me, that's me. We might be 10k down, but I got Mountain Dragon.
I haven't chosen one yet, so I'm up for arguments from people outside who wanna recruit someone.
Well, I think it's all about, you know, it's all about the playstyle. If you want to do something wacky and crazy, then there's
Which
one
one's
out there.
ARAMs? I play those.
ARAMs, oh man, I've forgotten the name of it. I can only remember Warband and Council at the moment. It's neither of them.
Okay, beautiful.
Oh, look at that control ward. It's a beast, and so is LeBrothers as he throws the Cataclysm down. Crofty goes in with the Hemo Plague. Vinny VD Crofty, he came, he saw, he got a kill.
Absolutely did. No flash available for Do Nothing Mid this time, and the Soul Shackles would not have saved him in that sticky situation he found himself in. Can't Black Shield the Cataclysm. He gets locked down. Once again, punished for that lack of defensive summoners by the Jarvan. Again, LeBrothers finding more and more impact in his solo lanes.
It is incredible, though, that it's only the 500 gold lead in favour of Exeter. Yet again, we have to look back towards the top lane. Consistently, Do Nothing Top able to bully out his lane opposition, getting himself some CS advantages, keeping his team alive in this game.
Yeah, and the Kleptomancy plays no small part in that as well, just farming up
I hadn't even
gold
noticed. Yeah,
every single time he attacks on Watley.
Like that.
5 gold.
10 gold.
Beautiful.
15 gold.
Beautifully done. Every little helps. I knew you wanted to get that. I had to steal it. It's okay, it's okay. Tesco top lane.
Watley does not know that Do Nothing Jungle is lurking. Let's see whether or not Do Nothing Top is going to condemn him to safety again.
But this time, he does have the flash available, so he might not even need a condemn to get himself out of this one.
The grey health shield is kind of obscene, right? That's not just me who thinks that.
A lot of time just... There we go, the engage finally comes through, and it's an immediate flash from Watley. Doesn't want any chance of being locked up in that lane.
I love that. A lot of respect coming out of the top lane and an immediate response coming in from Lee Brothers, who so far is doing everything he can to out-jungle, do nothing jungle. It's going to be Mountain Drake secured by Exeter. We saw a couple of these going over to Bristol and what that could do for them earlier in this series. Now it's going to be Exeter who take that one all for themselves.
Kind of interesting that for the most part of this series, the team on the red side has had the barricade. Control is a bit of a strong word for what we saw in the first couple of games, but they've been managing to get their hands on that objectives. When looking at just the geography of the map, it's a little more difficult to get in from the red side, so it's interesting that they've been able to control it so well, but this time it will not be them who's taking the first objectives. Take a tower plate as well on Sivir, and that was a little bit risky. That could have potentially just been an instant snap engage and turned around on him, but we'll manage to get it and get out safe.
Me deciding there that the stealth shield was enough to help out the Sivir. High Anxiety might be about to find Lee Brothers coming down into the bot lane. He's looking for the flag and drag. He forces the flash out of Misfortune. Emperor's caught in the cataclysm, being kept safe purely by the nice use of bullying time. Do nothing side to top. Decides to go for the teleport. It's been echoed by Watley. Now we've got ourselves a 4 versus 3 brewing in the bot lane. The question is, where is Sejuani? She's been visiting the mid lane on Bristle and isn't going to be able to return anytime soon. The dragon hasn't been taken, however, so that teleport down from Watley is not going to be able to put to any use.
That is pretty risky though for Do Nothing Top to teleport down like that, because, well, the recent change to teleport where it's uncancelable once you start channeling it unless somebody interrupts you, you will end up appearing on the screen down there. There was 4 members he was teleporting into. It could have potentially just been delivering them yet another kill onto the Vayne, but instead it will be just the disengage, and that 500 gold lead in favor of Exeter remains as it is.
And the fact that it is remaining exactly how it is probably a good sign for the side of Bristol, which, however, we talked about in the last game that they lose the scaling. This time, they have got themselves the Vayne in the top lane. They have got an ability to shred through a lot of tanks if they can keep key people alive. It's going to be Lee Brothers just stalking Do Nothing Top. That's a dangerous place to be. There's the ward, there's the flag and drag. No use of the cataclysm.
Damage going to be traded back though as Sejuani's hovering around as well. Might just be the end of this little engagement. Herald is up and available on the cards, but they're both aware that the junglers are on the top side of the map. The Brothers did just recall though, so potentially we'll see it now coming out in favor of Bristol.
Let's see if Do Nothing Jungle opts into that Herald that you are talking about. We are, of course, still pre-14 minutes. Plenty of plates still available. The most that have disappeared from the turret so far are 2 in favour of Exeter in the bot lane. However, Bristol Whip have got themselves a couple, 1 in the mid, 1 in the top lane.
So dead even as well in terms of platings. Not only lane assignments, kills almost. There's only 2 between them. This is probably the lowest kill game we've seen in the entire series so far, but Do Nothing Jungle's looking to change that.
I've seen this fight before. This time the stun is going to land courtesy on the Condemned, but Do Nothing Top is the one taking the aggro, shielding from Watley, keeping himself alive. And now that's going to be a devour onto Sejuani, but she's not taking aggro anymore. Now she is, and the stopwatch has been burned by Watley, trying to buy himself a bit of time. Needs to find another tongue lash, gets one on the Do Nothing Jungle. Surely he's not going to turn this round. Finally the knockup lands. Do Nothing Jungle running away. Bristle takes Sejuani to safety, living another day. Meanwhile, Crofty is looking to impact the bottom half of the map. That was insane how long it took to kill Watley.
Yeah, that's Tom Kench for you. You have to burn through his health bar twice. And on top of that, it was Sejuani who opened up with the Glacial Prison. Had the aftershock, but it wasn't her who was tanking the tower. So, man, kind of a sloppy execution, but they do take the kill. It's traded on the opposite side of the map. Bottom tower going to be the first to fall in favor of Exeter. But once again, Do Nothing Top will capitalize on that alongside his jungler and at least even up the objectives on the opposite side of the map. So the gold lead is now in favor of Bristol. It's still 500 gold, but it's on Bristol's side now.
Yeah, really crucially, both of those teams taking away all the turret plating from the respective towers before the 14-minute mark, getting all the extra gold into the pockets, but crucially, Do Nothing Top, not only now with a 30 CS lead, not only, oh, so he actually got an assist, not a kill, but even so, pretty good, but he also got all the extra turret plating just being put onto himself and Do Nothing Jungle, whereas it's being shared among so many members of Exeter. So even though the first turret gold goes over into Exeter's pockets, Bristol Whips are actually the ones who find themselves a small advantage. Now we can see the Australian lanes have begun. Turret plating has completely fallen off, and it is going to be Vayne sent to deal with the long lane on alone.
Once again, she's dealt with it pretty well though so far against Watley in the Tom Kench, but there is once again potential that the brothers can find those gank routes, those paths to find those areas where there is that vision control in favor of Bristol Whip. There's already a couple of control wards dropped down, and if you can make your way around the back of Do Nothing Top, that could be a potential threat, but instead we're going to focus around the top side where they now have the Sivir and the Janna as well. They're going to turn their attention to the Rift Herald and try and burst open that top lane, get themselves that extra bit of objective.
And it makes perfect sense for Exeter. They're the ones with advantage in mid and bottom lane, so they're able to just press that further, knowing that the top half of the map is where they have their power point right now. Meanwhile, Cloud Drake has spawned. This time the RNG really not playing in favour of Bristol.
No, I don't know. I mean, Cloud Drakes have been kind of contested so far throughout this series, so maybe we'll see a hot team fight around them once again.
I mean, the excited part of me kind of hopes you're right, but the gameplay has been slower, has been more steadily built up, and I want to see some nice macro decisions being made by both teams. I'm going to say leave that Cloud Dragon alone, okay?
Yeah, unless you can take it for free, completely uncontested, it's definitely a secondary objective for the moment, for the time being. Especially with both of the bot lanes already having rotated towards the top side of the map, it's very unlikely that any particular team is going to commit all the resources down to that bottom side, whereas instead you see Do Nothing Jungle looking to commit towards the top side. But there's so much vision here again for Exeter. There's no tower there, they don't have the safety, so they make up for that by placing literal loads of wards.
Interestingly enough, by showing there, by taking away that... well, hold a second, because Do Nothing Top has already had flashes of the way. That means he can't get out of the classic. It takes so very much damage. He's shielded for a moment by the black shield, but it's not enough. Now Do Nothing Mid is the one who has to find himself running away, but he turns back over onto Lee Brothers, onto Grofty. Not wants to use the pool is there. Do Nothing Mid managed to get a kill onto Lee Brothers. The flash for flash. Grofty and Do Nothing Mid are chasing each other, but here comes Ember. It's going to be devoured. Used onto Vladimir, who stays alive long enough to take down Do Nothing Mid. Now Janna with the Monsoon is going to once more turn the fight in favour of the side of Exeter as they look to turn this series out 2-all. It's Wu who's flashing over the wall, throwing down the Janna Tornado, helping Crofty get yet another kill in that fight. Of course the Cloud Dragon will be their reward, but more importantly so many crucial kills. All of that has equalised the goal, and suddenly Vladimir, with his absolute obscene amounts of damage he can put down, is 3-0-1.
Like, I'm all in favour of Jarvan's and Vladimir's flashing forward aggressively to make plays, but a Janna like this?
That's what this game is.
You're really going to do that to them. He did that to me with the Aftershock looks. He lied about that. Now he's playing Janna like it's a pike or something. This guy's insane. But it works out for them. 2 for 5 now in favour of Exeter. The gold lead is
Saga,
sneakily...
Did that fight happen around the Dragon Pit?
Oh, what do you know? What a strange coincidence. Cloud Drake. As is tradition. Although, to be fair, I don't think the actual Drake itself was the cause of that fight. It was an attempt on Do Nothing Top, but just got completely out of hand.
And
everyone
he didn't have a turret to fall back on. He got caught out. What I was starting to say as that fight broke out was that Do Nothing Jungle, by clearing that ward that had been around the Herald, essentially was saying to the Lee brothers, go on then, go and take yourself a free dragon. And instead of taking a free dragon, he takes himself a free top laner that turns into even more kills and the dragon on top of it. Lee Brothers right now is showing what he's made of.
Everyone got dragged into that. Again, it's not really a team fight, it's an extended skirmish. It's constantly 1 or 2 people just dragging more and more in, and as soon as one person dies, another one replaces them in the team fights, and eventually the numbers advantage just ends up in Exeter's favour as Nibble was remaining in that top lane and pushing in the waves up top, but wasn't able to trade it back for a tower though.
Teleport comes in, and that's going to be Do Nothing Mid doing what he can to stop this turret dropping despite Shelly's best intentions. The crush up the turret is just not enough. Meanwhile, Do Nothing Top is also going to be able to stick around. Just hovering at the back of this fight, not quite sure he's going to do the damage. Here comes bullet time raining through. Grothy used himself that pool, keeping himself safe. Watley jumps in. He is a fast old toe. I thought for a moment that was a Predator Tom Kench who was going so fast, but no, it's just that Righteous Glory, the early purchase for the Exeter top lane.
Bravery strike.
Charge! Wait, no, that's Kled.
Same difference, same champion. But instead, it's just going to be another disengage around this mid lane. There was a couple of nice bindings that came out from Do Nothing mid onto key targets. The Glacial Prison landed onto LeBrothers, but nothing more came of it. They had the defensive position underneath their own tower. When the bullet time came through, Monsoon cancelled the vast majority of that out. The only person who was kind of caught in the crossfire was Vladimir, who did the classic move, press W, and he's perfectly fine, gets himself out, keeps that bounty out of the hands of Bristol Whipped. And in the end, it's Exeter who drops the second tower in their favor. And now, that 500 gold lead, Stan, still a 500 gold lead.
Yeah, well, it's once again become a 500 gold lead, and we're now approaching the 20-minute mark, and we all know what that means. It means that the Baron is back, and that is all going to lead to vision, it's going to lead to fights, it's going to lead to excitement. My heart can't take it, Saga. That's what happens when you get as old as me.
I'll come back to you on that in about 12 years' time when I get there. But, wow, just when we get to about these objectives team fights, we've seen a little bit of a kind of one at the Dragon Pit. I'm talking structured. I'm talking front to back. I'm talking a proper team fight. Well, you've got a Vladimir. That's the team fight mage, other than maybe Kennen or both, which is the ideal strategy. But the amount of AoE damage that can come down from the Exeter team composition, just from the Vladimir, from Sivir as well with the ricochets, is actually wild. And really, there's not that much in terms of, well, AoE damage other than the bullet time on the side of Crystal Whip. So a lot of it is going to be single targets, and we've seen how long it takes for Watley to die. So if he's standing at the front of these team fights, it's going to take a while.
If you're planning on going to grab yourself a Red Bull, you have got 55 seconds to do it before the next dragon is around, because we all know what happens when a dragon spawns.
Oh yeah.
The party begins.
That's it. It's dragon time. Bit of poking back and forth onto the Baron, just making sure that it's aggroing and taking chunks of health away from those who are trying to clear the wards. It works. That control ward remains up and alive, denying vision around the Baron pit.
That's how to save a ward.
It certainly is, yeah. Just throw boomerangs at it.
22 seconds. Get back in your chairs. Get ready for the action. Second Mountain Drake of the game is going to be spawning right now. Exeter look like they have all the priority in the world, but don't let that fool you. There's no way BRW are going to give this one up. Am I right?
I'm gonna go with maybe.
That's a hard maybe.
Okay, I'll give you a solid yes on that. The Twin Shadows has been committed. That's the Glacial Augment coming out from Morgana.
5v5. This is going to be Watley taking a bit of damage. Of course, he's got great health available. That's the flash, that's the drag, that's the Cataclysm. Lee Brothers goes golden. It's going to be the pull thrown down by Vlad, but look at Nibble getting as much damage from the back button as he can, but Frosty picks up the kill on the Do Nothing mid, and that is going to be an incredible kill as Do Nothing just gets shredded by Lee Brothers, who manages to stay alive. A 3-4-0 in favour of Exeter. Nuts to the Mountain Dragon. Let's go, Baron!
Lee Brothers just hid in a bush, and Do Nothing Top just froze. He didn't know what to do. It was like if you turn like a rabbit upside down. They just don't know what to do with themselves.
Sorry, what?
It's a real thing. But he just froze and stood there. He couldn't get
I'm scared for your hamsters.
But he couldn't get vision to finish off the kill on the brothers, so it was just an instant turnaround. It was so bad. You never want to be caught in a 1v1 against a Vayne with Blade of the Ruined King, with Ginsu's. But he makes it work and turns that around, and once again, the Dragon fights. It's a clean sweep. It's a nice victory for Exeter. They get themselves that Baron buff. And, well, they're pinging the Dragon again. So, round two, anyone?
Oh, my heart cannot take a round two. Just let him have the mountain, please. With the first Mountain Dragon already secured, Exeter, of course, were able to take that Baron so very, very fast. Do Nothing Jungle unable to do anything due to his death timer, and he won't Finally, he won't contest this dragon. It is going to be a second mountain. Objectives will be falling before you can say Siver pizzas.
Before you can say Dan. What are we talking about?
I'll give you that.
That's the title of a book. It's no spoiler.
No.
So it's fine.
Unless
we'll go for it. But just, man, Vladimir is just... he's just having a good game. Look at that. He's 5-0 from Rocky on Vlad. He showed up so huge in the previous game. game as well as this one once again.
You want a spoiler, Saga? I got a spoiler for you. Baron plus 2 Mountain Dragons equals uh-oh for the side of Bristol Whip.
Inhibitors are sweating.
They've already lost themselves one turret. The outer turret still stands in the top lane, so of course 4 members of Exeter can immediately exit out of the blue side of the jungle, stealing away camps while they're at it. Poor do-nothing jungle. What did he do to deserve that? He killed them in game 1 and 2.
This is a little bit different to the way that we've seen the Baron buff be employed by Bristol Whip, because we know they have their playstyle kind of split push heavy. Do-nothing top takes it to the other side of the map and pressures down inhibitors while the rest of his team sticks around and tries to take the objectives on the other side of the map. But here, it's just pure 5 versus 5, because that is what this team top is built to do. There is no reason for Watley to be bot lane pushing down on that inner tower, when the main strength of this composition is to have him soak all of the damage and just let Vladimir, let Sivir absolutely bring it.
2 turrets already fallen in this push. Bristol Whip don't want to lose anymore. They go into Watley and turn down for Watley. He's gone. It's going to be do-nothing mid securing 1 kill. Do-nothing jungle getting another, but do-nothing top unable to pick one up for himself. And Crofty, who went golden, who went into his pool, gets himself a triple kill and completely turns the fight. Woo is going to get caught out. Do-nothing mid getting a free kill for his troubles, but the inhibitor is now being pinged. High anxiety lives on the back of this fight, along with the massive carry that is that man Crofty, and Exeter look to convincingly set aside the doubts that we had in our mind in games 1 and number 2, as they now find themselves an inhibitor in game number 4.
What a strong mentality these guys have proved to have. Going down 0-2 after the first 2 games of the series, coming back so strong for the start of game number 3, kind of wiggling around in the mid lane, throwing it back and forth, but turning that around. But this game looks so gosh darn dominant. 5,000 gold lead. It's better than 500.
Saga, do you know how hard that is to do? I mean, we know about it from solo queue, and that's not the level, if we're perfectly honest, that these guys are playing at right now. But you look at people.
Last game.
Well, okay, maybe not for you, but for me it's not. But you've got players in the UKLC who at a recent tournament lost a first game convincingly to underdogs. We talked about it earlier on in the series. They tilted. They fell off the face of the rift and could not come back. Exeter right now, they've not just come back, they are decimating Bristol Whip. Nibble left running for his life. Ember trying to block him as much damage as he can. The spooky ghosts are going to slow down multiple people, but the redemption is going to come in for Exeter. Watley still got the grey health. He hasn't got a care in the world on that Tom catch. Surely you need to ban it in game number 5, because every time Watley gets TK, Exeter win a game.
I think, does someone need to remind him how dying works? Because there's been so many times where he's lost like 3 times the amount of health that he's supposed to have. But redemptions, monsoons, shields, grey health, he just takes so much killing. You have a Vayne, she's supposed to be the tank trading champion, and it takes her 20 seconds to get him what? 20%, 30% hit points, and he just walks away from the fight. Man, they get lucky that Nibble is not going to be caught out there. The collapse was good. Ember got in the way with the stand behind me and made sure that his AD carry was going to be safe. It wasn't going to be dropped down by the 8-0 Vladimir that was chasing it down. But in the end, it doesn't amount to anything more than just not dying.
Someone get the defibrillators ready at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, because in 1 minute we've got another dragon coming onto the rift, and in 1 minute 10 the Baron will follow suit. Lee Brothers just completely forcing the respect back away from do-nothing jungle, who takes one look at that Jarvan and just scoots away to safety.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds, Stan. Take a deep breath.
It's another mountain.
In through the nose, out through the mouth, okay?
Glad you said mouth.
Okay, 20 seconds. Right, dragon. Vision control. It's actually better in favor of Bristol than it has been throughout a lot of the series. It's just not in the right place. They have a control ward in their own base, and that's not going to help them in a fight that's inevitably going to be popping off around the dragon pit. Exeter, well, they're clearing the way. They're making sure that there is no vision whatsoever.
Red wards control the Exeter red zone jungle.
Ember's wandering off somewhere else. Are they giving this up again?
They are indeed. That's the third mountain break. And a part of me is glad to see Bristol Whip not face-checking, losing more members, especially with the Baron being up. But the other part of me says that very Baron is now so massively under threat. A Sivir with Infinity Edge and Static Shiv almost completing that Essence Reaver, is going to be able to completely rip through any defense that the Baron would put up. 3 Mountain Drakes are going to mean that this is seconds that are going to pass, and then the Baron is gone, just like the game.
Oh man, it's going to be so close. If they can turn around on a knife's end, and it doesn't matter, they will turn this fight immediately.
Black and Drag forward, Lee Brothers looking to do what he can, do nothing top popping that ult. The final hour has been used. This could be the final hour for Bristol if they don't win the fight. Sivir was already taken down, says Wani, but look at do nothing top. He's got 2. He's got himself a triple kill. He's now trying to dash himself away from Wu. He's looking for a quadra. Instead, it's going to be Nibble who gets this one. Only Lee Brothers remains. It's going to be the ace that's going over to the side of Bristol Whipped. The game just turned once more. The Guardian's Angel keeps Lee Brothers alive for now. The ace is not quite secured, but look at that triple for Do Nothing Top, which obviously must have only been a double because he's only got 2 kills in the entire game. But it doesn't matter. The Baron has been stopped for now. Nibble is losing so much of his health just at these super minions.
Oh, and Max, I saw him get clapped in the 1v1 tournament before, so he's not feeling this one. He's going to back away, doesn't go for the completion on the ace. And well, even if he did, what more was really going to come from it? He can't solo the Baron. There isn't really a objective worth taking nearby, so it's a sensible decision. He's going to back away. His entire team fell around him, as did the entirety of Bristol, other than the Misfortune. But now it's the Abyssal Voyage. It's the sneaky Baron. It's game 1 again.
Going down so very fast, but here come Bristol Whip. They're going to arrive just in time to see the Baron falling, being secured by Exeter, but now they can look to get the fight to remove as many buffs as possible. Nibble's already lost a lot of health, does not have a massive amount of mana. Here comes Frothy. He's on side, he flashes full. He manages to put down that ultimate, and he's going to be able to easily get himself a kill. But the final hour once again being used by Do Nothing Top, securing a kill onto Wu. Crofty goes gold and manages to keep himself alive. Flash over the wall, not going to be enough to save Do Nothing Jungle. High Anxiety getting that one, and now it's a 3 versus 2, and 2 of those people are caught. Do Nothing Top does manage to get a kill. It's going to be onto the Jarvan, but it's going to be Ember who gives up his life. Do Nothing Mid is running for the hills. Everybody else is dead for Bristol Whip. Surely the Morgana cannot stave off these War Dogs who are crushing down the base. Exeter looking to complete this game. They've still got High Anxiety left. He's going to be there with 3 Mountain Dragons and a Baron buff, taking down one Nexus turret as quickly as possible. Do Nothing Mid already with the 1 Tongue Lash. In goes Crofty. He finds himself smite. That's going to be going golden by Do Nothing Mid. Look how low High Anxiety is, and Exeter are being forced to run. The most incredible defense coming in from Do Nothing Mid, and here comes Nibble, but here comes Crofty. He's trying to turn it round. The Hextech Proto Belt, the turret shot. Nibble lives, Crofty dies. The base stays alive for the side of Bristol Whipped. Exeter did everything but ending.
800 gold, boys. Executioner's calling. Is that little bit of an edge that Nibble needed to just get that solo onto the Vladimir and keep his base alive? So close to getting taken down, but what a base defense there from Do Nothing Mid. Absolutely perfectly played, aside from missing the binding.
I'm calm,
but we'll give him
nothing
that.
happened.
It was the Vladimir.
I wasn't on the floor a moment ago.
Just fetal position after that one. It's okay. It's okay. You're probably not the only one. I think Bristol is wiping beads of sweat from their brow after that got so close to being the end of the game there.
Do Nothing Mid was a hero.
Skin of their teeth.
Do Nothing Mid was an absolute hero. I mean, let's not understate it. Exeter are playing this game brilliantly. That Baron crushing the fight on the back of it, even managing to get that Cataclysm to take down the Vayne at the end. But what Do Nothing Mid just did was keep this game alive, even if it slightly killed me.
Keeping the series alive as well. The hopes that this could just be the last game of the series, because if they are able to find that miraculous turnaround, maybe once or twice more, and find the Nexus of Exeter, they will go home the champions.
The Nexeter.
Nexeter, beautiful. You would fine.
Here we can see the player cams. That is Exeter. I'm not entirely sure which team is having to deal with the pause right now, bearing in mind that our noble overlord Chazmaster is currently among the Exeter crew. It seems quite likely that they are the ones who are suffering some issues. But you can see that the team, they look fairly calm despite any problems they might be having. Here's Bristol.
Look at Do Nothing Mid. He's like bouncing.
He should be hyped. I mean, like, I am hyped for him with what just happened.
Pumping.
He's got to calm down right now, though, because I don't have to calm down because that's not part of my job description. It is part of his. Right now, he's got to land some crucial dark bindings. He's got to get the Black Shield working perfectly. He might even have to defend the Nexus Nexus like he just did. If he can successfully do that, if this team that has a Vayne coming online post 30 minutes can get just one team fight, even without having 3 Mountain Dragons, this game could still turn on its head.
Yeah.
That knife edge from the last game is slowly coming back again.
Could this be the first game that we see ends without being the Baron buff being the reason for it? Could this just be the game that ends because of a team fight and just rush down mid rather than getting the Baron and just choking people out, and then the desperation play being the final nail in the coffin?
Based purely on what I just saw, no.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Baron it's always going to play a big role. It's such a huge buff to have, especially now with I mean, just how strong this composition actually is. I mean, we've seen siege compositions with Baron. It looks good, but do you need to siege? You can just kill everyone instead. But I mean, if
These team fights are hectic, Saga.
if you don't get rid of that Morgana, though, maybe she can 3v1 hold against you for a little bit.
I mean, that in itself is an incredible hold.
sketchy.
But if you don't get rid of Do Nothing Top, if you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
manage to remove Nibble, then that's a worry. But the plus side is you've got a Jarvan who's landing Cataclysm after Cataclysm. You've got Crofty who's happy to flash into the middle of the opposition. We use that Hextech Protobelt as well, and is doing crazy, crazy damage. All I know is that damage is currently on pause, and that is why we're going to have to take no break whatsoever, because we are going to be bringing you the action, and my word, we have had plenty of it today, haven't we, Saga?
Oh, yeah.
And we might even have a 5th game of it.
More than our fair share, I would say, of action, particularly around the Dragon Pit.
Alright, the dragon itself will be spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It
again?
will not be the Elder because it is pre-35 minutes, so there is still potentially one last twist to be in this tale of dragon throws and fights. Meanwhile, now it's just down to Exeter to work out how they want to close out this game, because surely that must be what is on their mind right now. The inhibitor is down in the mid lane, the super minions are pushing, Bristol Whipped are fighting for their lives, they are fighting for the lead they have in this series.
One Nexus tower remaining for Bristol. They're holding onto it with everything they have. It's all they hold dear now. It's their one remaining chance to take this game, make it a 3-1 victory in their favor. Otherwise, it's Silver Scrapes a clock, Stan.
Da-na-na, da-na. Oh, too early, too early.
No, don't do that. No. We don't need, like, bugs.
Oh, man. Grey Heartsy. Alright, another turret falls. The Baron push continues. Exeter now have built themselves a 6,000 gold lead. Inhibitor number 2 already taking some damage. 2 super minions are there. The clear is not coming through from Bristol Whip just yet, and the health is being shredded from those turrets second by second.
Okay, so when will the engagement come? Because it's coming. It's gonna happen. The Brothers is gonna go in with a Cataclysm. Or maybe it could be on the side of Bristol then.
Yeah, that's what I was
It has
thinking.
to be an engage here, one way or the other. And there it is!
That's Glacial Pressure coming in, and now we see the Jarvan. He's trying to get on top of Nibble, but the damage is there for Misfortune. She managed to take down the Jarvan, but Siv has already removed the Morgana. Now in comes Crofty taking down the Misfortune. Only Do Nothing Top remains, and he doesn't remain for long. Instead, Exeter are going to finish the game. We're going to Game 5. We're going to Silver Scrapes. Get your Mark Z playing. Get Saga and Greyheart going. Na, because this is the hype final the NUEL Live deserved.
Game number 5. And Stan, let me just consult the notebook. Silver Scrapes? Woo! I'm so ready! Game number 5. Exeter versus Bristol. Could we
Alrighty.
have seen it coming?
I mean, what an incredible series. 2-0 lead for Bristol Whip, the underdogs, but now the defending champions have bitten back in a big way. 2 games apiece, and we will return for the 5th right after this break. Checking Old Faithful, what time is it? It's time to finish this fascinating best-of-5 series between the University of Exeter and the University of Bristol. Only one of them can stand as the champions of NUEL Live for this season. Both teams deserve it, but only one can claim that crown. Saga, what an incredible series we've witnessed tonight.
Yeah, side note, I didn't like that intense stare. It was like being told off by a teacher. Please, Mr. Barker. So, yeah, game number 5. I mean, did we expect that we would even get this far? I mean, from the start, maybe we thought Exeter would make it, maybe take it 3-1, something like that. After game number 2, we thought, wait, Bristol are 3-0ing this. And now here we are, game number 5. Silver Scrapes has been and gone. We're ready to get ourselves into the final game of the finals. It's all down to this. It's been within Bristol's grasp for 2 whole games, and now Exeter have got their hand in there, and it's just a straight best of 1 to take home the championship.
Exeter, I believe, had side selection, have opted to go for the blue side of the rift, and is where they had some of their success. They began their fight back there on game 3 before things were flopped. There has been so much of a seesaw motion across this entire series. 2 games for Bristol, 2 games for Exeter, a lead for Bristol, a lead for Exeter. Oh, everything's been going on, so it's unsurprising that we've seen yet another change of the side order.
I expected it to be a little cleaner. I'll come clean. I will say that. I didn't quite expect it to be as just like chaotic and back and forth as it has been, because every single time there's an objective, there's a team fight, and every time there's a team fight, it changes. It's like one time Bristol gets a clean ace, 5-0 sweep. Next time it's Exeter does the exact same thing, and it's so. That's why we're stuck with these 500 gold leads for like 20 minutes, because it grows by 1,000 and then immediately goes back down again straight afterwards.
And that leads into the question: what do you want to see from each of these teams? Personally, I'd really like to see Bristol Whip sort of opting in for a slightly more fight-heavy composition, like actually going, you know what, there's going to be these constant crazy skirmishes. Let's take something that maybe cleans up a team fight a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I think the Misfortune being such a staple pick for them is kind of playing a little bit away from that.
It's a double-edged sword.
It is, because it is that like staple go-to team fight, huge AoE damage AD carry, but then the games that they've lost have been against a Yasuo in the mid lane that completely nullifies it, a Vladimir that nullifies it, a Janna that nullifies it. So they might need to look at the bottom lane to maybe start switching things up.
The reality is, in that last game, they clearly needed the extra input coming from Do Nothing Top, who himself had 1 or 2 fights where he was really crucial, but unfortunately wasn't able to maybe quite hit the numbers that Vayne would have hoped to, purely because Nibble was constantly being deleted. So yes, I completely agree with you. Perhaps something needs to switch around there with the decisions they make around the ADC, and we're going to get to see whether or not those changes come in, because here is the pick and ban phase for game number 5, and in a shock move, University of Exeter banned Tarek for the 5th game in a row.
What an unseen twist.
I can't believe this. Zyra has been banned by Bristol, and Jax by Exeter.
What has got into these guys in these breaks? They've been chugging back Red Bulls. These guys are buzzing right now. They're going crazy. What is this band?
In the last game, we did see Crofty's Yasuo banned away from him. We see it again in this one. That respect coming through from Bristol, knowing just how well University of Exeter's mid lane played. This is his 4th game of the series. Remember, he was subbed out for one. It was a loss. He came back in. He started to turn the fortunes around on that Yasuo, then on that Vladimir. They're both gone now. We're going to have to see an adaptation. The Nunu has been banned away from both Do Nothing Jungle and Lee Brothers in a sense, and that leads to the first lock-in that I predicted last time. It ended up being a Morgana then, but here it is, Jarvan.
It's not going to be the Morgana this time for Exeter, so that is up and available for Bristol Whipped yet again.
Ooh.
It wasn't quite enough to rescue them in the previous game, but there we go. There's that switch up in AD carries, much more consistent damage in these later team fights, and team fights has definitely been the name of the series so far. So Sivir being locked in for Nibble in the bottom lane. I love it. Finally, we're seeing some adaptation from these guys.
We already know that Do Nothing mid and Ember can flex that Morgana between them, and also Morgana having been one of the crucial picks throughout this entire series. One of the other things that seesawed between the two teams, it's back over to University of Bristol and they'll look to find more success. This now brings the Vayne lock-in. Of course, it could be for Watley in the top lane, reminiscing on what Do Nothing top did in the last game, but it seems more likely that it's going to be paired with that Janna for High Anxiety and Wu on the bottom half of the map.
Oh man. So we're not going to see a Vayne top again for Watley, so High Anxiety on the Vayne. It's against a Sivir. It's historically a pretty darn good matchup for Vayne, because usually the issue with Vayne is that she's short ranged, but Sivir is shorter range. And the big issue with Sivir that a lot of champions run into is the spell shield. Well, you only really have one ability that she can spell shield. So realistically, this is a pretty good matchup for the Exeter bot lane.
Okay, the final lock-in from the first phase is going to be the Victor, making it all but certain that we are going to see the Morgana going over to Ember. Of course, Victor, has been seen from time to time in the top lane, but it feels quite unlikely in this series. This is the ban that I am the happiest to see. Not the Yorick, which was so good for Do Nothing top, but the Tahm Kench. I love to see Watley play it, but actually in this game, with so much on the line, I'm so glad to see Bristol banning it away, because it has been played twice and 2 wins for Watley.
I think they must have had something up their sleeve, some kind of sneaky top lane pick that they were thinking about though, but they could have taken the Janna in the second rotation. I wouldn't have imagined that Janna would be a priority to ban away, and it's definitely not going to be picked away for Ember. That's not his style. He likes to play the melee supports, the engagers, the defenders kind of champions. So if Watley did want his hands on that Tahm Kench, they could have taken it in place of the Janna pick, which isn't really that high of a priority, you would argue. It's shown up so far in one of the games across the series, and it's had impact in team fights, but it hasn't been the reason they've won. So that probably would have been available in Phase 2.
With Jarvan, Nunu and Hecarim all taken away from Do Nothing Jungle, we are going to see Gragas for the first time in this series.
I am interested to see where that goes, because
I like it.
I'm calling him out. I saw Mauer play this in 1v1. He got beat by Ollie Shouts. That's embarrassing, isn't it?
I cast that game.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Whew. I'm glad these guys aren't in finals. So Singed once again. It's not a Tahm Kench, but it's a return to a Watley champion, a return to form. But hold on a minute. Okay, I got baited very slightly. So we're looking for a mid laner for Crofty to go up against the Victor for Do Nothing mid. Could be something nice, defensive, flexible.
Game 1 of the series, we saw Exeter go for a protect the Cogmore comp. Now we've got to protect the Vayne composition, sort of, especially through the mid lane and the support. This could be just what they need, or if it backfires like Game 1 did, it could be just what Bristol need. And they now have the opportunity to counterpick the top lane. It's one of the mistakes we felt they made in the last game, not having the option to do this. Now we can see that Do Nothing top is going to have the option to play whatever he wants into the Singed, and he has taken the Crab Man.
Urgot has been seen quite a lot in the jungle recently, since the nerfs that he did receive a couple of patches back, but it's going to be busted back out once again. Probably going in the hands of Do Nothing top, but maybe it could be, some kind of weird flexibility with Gragas top. It's not going to happen, let's be realistic. But hey, Gragas, it's a champion that we haven't seen so far in this series. Urgot, we haven't seen so far in the series. Karma as well, the first time it's going to be busted out. It's not quite the defensive capabilities of Lulu, but really it didn't work.
It didn't. they had the option to go for the Lulu, and the fact that they haven't opted into it, it's not been banned away, says that they themselves agree with you there, Saga. It did not work, and so instead, giving the Mantra option over to Crofty, maybe going to be a little bit better for him. I personally am slightly disappointed because in the last 2 games, one of the big things that we saw, the Yasuo, the Vladimir, jumping on ADCs, deleting them from the storyline, that's not going to happen so much unless Karma gets obscenely fed.
Yeah, but I mean, Karma from range can deal just as much damage as your average mid lane, like poke mage, something like a Ziggs, from such a long range as well. It's a big AoE as well, with the empowered Q particularly is pretty nasty in the amount of damage it can do, especially in the very early stages of the game. It's probably one of the highest base damage abilities in the entire game is the empowered Q from Karma. So, I mean, maybe we've seen a couple of attempts at going for level 1 plays. That could be something that comes into fruition finally in the final game of the series.
And that's the joy of a level 1 play with a Karma, is that it's technically a level 6 Karma. Okay, you're missing a couple of spells, but you've got the Mantra, you can do all of the extra damage, or get the enhanced leash, or the enhanced shield and speed up. All sorts of extra plays that can be made on the back of having Mantra unlocked at such, well, at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, Karma, it's a very unique champion, and especially since the rework several years ago, she's definitely been in and out of viability as well.
I promise you this, in game number 5, there will be no pauses.
Can you make that promise?
I just did.
I'm pretty sure I've made a promise similar to that. In fact, I think I made a bet once that there would be 7 pauses in a game, and there was like 2.
That was a sad day.
It made it a little better. It made it feel, you know, not quite as bad. But here we are. No pauses yet. It's a good start. Game number 5. It's 2-2, despite what the overlay would have you believe. 2 games for Exeter, 2 for Bristol. Game number 5 of the series. Thank you, Patrick, for fixing that quickly. You are a great fella.
I've always wondered if he lived in a pineapple under the sea along with a friend of his.
He doesn't live in a pineapple. Hello?
Sorry?
Patrick doesn't live in a pineapple?
Well, no, he sort of visits him regularly.
Minions have spawned.
You have been living under a rock.
I didn't even say that. They can hear the first part of that joke. You realise that, right?
Shut up.
Oh, man. Don't you just love being trolled by a production team? Well, probably, to be fair, it's fair, given some of the love and hate that we've bounced back with them today. They've been a pretty wonderful, great team behind this whole NUEL Live event, of course.
There's a video game going on, Stan.
Oh, is there? Oh,
jeez,
where?
Level 1.
Oh, sorry,
So,
I need to put my glasses back on.
Yeah, you might have mistaken the fact that no one's died around the Dragon Pit yet. But there is, in fact, a game of League of Legends happening. But so far, it's pretty relevant. Relatively safe. But first, for the first time, we have some vertical jungling. So LeBrothers is going to be the one to initiate this. He's going to look to split the map, go straight to the bottom side, take away the blue buff for Dragons, and then head straight back, get the scuttle, and probably beeline immediately straight for his own blue buff.
It's going to be a 3
Jungle
buff.
doesn't know about it.
Yeah, that one is going to be nice and easy for Lee Brothers to secure for himself, getting the early advantage, not just getting himself that scuttle for the extra XP, but also taking away a crucial buff. Do nothing, and Jungle is going to start walking down. Might come around about with this scuttle being flag and drag, the smite being used by Lee Brothers, but it is he who is being collapsed on, as you so rightly say. The flash forward, there's the ignite, there's the dark binding. Lee Brothers gives up his life. He got first blood the last time, he gives it up this time, but there's an immediate trade back as we see High Anxiety getting himself a red buff, doing everything he can to try to help his team. Look at the turnaround. Bristol Whip are chasing down Exeter. High Anxiety left running for the hills, having burned his flash and his exhaust. The flash and the ignite being used by Wu. So many summoners at level 3. Just 1 kill for 1 though.
I'm sorry, Stan. Did I say no one had died around the Baron Pit yet? By the Dragon Pit? So, my mistake. We're 3 minutes in, and it's already 1 for 1 because the Dragon Pit makes a reappearance.
The Dragon hasn't even
again.
spawned in this game yet.
It's not even there. And Le Brothers is going to be taken down as a Do Nothing Jungle. He was coming into that a little bit worse off, into that vertical jungling that was initiated by Le Brothers. But the collapse from both sides. High Anxiety picks up the kill, as does Nibble on the opposite side. So it's both on the AD carries. This is what we want to see. This is where the gold should be going when you're getting kills in the early phases of the game. Funnel it onto those who need it the most.
Following as well where those red buffs and blue buffs were going, it was Nibble who was the recipient of the double buff that had been picked up by Lee Brothers. Meanwhile, with do nothing jungle, giving up his flash and his life. It was a red buff going onto the Vayne. That one is still running, hasn't expired just yet. So interesting advantages for both of the ADCs.
It's going to make the bot lane way more interesting than it should have been.
Certainly is. There's a big advantage being built up now for the Jarvan, who obviously managed to take himself a couple of extra camps despite giving up the first blood. But yet again, look at the top lane. Every single game, the same story. Do nothing top, just bullying his lane opponent, getting himself the early advantage.
Again, it's that ranged versus melee. Urgot technically counts as ranged. It's not very long range, but it is. So he does have the priority in this lane just to shove it down minions wherever he feels like it. But I do like the Watley's picked himself up the minion dematerializer to make sure that those cannons are never out of his reach. Which, I mean, if you're playing a melee champion, you don't really want to be walking face first into an Urgot because that's where you get punished. So taking that is a good little adaptation in the rune choices that makes his life just a little bit easier.
The Bruz is going to get found out in terms of where he is right now. That explosive cask is going to detonate with no damage put onto either the Krugs or to Lee Brothers himself. Meanwhile, we turn our attention back to the top lane. Look at the poison eating away at Do Nothing Top. A really nice trade going in favour of Exeter's Watley.
Okay, so the mid lane. Even, but Victor is doing his job as that classic shove in the lanes and just wander around, link up with your jungler and look for potential picks in the river or potentially even in the enemy jungle. So he's keeping Crofty firmly held into that mid lane, and Crofty roaming around has been an issue. He's always the first to rotate to place.
Predator's been popped by Do Nothing Jungle. He's looking for Watley. He's going to land the body slam. Going to throw the explosive cast down, but only half of Watley's health eaten through. Do Nothing Jungle, of course, not having that ultimate available to him just yet. Not able to secure a kill.
Not able to burn a summoner spell either away from Watley, so not the high impact gank he was looking for. And now the brothers might have caught him in a bad spot. Where does he go? He's got Watley to his north.
He's got no flash available. Let's see whether or not Gragas has got some kind of play.
Hold on a minute.
He has just bamboozled the
Oh
opposition.
no,
Who bamboozled
he
him in
flipped
return. The flag and drag on to Do Nothing Jungle. He's still surviving for now, but now he's gone. Unfortunately, not quite able to make the perfect blast go and escape. But for so long, I actually thought he was going to manage.
I thought he was just going to waddle his way over there. And just, alright, see ya. But no, the flash from Watley denies that play and secures a second death now for Do Nothing Jungle. And again, it's still a completely even gold lead in the game, but the opportunity is now there for the brothers to get himself into his opponent's jungle, start setting up, and maybe contest as this red buff respawns.
It's amazing that the gold is so even, given that the first blood did go over to Bristol. That's been equalised out by the kills. That CS advantage that we see Do Nothing Top picking up is obviously helping out his team, but look at Jarvan's lead over the Dragons, and that could be crucial as we turn our attention once more to our old friend the Dragon Pit, and within it resides an Infernal Dragon, as Wu takes a big hit but does manage to land the tornado back onto Ember.
That's the kind of reasoning there as to why Vayne is a good pick into the Sivir, because as soon as that Dark Binding landed onto Wu, High Anxiety just strolls up and starts beating down the Sivir, and she can't push forwards to land any more damage onto the Janna because she's just getting out-traded by the Silver Bolts of Vayne that you can't spell shield. So it's just going to force them to back away from that little potential engagement in the bottom lane and just rethink their priorities.
Alright, slow burn now as we approach 8 minutes. The beginning of the game was filled with such intense action that you could be forgiven for having wondered why it had fallen off. Lee Brothers doesn't like this falling off. He used the Cataclysm immediately in the bot lane as soon as he gets it. Nibble trying to get safe, does have the flash, does jump over the wall. The teleport being burned by Do Nothing Top, and a potential turnaround is fair play. That was the Fear Beyond Death being shot at by the Urgot, flashed away from by High Anxiety, who even though he himself wasn't super low health, had no intention of being re-engaged upon.
Yeah, that was an ambitious ultimate from Urgot. We'll give him that. Optimistic will be the
Got a flash.
word we used. But yeah, he's rewarded for doing so. The teleport in exchange for the flash of Vayne, probably worth it as long as they can make it count and repeat the gank. Do Nothing Jungle is still not level 6, and he's been spotted out by Crofty, and Lee Brothers is already on the bottom side, so he really can't have an impact right now.
Watley has the teleport available, Do Nothing Top does not, and that feels to me like a signal that Exeter aren't going to be able to pick themselves up this Infernal Dragon. We saw Crofty started off, but it has now just reset once more. Jarvan deciding, you know what, I don't want to follow this one in, despite the fact that actually the advantage was probably there for Exeter.
Yeah, the bot lane did just go back and reset though, so
yep.
weren't in a position to capitalize and take that objective down just yet. And well, we know exactly how badly teams are being punished around this Dragon Pit if they make a slight mistake, come in with a numbers
I don't think we've
advantage.
mentioned it enough, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. I think there's some areas of the map that get a little more love than others, but well, specifically today, this is it. This is the one. This is the place right here. This is where all the cool kids go. This is the hip place to be.
It is even more hip when there is an Infernal Dragon on the table as well. A reward that both teams will be looking to devour, especially considering that this game is the deciding game in the series. Everything will be won or lost here. Both teams are on match point, and one team is going to pay the ultimate price for any mistakes they make.
Nothing Jung is desperately trying to punish High on Anxiety for burning his flash, but Ember's just stepping forward a little bit too aggressively, giving the game away. And this time he can't even blame it on the guy being dummy thick, even though it's Gragas, so he definitely is. It's just, I mean, the intuition from Wu and High on Anxiety is just there. They didn't have vision on him, but they just know that there's a play imminent that's coming, and he's still going for it. Except this time, he's coming through the lane. He's going to try and make this impact stick. They know that there's no wards in there.
Wu and High Anxiety have been playing fairly safe. They're staying behind that rush, but let's see whether or not Do Nothing Jungle can make the impact he wants to. Yet again, Ember steps forward. Perhaps the game has been given away. Jarvan is lurking in the wings. Do Nothing Jungle, this is your time to make the play if ever you were going to do it. That's going to be the condemn off the wall. Ember already in a lot of trouble. That's going to be a nice ultimate. The Exploding Cask is going to knock High Anxiety into the wall, but the stopwatch being used by Ember does not have a flash available. Lee Brothers gets his second kill of the game. Now Nibble is going to be absolutely shredded by this main. Singe came down with the teleport. Wu picked up the kill, and Do Nothing Jungle, who did everything he could to help his ADC, is going to fall as well. 3 for 0. The perfectly executed play by Exeter, making the most of the teleport advantage and getting an Infernal Dragon too.
I think they're just overselling the fact that they're going for plays in the bottom lane. Ember is just stepping forward, completely giving it away. And LeBrothers is always just making his way down to that bottom lane for the counter gank. They have the teleport from Watley, uncancelable from Do Nothing Top. He even burned his flash in an attempt to try and cancel it, but wasn't successful. And again, now it's kills in favor of Exeter. It's a dragon in favor of Exeter. And now it's a 1,000 gold advantage as well. One
of the biggest early game gold leads that we have seen for the side of Exeter so far. It's not the most massive, it's not game-ending by any means, but having that Infernal Dragon extra damage on top of everything they already have is certainly something that they will be happy to have been rewarded with. Looking at the items being completed, we still don't see the Bilge Water Cutlass quite yet for the Vayne, slowly building towards that Blade of the Rune King. On the other side though, that is already an Essence Reaver for the Sivir.
Yeah, she hasn't gone for the boots though. She's taken the magical footwear, so didn't have to expend any of the $300 to get those boots of speed for herself. So she's gone straight just for essentially just shoving the lane. Here is the name of the game for Nibble, just constantly going to be auto-attacking minions, getting mana back whenever he lands the ricochets, whether she gets a chance to auto-attack either of the bot laners, just sticking around and putting pressure onto the Vayne. But well, this is the guy that's really doing the real pressuring.
Lee Brothers looking for that lane drag, getting Frozen Cat gets down, the Stealth Shield already used up. Oh my word, the Black Shield is not even close enough. Wu wins the Portal Combat, basic training, taking that kill. 204 on the Janna, 204 on the Vayne. That's a mighty nice looking 408 for a combined bot lane at 12 minutes.
And once again, it's the vision game. Look at how many wards Exeter have deposited on that bottom side river. 4 of them down there, control wards for themselves. And the only vision that is on the side of Bristol has just timed out as well. So it's just so free, so easy for them just to walk in. And it's really not an excuse for it at this point, as you have the Sivir who's going to be pushing up constantly in that lane. She has the trinket herself. You've got the warding item on Morgana. You need to be clearing out that unsafe area of vision. And Nibble, he was on his way over to place a ward, but by that point it's too late. LeBrothers is already hanging out in that bush, diving on you.
Control of that vision has been so good for Exeter throughout these games, and forcing Bristol into buying more and more vision for themselves has been part of what has taken away from the damage that Bristol themselves have been able to get out, having to sacrifice more gold for control wards, which themselves are then cleared out. We do see Bristol are able to get themselves a couple of turret plates, which is an extra little boost to Nibble in terms of the gold that he has as the turret plating falls off in 30 seconds. But look at what happened on the back of those 2 kills in bot lane. 2 more turret plates were secured by Exeter. The gold lead is now 2 and a bit thousand.
even there, after they took those 2 turret plates on the bottom lane, they had to back away. They were pinging the tri-bush. They were like, oh, maybe he's still sat in there. Maybe he's come back again. Not going to actually be the case, as the brothers will be towards the top side of the map. But still, just that threat, that mental guerrilla warfare of maybe he could be there. Maybe we should back away. Maybe we shouldn't play this aggressively. It's just always sitting in the back of their mind.
Yet again, the same play being set up by Bristol Whip, looking to try and get Karagas to make an impact. However, if he shows himself here in the bot lane, Jarvan is already lurking around the Herald. He can't make the turnaround counter gank this time, but he can get an objective for himself.
I do like this. This is quite unorthodox, but it's something that definitely makes sense in the situation, is that Wu has gone for the first item, the Chaos Crucible. So if there is ever a Dark Binding that lands, your AD carry does not have cleanse. You can cleanse for them, and that means that she's not going to have to commit the gold to build the QSS, and she can just go straight for the build that a Vayne would really like to see. It just gives her that extra little bit of defensive capabilities, particularly against the Morgana.
Gragas is 30 CS behind at this point. Lee Brothers is completing their Herald. This is the ultimate redemption arc for a jungler who did not have the most solid of games. He's here trying to avenge his brother, Send, if you've been following the rest of NUEL Live, a man who himself lost out to Bristol Whipped earlier on in the season. He's here playing in front of his parents. Lee Brothers did not have a fun time early on, but right now he is taking this game and making it his own. As we see Do Nothing Jungle do whatever he can to try and counterplay it, but he's now 40 CS behind. There's a Herald for Jarvan, who's gone for the Cinderhulk option as well, which I really like to see.
Yeah, so you don't have the tanky Tom Kench, so he's going to be sort of sharing the responsibilities of soaking up damage with Watley, but I mean, he's gone for the Sterax as the second item, so it's not at all just a purely Cataclysm and nothing else Jarvan. It is still going to be able to dish out a decent chunk of damage. And when you have a composition like this, where you have the heavy threat of the Vayne, the heavy damage threat, everyone else is kind of a hybrid between tankiness and damage and support and utility, then you need to be getting those little extra bursts of damage in wherever you can get them.
Herald secures the first turret of the game very, very simply, and now we have a 3,000 gold lead. Let's see what the next dragon is. Oh, it's old friend Cloud Dragon. He was the scene of many a great battle in the earlier games and had disappeared for a little while off our radar, but he's back to wreak more chaos in Game 5.
Who's going to get there first? Because as of right now, it seems Bristol are going to be the first to step up to the table and maybe try and put their mark down on this Cloud Drake. And maybe, just maybe, Exeter might say, you know what, we don't really need it. We don't want it. Might just give it away. Oh, but maybe not. He's hovering around on the side. He doesn't have the backup of his team. His bot lane have just recalled, so if it goes in, it's probably a one-way ticket.
Lee Brothers feeling brave is immediately going to the Dark Binder. We're going to see Sivir of all people securing the Cloud Dragon for Bristol Whip. At least something now going in Bristol Whip's favour. Unfortunately, the RNG has not really been playing into their hands this time, getting probably the weakest of the elemental dragons. Of course, you could argue if it was any of the other dragons, there probably would have been a contest.
I mean, it might help if you're, I don't know, chasing a Singed or something.
Got to do that.
Might give you get a little bit of an extra boost. And maybe you've been to the Riot Games merch stand and getting all of your in-game advice. Forget the loading screen.
Maybe
I learned to play from Bracelet.
That's it. Maybe someone out there caught the Bracelet and threw to them, and now that's them playing it.
Could well be. Would be a really good throw. You'd have to go through like 3 doors.
No, I throw it out into like the world of Twitch.
Nice.
Oh dear. 3,000 gold is the lead for Exeter. They have already turned this series around massively through 2 games where they were so far behind. They have untilted themselves and put themselves in pole position to try and take their second consecutive NUEL Live final.
7-1. Not a scoreline we've seen so far in this series, because every game has been way more back and forth than this, but this one's been relatively controlled in favor of Exeter, and they might be able to pick another couple as the bot lane is in rotation if they're not careful hovering around this bush. Instead, it's just going to be a bum rush for the tower.
We're going to see the knockup is landing on to Morgana. Here comes
one
drag. There's the Cataclysm. Ember, you've stayed too far. You've had to use your flash. Use the Soul Shackles as well. Even burning the Ignite onto Lee Brothers. All you get in return is the pop of the Sterix Gauge.
We're not at that position right just yet, where the Sivir landing those ricochets will be dealing enough damage to win those little skirmish fights like that. Still just the Essence Reaver only, and Well, that's Karma's damage.
Ember's Black Shield is just about enough to save him for now, walking away, hoping the last tick will not work, but Wu says, no, my friend, that's not how it is going to
One
go.
more tick.
Do nothing. Top is doing what he can to try and get a kill, but unfortunately, Wu's health is just about enough to stop the fear from being clear beyond death, pulling him back to his chained down demise. Meanwhile, Crofty having a nice easy time seeing up in the mid lane on this Karma. He's not had a care in the world, that man.
Yeah, this is the most bloodthirsty Janna support I think I've ever seen. Just flashing forward, igniting people.
Wu is the real
flashing
carry.
over walls. Really? I mean, you can see how this guy's a Zyra player, right? Imagine if he's doing this on a champion that actually deals damage. That's why it's so scary. That's why it's been banned every single game. But still, 8-1 now. One more kill in favor of Exeter. To extend that gold lead now. We're looking at about a 4,000 gold lead as we approach the 20-minute mark. Baron, very soon to be on the cards. No Mountain Drakes as of yet, though, so we don't have that instant rushdown potential that we've had in previous games. But there is a Vayne.
We know that Ember does not have the flash available, has to be so very careful, not to be able to defend this turret any longer. Libra stepping forward, just without the slightest of care. He knows he is tanky, he knows he has the backup of his team. He's got a 4,000 gold lead as well. That says that Exeter might well be taking home this championship.
To cement that now, just finding whatever picks they can get. Watley's drawing some attention once again towards himself. But really, Do Nothing Jung just hasn't been able to find anything to go in his favor throughout this entire game. Again, it's pretty quiet out of Do Nothing mid. He's still just sitting there 0-0-0. We haven't really said his name at all. Very similar to the first Victor game where he's not getting the highlight plays. He's just quietly doing whatever he can to dish out some damage in the team fights. It's going to help if your team's getting caught out like this.
That's going to be Ember again caught by the Cataclysm, again not having the flash. This time though the damage is good on Lee Brothers, but look at that snipe away. That's going to be a nice easy, well not that easy a kill, a really nice kill. Sivir though has taken down the Vayne and the damage is still good for Bristol Whip. This could be a fight they actually decide to go in for. In comes Do Nothing top, dashing onto Crofty. Meanwhile Do Nothing jungle and Do Nothing mid are separated from multiple members of their team. Watley is just running riot with the insanity potion, taking so much health off so many members. Already we see Wu having secured that kill onto the Victor. That's all he's doing this game, just getting the kills. It's going to be Watley who gets that one to the Urgot. However, the first death of the game also could lead to a really large amount of pressure going down the mid lane. It is only Do Nothing jungle who actually survives that. Ember died so long ago that I think he was gone.
Yeah, it was a long team fight. It was incredibly split. There was an initial engage and then everyone just scattered and spread themselves out far and wide across the mid lane. But in the end, it's another clean, substantial victory going in favor of Exeter. They picked themselves up 4 kills to the 1 that is taken back on the side of Bristol overall. And yes, they aren't going to be able to take an objective for it, but still, it's a little bit more in terms of just posturing in the lane. You get a little bit more control purely from being able to push in that mid wave. You get some priority. They have the chance to get some vision down, and they've been able to go back and reset, spend all that gold, and now they're going to come into this next team fight around, one of the 2 objectives that we have, which have seen some action so far today. They can take their pick, they can get their positioning on it, get the control, get the vision down, and make sure that that gets in their hands. And they've just spotted Gragas on the top side too.
And so that is going to lead to an immediate taking of the Ocean Dragon. No contest, no crazy fight this time. It feels like Exeter have decided to change their allegiance in the schools that they have gone for. They started as a council member, just like myself, opting to try and prioritise all of the objectives, no matter what, no matter how many lives they gave up for it. Now they are playing much more smart. They are playing as a team.
Crofty is like half faceless, half united. Like sometimes he's like, I'm just carrying this. But right now he's playing a supportive champion. He's doing very well on it. But I mean, we've also got the faceless support of Wu, who's just killing everyone.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm just disappointed that Mikhail's Crucible isn't like a Rabadon's.
It wouldn't be far off from it. Majai's Janna is definitely on the cards. Could see it. But as soon as he finishes off that, redemption item, that actual support build, then maybe we might see a Dark Seal fill up that last inventory spot. No, just gonna leave the base. Come on, it's game 5. Come on, give us something.
I'll tell you what, something they have given us is 4 and a bit fantastic games of League of Legends so far, and right now Exeter are finding themselves in the driving seat looking to clutch this title, but no matter who wins, it is fair to say that really the winners are, you know, people at home watching Twitch and great audience that we have here as well.
How's maybe Max have been doing this?
It is Ember who is forced to be nothing but a spectator there as he gets to the Captain Montu. Fortune does have the flash this time. Again decides to burn the Ignite, throwing that one down onto the brothers, and we see the ultimate coming in from the Victor. So very much has been burnt. The Victor ultimate, multiple summoners on Ember, and now with the Baron available, with the control wards put down, Exeter have got themselves the opportunity they wanted.
When you have the control like Exeter do in this particular scenario, it doesn't necessarily matter if you are able to take down the kills, as long as you can force them to recall, as long as you can force them to face check you on low health. This is what happens.
Lee Brothers dashes in, he gets flipped back over, but look how quickly Do Nothing Top's health is just absolutely removed from him. Grotty getting that one kill, and now Do Nothing Jungler. Oh, he's betrayed by the Blast Cone for the second time this game, with the jungler and top laner both dead for Bristol Whip. LOL.exe will immediately head straight back to the Baron. The last one was a bait. This time they're starting it for real.
And this is exactly why that mission control means so much. You don't have to get the kills as long as you use the time wisely when you force someone out. When you force them to face check on low health bars, you can turn it around just like that.
3,000 health remaining on the Baron. No real opportunity to steal. That
close.
binding was slightly closer than I'd like to
didn't have Smite, actually, so there was a chance. But bearing in mind, it's a support Morgana. It was probably not quite as close as we would have, you know, as it looked like. But
it looked pretty close to me, Rick.
Yeah, it felt it. But in the end, it's Exeter who get their hands on that buff, regardless of whether or not there is a Smite available for them. There is none for Bristol, and they take that buff. And how many times have we seen it so far in this series? That this buff, the Baron, the Purple Worm, is all that it takes to start cracking down inhibitors.
Take Baron, win game. That has pretty much been the motto for both of these teams. Victor picks himself up a blue buff, nice and easy. That is a 50 CS advantage for the top lane Urgot, but look at the scoreline. The 0-2-0 Do Nothing top. That's not the Yorick that we saw earlier on. That's not the Hecarim from game 2. This is a whole different beast. It's an Urgot that, despite its CS advantage, despite its lane bullying, is now down significantly to the Sim, to the rest of his team as well, that is absolutely able to just knock at the base gate and say, we want it.
Even if they're able to land some poke damage, just that redemption, the shielding from Karma, everything is just healing everyone on the side of Exeter back to full health. And it's just back to square one for Bristol, as every single time a little bit of damage, a crit lands from the Sivir, it really makes no difference whatsoever. And now, this is the exact opposite issue. There's 3 range champions now pressuring down onto these towers, and it's very, very difficult to defend.
He has a teleport available. He's opting to stick with the rest of his team as they push down towards the inhibitor, however. And with this 5 strong, I'm not entirely sure what Bristol Whip can do. Doing everything they can to try and clear away the super minions, but the next wave will be arriving in mere seconds. The push continues in both the top lane and the bottom lane for Exeter. They now are going to be able to just walk straight through the jungle, take any camps they want, and probably take a top lane in it.
Yeah, they're just going to clean up all of the towers that are left outside of the base, so they can go for the multiple angles of attack into the Bristol base and start knocking down multiple inhibitor turrets at once. Spread the defense thin, and the desperation engage comes a lot harder.
Emperor's already used the Black Shield. The Catapult is going to lock both Do Nothing Jungle and Ember in. They both go gold, and this is the fight that Bristol Whip want to take. Watley has managed to pick up 1 kill, and so has Lee Brothers. Do Nothing Top himself is going to get shredded by that Vayne. This is the Vayne that can rip through health bars. High Anxiety finishes off that last kill, a 3 for 0, and now we've got ourselves a second inhibitor turret that is falling. The recall coming in immediately matched by the teleport. That is Watley rejoining the fight. This could be Exeter wanting to conclude the NUEL live season right now. They have already taken down inhibitor. They're on top of the Nexus turret. This is going to be a demolished Brock, knocking down 1 Nexus turret. Nipple's still alive, doing everything he can, but he gets flung back by Watley, and that's him dead. Exeter are going to win the game. They're going to win the championship. The NUEL champions are going to be Exeter.
And the reverse sweep to to come back and reclaim their title. What an amazing performance from Exeter. We wondered about whether their mentality will be strong enough, and look what it means to them. They book their tickets to the LEC studio in Berlin. They make sure that they are the ones who have their names on those plane tickets over there, and not only to there, but also to the UE Masters as well, to represent Great Britain in that tournament as well.
Spare a thought there for Bristol Whip. We see them, fantastic show of camaraderie there between the two teams. They have absolutely played their part in what has been a wonderful, wonderful final. And as we see the handshakes, the hugs between the two teams, Bristol Whip, a team who had never ever beaten University of Exeter before, almost managed to make that impossible dream a reality. But at the end of the day, your two-time champions in a row, the University of Exeter, lol.exe, concluding the reverse sweep in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, and it's been great to see just the amount of players that have shown up from all of the other teams in NUEL who've competed in the varsity division this season, who've showed up to support their friends and their teams. It's been great just to meet everyone who's been involved in the competition, see these guys come home, take home the victory once again. Commiserations once again to Bristol Whip. They put up such a great fight in the first two games, but it just did not come out to enough in the final three.
There's so much we could talk about across that series because it's had its highs and its lows for both teams, but I would like to know your most valued player throughout that series. Probably going to come from the winning team, I assume, but that is up to you.
Ooh, that is such a tough decision though, because every single game had someone different popping off. I mean, the games 3 and 4, Crofty is definitely a huge candidate because he was kind of the one who was set up to be the carry in those fights. But then in games 5, it was essentially everyone on the side of Exeter who performed well above their expectations, and Woo going so aggressively. I mean, can we just have a team trophy for
Nope,
every
someone's going to get the NUEL Live Super Bowl ring. Who are you going for?
Okay, I'll give it to Woo because he flashes in on Jana, and I like that.
Woo, congratulations, MVP of the grand final. Massive congratulations to the University of Exeter once more. We've got ourselves a presentation coming in just a moment, so please stick around to watch that shortly after this.
Hi, I'm Matt. I play mid lane for the University of Exeter's League of Legends team. My favourite part about spending more time with my team is that we can get instant feedback from the coach. So straight after the game, we'll all look around one monitor, he'll write down when we mess up, and he'll be like, "Jungler, you did this wrong, 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 wrong."
Hi, my name is Alex, also known as Uggs, and I'm the jungler for the Exeter League of Legends team. By the end of the boot camp, I expect the team to improve quite a lot with their macro play, but personally I think the main thing I want to improve on is my jungle pathing. My favourite part of spending the time with the team is obviously, even though we are practicing hard and it's very serious, we're all still having a good time.
Crouched off the bench and he scored a hat-trick. Good old 2 meter Peter.
This was based on like the communication, because like again, like you're not on the same page.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm the coach of University of Exeter League of Legends team. The groups for the UEM tournament have been drawn, and we've got 2 really strong opponents in Germany and Poland. So the group is looking pretty tough, but I think if we improve a lot over the coming days as a team, we've got a fighting chance to make it out of the group. You're going to get bot push, so then Giles wouldn't miss out waves, so then you can tell your team if you need ult, then just go for it. The good thing is that like the right idea is there, it's just the execution was poor.
Yeah, this is perfect, because before we wouldn't have done this, and it just making those calls with the ults is really important when we have global, so just keep it up.
Right, we've improved our laning phase, we've improved our draft, we've improved our map awareness. It's just nailing the team's communication, both individually, myself and the teams.
I'm really happy with the team's progress that we've made given the short time frame. I'm feeling pretty confident going into the event. However, there's a lot of really strong competition that we're going to have to beat to progress into the semi-final.
It will be difficult for us because Poland have a quite very high ranked players, so I think it's going to be difficult for us, but in any case it's going to be a learning opportunity against a really strong team.
Teleport coming in, the glacial fissure already down, horns out, knocks up Cheetos, but he still managed to flash away. Uggs missing the glacial prison completely, and Poland with their debut on the blue side take home the win for Britain.
Germany, I think we can do a really good job against, I think, and it's going to be an important one for us if we want to make it through to the semis.
Out of the British side, Uggs does go down to the early going, but Wu across the wall. They evaporate Germany! Triple kill onto Genos, and I think your words might be about to come true.
Italy and Ireland, no worries, no worries.
It's a catch on the howl, and they've got those onions to get out of trouble. It's looking like Britain have secured their spot in second place. Incredibly well fought from the Italian side, but at the end of things, they're going to be thrown away from the Nexus, and Britain secures the win. Plunges away. Davian gets the kill just on the back end. Will get knocked up, chasing down Genos. Past the targets, locked in place. Under that tower though, knocked up. And Great Britain shut down as well 2 times in a row. Peter's Exeter torn asunder at the borders of their own base. Turkey get the ace through. 4 members still standing, secure their place in our grand finals against Portugal.
My opinions of the team is we played a lot better as we got out of groups. Unfortunately, the semi-final didn't go our way, but I'm really proud of how we played.
My favourite thing has been meeting the other teams from other countries and coming to Tenerife. I think that's something that you can't do every day.
And it's just been a really nice experience to live the life of a sort of pro player in some sort of way, and to get to come out to Tenerife and really enjoy ourselves.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to start by saying thank you to everyone who's come down over the last 3 days for NUEL Live 2019 at the Red Bull Sphere in Shoreditch. It's been a pleasure having you, and thank you to everyone else who watched at home. I hope you had a good experience. And I'm now with our winners, and Crofty, the mid laner from Exeter. Just going to ask him a few questions about this match. So you're 0-2 down. Mental must have been boom. What did you do to turn it around and come back in this series?
The mental was never boom. It was the plan all along. 0-2, pop the reverse sweep, the CLG special. And we were cool. We were cool. We knew.
Nice, nice. So as one of your prizes, you'll be representing GB at UEM this summer, as you did last year, as you were returning champions. Last year you came 4th, sadly losing to Turkey. How do you feel about getting the opportunity again, and do you think you can improve on last year?
It'll be really good to get the opportunity to try and prove ourselves again in Europe. It was looking quite scary there for a second. In terms of improving, we'll see how the coaching and practice goes. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. It'll be good.
Great stuff. And do you have any final words for your fans out there, here, online, around the world? What do you want to say to them?
First of all, I want to say thank you to Bristol for giving us a really hard series. Joking aside, it was really close, and it's just one of the best feelings that win this in that style. It's really good. And to everyone watching, thank you for cheering us on in Twitch chat. I'm sure there was a couple of people. Yeah,
yeah, just a couple. So without further ado, I can now announce your 2018-19 League of Legends University Series champions, lol.exe. Over to the casters.
there is wonderful series so far. Thank you to Chaz, his wonderful unbuttoned shirt. Just what everybody wanted
we
to
were
see.
trying to make him go more buttons, but come on,
disappoint.
He's a humble man.
He sure is. And
modest.
someone else who's humble is you know, all of those people who have won over this weekend at NUEL Live.
Of course. So, big shout-outs once again to everyone who's participated. Thanks, Chaz, for covering that the first time around. But I just want to take a moment to give a shout-out to the winners of all the tournaments that we've had so far. So for the CSGO, Swansea Storm Green from the University of Swansea. For Overwatch, Underwatch from the University of York, and the Hearthstone winners, of course, the Cardstoners from the University of Birmingham. And once again, big congratulations to LOL.exe, the University of Exeter, the returning champions, and maybe next year we'll see yet another video. Less chubby Max Lee though, so it's not going to be as good though, is it?
So also a big thank you to everyone involved in the production, to the wonderful casters like this man here, Rick Saga Sharples, and everybody else who has cast across not just this weekend but the entire split. Also to everybody backstage here at NUEL Live, especially to people like Tasha and Matt and Patrick and our wonderful spectator Alex as well today. As well as a big thank you, because a lot of this wouldn't be able to happen without the wonderful people over at Republic of Gamers, and also, of course, Twitch student and in Intel as well.
Yeah, of course. Beautiful. Thank you very much for everything that they've done and all the stuff they've provided.
Yep.
It's and of course to Riot as well, providing us for all the merch that we've got outside, so it's been up for grabs, and everyone who's given us things to give away as little prizes for the 1v1 tournaments. It's been a great event over the course of the weekend.
And that event has happened here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, right in the centre of London, in Shoreditch itself. It's been a fantastic host for us, and for now we're going to have to sign off for it. We're going to have to sign off for the entire NUEL split. We of course will be able to bring you some fantastic action as these teams go on to compete though.
We made it. We did it.
We made it. We
Split
got
down.
through it. And I promised you there wouldn't be a pause in Game 5. I kept my word. I've been Stanley Greyheart Barker. This is Rick Saga Sharples. Good night.